welcome to the Learning Ladder. Today I'm going to be showing you my almost 4-year-old's curriculum for the year 2016-17. Some of it may continue on in 2017 as well, but I'm just going to do it, I'm going to try to do it in subject order. I'm surrounded by boxes right now, so I'm going to try and do it, keep in order, but a few things might get mixed up, we'll see. Anyway, first thing first, we start our daily morning routine with our circle time, and this is the new circle time rug that I got. Just letters, uppercase and lowercase on there. It's really bright and colourful and great. For circle time we do our days of the week song, all those kind of things in the morning. She does her morning calendar, so in here we have personal information. It's all blank obviously because I didn't want to fill it out yet, and that's for her to learn her address and phone number. And then this is a practice handwriting her name. You can see how she progresses throughout the year. It goes through all the rest of the year. That's really cute. And then here is her calendar notebook. She's not coloured through yet, so it's really simple. She marks off the day. Once she can actually trace the day, then she'll do that, and then she can just use a marker to mark off the actual date on there. And then we go through today is, tomorrow is, this month is, year is, season, all those kind of things, weather, and how she's feeling. We also have another calendar as well to go through. I'll show you that in a second, a wooden calendar. And then this is just something that we can do if we feel like doing it in that morning or anything. It's kind of a review thing, so basically it's in plastic sheets, so she can just use a dry erase marker, and it's shapes that she knows so she can trace them. We can play different games with it. And then there's some letters in there as well. Again, we won't do these every day, they're just in her folder. Colours that she knows, and then numbers, and then at the back is just the rest of the year. I'm also going to stick in a money sheet, so I'm going to take pictures and things of various coins and notes that we have so that she can learn to recognise money. I got this calendar from mamaslearningcorner.com. It was only $5 and I think it's great. And this is our actual calendar, which is a Mercer and Doug one. It's really cool because you've got all the information on here, little chart. It's going to put it to hot because it's boiling today. And then there's different activities in here, Easter, bonfire night, Christmas, etc. that she can mark off, how she's feeling as well. So it's basically manipulative kind of calendar as opposed to the written one, but it's, you know, it's good to have variety. So that's her daily calendars. Next thing we have is our yoga mat, and she does yoga. We do yoga every morning. I have a channel on YouTube that I follow. It's really, really good. I highly recommend it. It's called Cosmic Kids, and I actually do it with her. I have my mat too, and we go through the whole little exercise. It's a story and everything else, and then she does all the yoga moves along to the story. One of our favourites is the Hungry Caterpillar. My daughter absolutely loves that one. But I highly recommend that, and it's good exercise. It's just a great way to start off the day. Okay, now moving on to literacy, we are doing Hooked on Phonics. For now, later on in the year, possibly more towards September next year, I'm going to start all about reading. But I wanted to start with the Hooked on Phonics first, just basically because I think that learning style will suit my daughter. She really loves the Leap Pad kind of interactive videos and everything else, and this is basically a big part of it. You watch the video and it teaches you all everything you need to know. She already knows quite a lot with regards to her phonics, but so the reason I started off with the pre-K, partly for a refresh, but she does need assistance with rhyming and things like that, so that'll cover everything along there. You get the flashcards with it, some books, stickers. Who doesn't love stickers? So I think she's going to really enjoy starting with the Hooked on Phonics, and it was an Amazon special, so you got this extra DVD with it as well. The next one is Hooked on Phonics Word Families, levels 3 and 4, so that's 1 and 2, which is age 3 and 4, so that's perfect for this year. And then I got the second pack for next year because I was paying postage anyway, so I might as well have gotten both. And I do genuinely believe that she's going to really like this system. Anyway, so that's our reading. Then we've got loads of first readers to go with it. So we've got the Biff, Chip and Kipper set, and she's got a Practice Your Own Phonics. This is the Oxford set, and then just a big stack of other ones there. And then she's got some I Can Read poetry first readers as well. So she's all set for literacy, hopefully. Now moving on to maths. So I decided to go with the Singapore Maths programme. I'd read a lot about this particular programme and I really liked its philosophy and its teaching practice and everything else. And it's a system that's actually been adopted in primary schools over here anyway, so in a certain degree. So I think it's a good foundation for her. I particularly like how they present, such bright and colourful, but I particularly like how they present each activity. So it is something that you do together with your child. It's not a programme that you can just sit them down and watch a DVD or something and then they can get on with it. It is something that you are supposed to sit down with them one-to-one and interact, because it is very hands-on. So you have to read the little description at the bottom and it'll give you ideas as to how to present the information to the child, and not so much that you sit and look at the book, but that you find other items to bring into it. So different manipulatives and different ways of just presenting the information to them. But it is supposed to be a very good programme and I have read and heard a lot of really good reviews about it. So we'll see how we go with that. So it is split into book A and book B. So I think book A will be this year and then book B will be 2017, because it does look much more advanced. But it is very staged, so you start off easy, getting a little bit more harder as it goes along, and it is supposed to be a great programme, as I said, particularly if you're starting off on this programme with them being young. Now, we have some manipulatives to go with, and also, I already had most of these anyway, but counting their family, and I've also got another family in there as well. There's cats and people in there too. She really loves these weights, a little balance scale to go with, and I really recommend this super sorting pie. It's so much fun. They can organise for you to colour, number, fruit type. My daughter really loves it, and also you could use the actual fruit for manipulatives as well, which is one of the things that we do. So that's our maths programme. And continuing on, just a couple of extras that I got to complement, couldn't think of the word then, the Singapore Maths books. So I got the Kumon books, my numbers 1 to 30, different activities that we can do together, and then the 1 to 120. This should have actually been with the literacy stuff, but it's alphabet type games. And then this first illustrative math dictionary, so it's going to be helpful as she gets older to have on hand. And I really like how they have different methods to explain. So using diagrams, numbers, graphs, charts, all kinds of different number lines to help with the different type of learning styles that people have. That's really cool. Now moving on to handwriting, I decided to go with the Handwriting Without Tears programme. I really enjoyed the reviews that I watched about it, and the whole ethos and system for it, in terms of it's very hands-on. So I got the pre-K teacher's guide, just some really good information there and guides to help you. And I got the My First School book. So this will be the first book that she'll do at the beginning of the year. And it starts off very, very basic. And with that, if you notice on each sheet, as she gets into the handwriting section, there are diagrams to how to make the letters with wood pieces, and I got the capital letter wood pieces set. So again, this is how it's very hands-on. So she can actually make the shape of the letter using these wood pieces, and it just makes it so much more fun rather than just trying to sit down and show her the book and try and draw the letter and everything else. And these capital letter cards go with it, so she can make the shape on the capital letters, and they also have on the back some additional information where they can again try to trace the letters and everything else. I also got her the chalkboard, because if you see here, there's the chalkboard section, so she can actually try and trace the letter onto the chalkboard. And then they have the wet and dry technique, so she'll trace it with the little chalks, and then she can trace it with the little wet sponge. That's how it's called, the wet and dry technique. And also the little Play-Doh board, so and the shapes, the letter cards are inside. They're actually not attached. So she can use Play-Doh to make the shapes. It's very hands-on and interactive, which I really like. And then for next year, unless we fly through this book much faster than I imagine, next into 2017, this is the next book along for her. And again, I got the teacher's guide. Basically, because as I said, I was paying postage, I thought I might as well go and get the next one up as well. So that's what we're doing for handwriting this year. Now moving on to science. So some of this is going to be for during the summer. So she's got her little Melissa and Doug binoculars, really cute, and her little magnifying glass. for us to do a little garden bug activity, so she can go around having a look, see what she can find in the garden. And also the Mini Beast Adventure, which is pop and play, and actually goes through the stages of a butterfly, because she is going to do the live butterfly garden experiment. So basically what you do is you buy your pack, which is this, gives you a coupon for your caterpillars, and then you send off to this company with your voucher to get your caterpillars. They send them out in the post, and then you can go through the whole experiment through the different life cycle and then let them all free at the end. So it's going to be so much fun. I'm really excited to do this with her over the summer. Going along with this is her My First Microscope. So it's great because it's got the 2 eyepieces rather than just one, with her only being little still. So she's going to really enjoy looking at different things that she's found in the garden under her little microscope. Okay, so moving on into the rest of the year, we have got the Usborne Children's Encyclopedia, and I love the fact that it's got the QR links and it's also got internet links as well. So if something suddenly seems to catch our eye more than something else, then we can have a look a bit more about it over the internet, and there's all kinds of things in there. Well, it's an encyclopedia, there's going to be. In terms of topics, initially we are going to be doing space, because it's something that really interests her, and it's something that I am fascinated with anyway, so that makes me better at teaching because I enjoy it too. Not that I don't teach if I don't like it, but you know what I mean. So she's got a little space torch and she can project, which she's going to really love. Again, the Usborne, you'll see I've got a lot of Usborne books because I think they are really great. And this is A Look Inside Space, and it is a Lift the Flap. And then we are going to be doing animals too, because again that's another one of her interests, and again this is internet linked too. So with it being so little, it's not a pressured curriculum. It's based on, not that, you know, saying it, a pressured curriculum is bad necessarily, but I just think for my child and what she likes, she's going to really enjoy looking through the books. We can read a bit more about it online. We can do projects on it. We can do arts. We can do crafts. There's just so much you can do. And bearing in mind, obviously, she is 4, so it's not going to be too intense. But the thing with these books is they're going to last. So what she can get out from them now at this age will vary from what she can get out of them in 2 to 3 years' time. So I think they're a really good investment, and I'm really happy with everything that I've got for her. Then we have this, My First Book About Our World. Again, different systems in there that she can learn about. And we have got See Inside Planet Earth, and again that's got Lift the Flaps as well. She absolutely adores books, so I know she's going to be thrilled when she sees all these new books. And as I said, the ways that she can learn from them will vary as she gets older, so I'm really happy. Look Inside Our World. Again, another Lift the Flap book. And the main thing for next year is the 365 science activities. So it's a different experiment that you can do for 365 days of the year. So my idea is to let her peruse the book and pick out things that she wants to try. And also, if we're particularly doing that unit as well, then we can do that. But there's so many different experiments in here that she can do, and it's usually things pretty much that you have around the house anyway. There might be the odd thing that you need to go out and buy, but generally speaking it's mostly things that you can do from things that you already have in the house. So we're going to love doing that. And then the rest of the things are mainly books. So non-fiction, I think non-fiction is really important to read with your little ones, so we can do unit studies on those different topics, whatever she wants to do, crafts, art, reading a bit more about it, going on field trips to see various different things. And then we've got these First Fabulous Facts. This is Ladybird, I really like these ones. It's perfect little snippets of information that don't bog down too much, but you can elaborate on. And there's Mini Beasts, Dinosaurs, and My Body. Then we've got this Wonderwise selection from the Book People, and there's all kinds of things in here. So food chains, build a house, all about water, My Body, what's underneath the bed. A book about the earth beneath us. It's so cool. Great illustrations. Perfect for her age, and as I said, she can get more of it as she gets older as well. So there's a vast array, all kinds of different topics. And then we've got some more Osborne unit study type ones. So tadpoles and frogs, reptiles, farm animals, so much to do and learn. And then later on in the year, or it might even expand over to 2017, a bit more about See Inside Your Body. Because I wasn't planning on doing body for at least most of the year, but this was a bargain. It was on sale, so I decided to get it. And we'll see, I might start that unit sooner rather than later, but initially my plan was to do that later on in the year. So we'll see what happens. And then just a little science workbook. This year we are doing the Music Express curriculum. This is something that early years studies do as part of their national curriculum, and I really like it because it comes with a CD and it's a step-by-step kind of guide to incorporate it in various different ways into your daily life. That's really fun for the children, which is the main reason you're doing this. Fun learning at the same time. And in terms of instruments, I'm going to attempt to teach her the recorder. It's going to be really fun. So she's got her My First Recorder in here, and I also got her a little book to go along with that to help her learn how to use the recorder. She's very little yet, so it's just going to be a lot of fun. But that's the whole point. And she also has a little instrument set with various different instruments in that she can play along with, so the various different activities that we're going to be doing for music. Moving on to arts and crafts. This is something that's really popular in my house. My daughter absolutely adores doing arts and crafts, and I really do too, so it works perfectly. 365 things to make and do, Osborne activities. So again, it's free choice. You can look through and pick something that you'd like to make that day, and generally speaking they are things that you have on hand, so it's quite easy to do. And then 365 things to do with paper and cardboard. So I love Pinterest. I have tons of Pinterest boards, but I'm a book person. I like physical books to have on hand as well, and obviously it's a lot easier for her to look through a book than it is for me to show her Pinterest. So there we go, that's what we've got for those. I've got another one of these as well, these fingerprint activities, and another Osborne books with the little pads on the side, and it just gives them ideas of ways to do it. You make different patterns, designs, everything else, and I've got an animals one as well. My very first art book, again, different crafts for her to do and have fun with. And I think some of those are themed as well. And then the outdoor art room winter and autumn. So I got these for myself, really for reference, for us to plan different activities that we can do. It's always nice to have additional ideas on hand. And I only got autumn and winter to see how I like the book. They do spring and summer as well, so if I like those I'll order those ones next time as well. And then we've just got an array of different activities, so magic painting book, and then obviously being Christmas within the foreseeable future I got a Christmas themed one as well. And then we've just got an array of cutting and pasting because she's really gotten into using her scissors now, and there's various different activities in here that she can have fun with, cutting things out. And then let's sticker and paste. This one's food themed, and I thought that'd be really useful for when we do a food unit. And then there's animals as well. And then another Kumon book. I really like these Kumon books. And this is my book of easy crafts. Again, things that she can pick and decide what she wants to do. And then over the summer, got some more activities for us to do. So she's got a butterfly wind chime set that can coincide with her butterfly garden science activities. She's got some little princess peg dolls that she can make. 3D animal lanterns. And then we've got some 50 rainy day activities in case we get bored, and a Christmas activity type placemat. All kinds of different things in there, art related and otherwise. So we're going to be doing Spanish and Welsh. I speak both of them, and it's something that we've been doing as we've been going along anyway. But I just wanted to get something a little bit more formal this year. But it's fun because it's a Let's Sing and Learn in Spanish that comes with a disc, and then we can practice singing the songs together. She's also got 1,000 words in Spanish book as well that we can go through and read together. So that's going to be fun for her, hopefully. For geography, we are having a little subscription box sent out. So the first one, you get a little suitcase and all different, and every month you get a different statue or diagram or craft or something related to the different countries that you're visiting, and a little passport for you to stamp and everything else. It's going to be so much fun. And then to go with that, I got her the picture atlas again, Collins, and oh, nearly ripped it then. There's a very, very colourful maps in there with different themes, and at the back, the thing that I almost ripped but thankfully didn't, is a large world map. I have actually seen a one that you can actually scrunch up, which looks so cool. I don't know where this person got it from. I saw it on YouTube. I definitely need to find one of those, because with this being paper, it makes you a little bit nervous, but she's generally really good with books, so but if you can get one of those scrunchable world maps, let me know where you get them from. I haven't got the little subscription yet, subscription box, so I can't show you, but when I do actually get it, I'll do a little review on them, because I think it's going to be really fun and how we enjoy it. There are some other geography type theme stuff throughout, and I'm going to show you at the end all miscellaneous books I've got for different things, and I'm sure there'll be a few bits and pieces in there as well to go along with geography. Another one of my favourite subjects is history. I'm hoping my daughter's going to really enjoy it too. So we're going to start off with the history of Britain, and this is another Osborne book again. Lift the Flap, goes to all different periods and everything pretty much that happened that's of any relevance. So we're going to really enjoy going through that. And specifically, I'm going to be doing a field trip to a castle in the first half of the year, curriculum wise, and I got her my very first Osborne Castles book, so it's something that we can go through and read together before we go on our field trip. And then on the way there, she's got this Castles activity wipe clean book to do in the car, because it's a bit of a trek. So that's what we're going to start off with initially with history. We've also got the encyclopedia, obviously, that we can go through, and if anything specifically sparks her interest, then that's what I'll be more inclined to start off with next. I'm thinking Egypt and the pyramids is something that she's going to really be interested in, so we're going to likely go on to that afterwards, but we'll see what is her preference and what she's expressing interest in as we go along. But I thought we'd start off with the history of Britain first, and it's useful because we can go on field trips with relating to this book, not just to a castle, but you know, to the other kind of field trip activities that we can get ideas from the history of Britain book. Okay, now this last section is miscellaneous things that don't necessarily fit into one category, but just things that I thought I'd show you because it's something that I really think are good quality and worth getting. I'm not going to show everything because there are other things as well that I've got, but this is just a selection. So she's got this little sticker scenes book. She loves sticking as any toddler would. There's Nemo in there. There's Doc McStuffin, Minnie and Jake and the Neverland Pirates. Then she's got a little first 100 animals sticker book that she can have fun with. And this is a Pretty Books album, and I love Pretty Books. They have amazing quality books. Now, if you don't know of Julia Donaldson, then where have you been? I'm just kidding. Julia Donaldson is amazing. We've got so many of her different books. But what I love about these is stories that she specifically really likes. I can get the activity book for. So this is Tales from Acorn Wood, and there's all kinds of things that she can do in there. Room on the Broom, Snail and the Whale, and What the Ladybird Heard. So I love the fact that we can read the story, which we already have read millions of times, but we can read the story, and then I can actually get the activity book out and we can do it together. We can talk about different things that she liked in the story. This is another pretty one. This is Early Learning Workbook, and my daughter and I are not 100% on workbooks in terms of that she gets bored with them after a while, so we don't tend to do them too much, but they're always nice to have on hand, and if she has to be in the mood, and if she's in the mood, then she'll happily do one. Say if we're in the car or something like that, and if we're driving, well, she's obviously not driving, but it's a long journey or something along those lines, something to keep her entertained, so that's why I get them. But as I said, she's not really one for just sitting down and going through a book like that, but it is always good to have on hand, and that might change. She might get more into it doing that, so it's nice to have that as an option. This little felt picture play set for her to have fun with, and this dinosaur bumper sticker set. I've been collecting the curriculum now for about a year and a half. I've only get my items from 2 stores, and I'll talk about that at the end, but I'm just going to show you a selection of different things. I'm not going to show you everything that I've got because I'll be here all day, but I'll just show you a few different types of items that I thought were really interesting, great value for money, that might give you some ideas if you're looking to. Okay, continue on. So we are going to be doing a lot of baking because it's something we both really enjoy to do together. So I've got here my first picture cookbook. So I like to do Montessori type activities. So these are really good with that she can follow the pictures as well, so she can see the little girl. Is it a girl? Yeah, the little girl making the different whatever it is that she's doing, and they're really easy recipes as well. So it's something that she can do. Adding the ingredients on her little Montessori tray, and then obviously I can do the oven side of things. And then my children's book of baking bread, again something that we can together and have fun with. And along those lines is a gardening for beginners. That's something that we'll probably start this summer as well. We can go through with her bugs and everything else that she's going to be doing this summer. She likes watering the plants. Okay, now the rest of it, as I said, is miscellaneous type things. So my giant activity books, there's all kinds of different things in there, puzzles wise. And what I'll plan to do with these types of things is, rather than give her the whole book and say, here you go, have fun with that, is to actually take a page out and then do, as I said, like a Montessori type activity. So put it on her tray with, for example, if we were doing this, I'd get her shapes out. She's got different shapes, magnetic shapes. So she could have a magnetic shape board with this activity and have fun with that. And then I forgot to put that in the literacy thing, the Usborne Start to Read pack as well. And you get the little chart too to go with. And these are again are pretty books. This one is sight words and pen control type activity. She quite likes these pen activities, so I think she'll really enjoy those. And then we have got a phonics book and a starting school. This just covers all kinds of different things in here, different activities that she can have a little play around with. And as I said, I'm very easy with these sorts of books. I don't like sit down and expect her to do page after page. I don't expect her to do any, but if she wants to have a look, give her the option. And there's some great pictures in here to have fun with. This is another Usborne big book of things to spot. She adores doing these, but what I really like about them is that it actually specifies how many of the items there are as well, so she gets different educational elements out of it rather than just looking for the actual item. And she loves these books. We've got quite a few different types. And then this is just a floor pad activity that she can do while she's just sitting on the floor. And there's all different colours and numbers and all kinds of things in there. My first 1,000 words in English, because I'm sure there's things that she doesn't know yet that we can read through together. And then a couple of these dot-to-dot type books that she can have fun with. This is cool because it's a storybook and a double-sided jigsaw as well, and she really loves doing her jigsaws. I like the fact that she can actually colour on one side and make it her own. And then just a final few things. This is a Shine a Light book from Usborne. So basically, if you have a torch on the specific pages, it reveals extra little magical things for them to have a look at, which I thought was really cool. So that'd be great because it's winter themed. And then we've got some more of these Kumon books. So this is mazes. She can have fun with that. And then rhyming words. I really like that they're staged, so she can start off, and then if it gets a little bit difficult we can put it away and then she can try again. That was her recorder book that I mentioned before. And again, another dot-to-dot seashore type activity. And a see and spell puzzle. Again, she's really into her puzzles. And then just a couple more of these little dot-to-dot type books. This one's for 4-year-olds, and then an alphabet. Dot-to-dot. So that's everything. I've got a few just regular books, but I'm just going to do a separate book haul about those. That's everything in terms of my curriculum that I've got so far. I get most of my books from the Book People. You get amazing discounts from them, and if you shop when they have one of their sales, which they often do throughout the year, then even better. And I also got things from Amazon as well. And if you do those, different companies offer, if you fill out surveys, you can get coupons for Amazon. I save all those up and then I can just shop away, well, within reason. And yeah, that's everything. I hope it gives you some ideas, and I will do a mid-curriculum review to let you know how it's going, how we're using things. As I said, this is a pre-K4 year, so it's not really going to be very intense. She doesn't have to officially do any kind of official schooling until 2017, but a lot of the things we're just going to make a start on, see how she progresses. I can get a firm idea of her different learning styles. I already pretty know how she learns so far, but I can progress with that so that it won't come 2017 when she is supposed to attend school, then I'll know exactly where to go, what she's enjoying, and we'll have hopefully a really fun time. So yeah, that's everything. Thanks for watching. Take care. See you soon. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Learning Ladder. I'm really excited today to be doing our kindergarten curriculum haul. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is our reading curriculum, and we are using All About Reading Level 1. This is the teacher's manual, and I absolutely love this curriculum. So this is a quick little run through what's inside. And it tells you how to set everything up. Now I did buy the deluxe kit, and I'll show you what came inside that in a second. I just thought I'd give you a quick overview of a lesson. So this is previewing letter sounds. Then you've got all your letter tiles. You can play a reading game with Ziggy the Zebra, previewing blending procedure. And then we start to blend our words. There we go. And read a story or poem, and then you can put your star on your chart. Now each lesson is of varying different lengths, so they don't expect that you would finish a lesson all at one time. They say to do it for about 20 minutes or until your child has, well, preferably before your child has had enough, you would stop. So it is something that I'm really looking forward to doing with my daughter. Now this is what actually came in the deluxe kit. So I got the level 1 teacher's manual. I also got this box, reading review box, and inside are all the different cards that you need, and also the word cards are in there as well. It also came with 3 readers, and they're all hardback, amazing quality. And this is an example. Oh, the illustrations are absolutely gorgeous. I love it. And it also came with the Blast Off to Reading activity book. So this has got all different additional activities in there that when the book requests, you will find the appropriate page and do that task. I did actually buy this separately, which is the reading games with Ziggy the Zebra. If you notice, that was one of the things that was mentioned. It's not, they don't use this throughout the book, but there are certain games, and because my daughter really enjoys playing games, I decided to buy this extra. So this was not part of the deluxe set. I had to purchase this extra. And then finally I purchased a giraffe puppet. I just got him off Amazon. I thought he would be really fun for us to use as part of the reading curriculum, and the letter tiles did come with it, so I've got some of them out to show you. The magnetic border was ours, and then there are some more tiles in there for further on in the book. So that's what we're doing for our reading curriculum. I'll show you a couple of our readers. A Bob book, set 1. I've also got the sight words one, and then I've got the Julia Donaldson's phonics story collection. So there's various readers in here. And then this is the Osborne Start to Read pack. You'll see more of our readers when I do my homeschool room tour. For handwriting, we are still doing Handwriting Without Tears. We did the first book last year, which I'll put my video review up shortly for that. And now we're doing the kindergarten book. So last year it was all uppercase letters, and now it is lowercase. I'm looking forward to doing that. I also got this little extra handwriting printing book. It's from K to 2, so it's not something we have to complete this year. Just in case we want to do any extra practice. It's got the uppercase, lowercase in there, and also some sentences and words as it gets more complex. And then I found this off Teachers Pay Teachers, and I'm going to be doing a separate video with some of my Teachers Pay Teachers purchases that I got during their sale, because some of them are really fun. So I thought I'll do that separately, otherwise this video will be really long. So this is just letter formation poems, and it's a little rhyme or a little story to help them remember how to form their letters, and I thought it was such a cute idea. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. Okay, to go along with our All About Reading curriculum, I decided to get this Read, Ready, Eager, Able and Determined to Read 36-week reading and language arts curriculum. I actually got it, I think it was just before Christmas, and she had a 20% off sale at the time. But do keep checking. It's from the Crafty Classroom. Is it .com? Let's just check. .com, craftyclassroom.com, and she often has little sales on, so definitely check her out. But I was really excited when I saw this because it's reading and language arts, but it also has an interactive notebook element to it, and I absolutely love the concept of notebooking. My daughter really likes to write little stories and illustrate things that she's been doing, so this curriculum sounded absolutely perfect. Now, the All About Reading is a full curriculum, so you don't need to add anything else to it, but I just decided for a few different reasons that I wanted to incorporate this. So if you have a look at the curriculum overview, so it's set week by week. You have your word families every 4 weeks, so every week you change your word family. You also do 2 to 3 sight words every week, and then in your language arts, which is your interactive notebook, you have a different topic every week. Now every 5th week is your blend week, and you also do a review week as well. So this is the table of contents. So as you can see, it's got the general overview. There's 4 days a week over 36 weeks, 1 word family per week, 2 to 3 sight words per week, beginning blend cycle every 5th week, interactive notebook twice per week, and then an optional review pack. They also have readers now as well, and I'm definitely going to consider getting those readers to supplement our existing readers, because it ties in with the families that they're learning that particular week. And here's example of a schedule that you could do with regards to the activities that are inside. So that's your daily schedule, and then this is your schedule when you do your blend week. And this is talking about the language arts interactive notebook that you can use. So you could use a composition notebook, you could use file folder, or you could just use paper in a pad, whichever one you want to choose. It also has instructions on each day, the different activities, so it's very thorough in explaining everything. Now this is your assessment sheet, and here's your daily warm-up. So you can do your calendar, write the number, bank it, which is cute. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Okay, now this is when we start our word family, so I'll just show you 1 week's worth. It's a huge curriculum. I've got 2 big binders full. So this is something that I have laminated in a separate folder, which I'll show you in a moment, and I'm going to put this onto my daughter's notice board, so each word family every week. So this is just an overview of what you would do for the AM family. So there's writing in there as well. This is something you could Play-Doh, glitter, do a dot. And you've got your read and match your sounded out words. Now this is your interactive notebook page. So what are the noun, person, place, thing? You would paste that into your notebook, and I love the fact that it's like lift the flap and things, because my daughter is absolutely in love with those sorts of things. You've got a word search, a bingo spinner game, dip and dab, and a word search. tiles that you could use, or obviously you could use magnetic letters on a cookie sheet. Real word and nonsense word activity. Colour the word that ends with am. Catch your sight words little maze. And then this is your little book that you cut out to make for them to read. And then this is another interactive notebook example. Now she also has little science activities in here as well. Okay, so here's our example of one of the science activities, those stages of a butterfly. So you can glue and stick them on. Made a second copy of all of the word families and blends and laminated them, and I'm going to put those on her notice board for that particular week. From the same website, the Crafty Classroom, they also have this Maze Writer curriculum. Now I was really lucky because I was on Pinterest, as I often am, and I noticed that she'd recently started selling this product, and she was doing a free period, you know, free download time, and I was very lucky to get this for free from just seeing her advert on Pinterest after she started the product. And this is, you can do it over 4 days schedule, or however which way you want to do it. And there are different components for each letter, so teaching them how to form the letter in a little maze with some writing, and it's also got sign language for each of the letters. A is for astronaut, letter A maze, A is for armadillo, letter B maze. I think that's because I've put that in the wrong order. We're still on the A's. So writing sheet for A, and then we go to letter B. That should be with B's. That's an example of it. So that's something that we can do in addition when my daughter wants to. I mentioned before that I absolutely love interactive notebooks. So I picked this up in addition. This is a Carson DeLuca book, and it is so much fun. All grammar things in there, sight words, word families. And it tells you exactly how to create the notebook page and what to reflect on. So I'm really looking forward to doing this with my daughter too. Now if we need any extra phonics practice, this is from K to 3, so it's something that we can continue to use for the next couple of years. This is the Big Book of Phonics by Carson DeLuca. And this is really, really interactive and fun. They have little songs and activities. Everything you could think of is in here. It kind of reminds me of Explode the Code, similar to that. And it is perforated, which I love because you can just pull a sheet out when you need to. Okay, for spelling, we do have All About Spelling, but they say not to use that until you've done the level 1 of All About Reading. So I wanted to just incorporate a little bit of spelling. So I got the Skill Sharpeners Spell and Write by Evermore. Now this is the pre-K one, and this is something we're going to be doing over the summer, but I have ordered the K version, I just haven't got it yet. But this is what the pre-K version is like. So it's just a very simple, find the capital and a lowercase, and then write a capital and write a lowercase. But as I said, this is the pre-K one. The kindergarten one is obviously going to be a bit more advanced. But lovely bright colourful images, and this should be something fun to do over the summer. I do also have this Oxford I Can Spell, Spelling Made Easy with Phonics, and it's just something that we can dip into from time to time, just have a little read through so you can look at the pictures, and it's something that we've got on our library shelf for when she is ready to start doing actual spelling. I mentioned earlier my daughter is a big fan of playing games, so I got this file folder, Games in Colour, Word Families, and this is something that I'm really looking forward to doing, making them up. It looks so much fun. Bright, colourful, easy instructions, and they have all the instructions for how to make it different. There we go. So it's It's nice and simple to do, and it just looks so fun and inviting. I absolutely love the Kumon books. We've been using them for Pre-K4, and I've just got a selection. Some of them we already have and some of them are new, but because it's 5, 6, 7, it's something that you wouldn't use all in one year. You can dip into when your child is interested in having a little go of something in here. So this one is my book of writing words. That's about consonants and vowels. This is my book of simple sentences, learning about nouns and verbs. And as I said, I don't expect us to do hardly any of these in kindergarten, but we can dip into them and it's something that we can keep. And this was something we already had, my book of alphabet games. And we've already done a few of these. And then my first book of lowercase letters, just to complement our handwriting without tears for extra practice if she wants to. And then we've got my book of rhyming words. Kumon books are amazing. I love them. I've got a couple of extra little books to show you, just because I think they're amazing and definitely worth considering, and then I'll get on to the rest of our language arts curriculum. So this is DK My First Dictionary, 1000 words, pictures and definitions. It's amazing. I love this book. Perfect for her age level and something that she can grow with too. And at the back they have some additional dictionary games that they can play. This is Letterland Flip Flap Phonics, and it's so fun because you can actually make all different words, but you can have nonsense words too. I also have this Letterland Phonics Touch and Spell. So they're all textured, so for tracing, and explain some of the phonics rules to them in little rhyme stories. The Oxford First Rhyming Dictionary, self-explanatory, but so much fun. Great illustrations. And then the Osborne Big Picture Thesaurus. So different words of saying things: reverse, turn back, hurry, rush, run. Great just to read through as a story. I've got the Mad Libs Junior, just for some fun. And then a couple of our poetry books. So we've got A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson. And then Classic Poems for Children. Sweet, lovely illustrations inside. And this is just one of our read alouds. I'll show more of those when I do my schoolroom tour. And this is the Blue Fairy book. And it's the illustrated edition. But it chapters wise. There we go. An idea of what's inside. And this is one of the recommended books on the Ambleside online curriculum for Charlotte Mason. Okay, and then finally we are doing from main language arts, but we're also using it for social studies and art too. And it is 5 in a Row, volume 1 and 2. I absolutely love this because it's literature based, but for example, the gives you a title of the book and then it has different activities for each subject. So social studies, language, arts, so different elements, you know, vocabulary, elements of a good story. Then it also has ideas for art, as I said, maths and science. I love it, but mainly I absolutely love the books that they have picked to go with the curriculum. We don't have all of them because some of them are not in publication here, which is really sad, but that might change, so I'm keeping my eye out for them, but I'll show you the ones that I have got. Okay, so this is for volume 1. This is the story discs that I purchased that you can just cut out and stick onto your map. But the books for volume 1 are the story about Ping, or the ones that we have anyway. Such cute illustrations. We're also using it towards our geography, which I'll talk about separately. Lentil. Madeline. A pair of red clogs. The rag coat. Mike Mulligan and his steam shovel. The glorious flight. How to make an apple pie and see the world. Grandfather's journey. Cranberry Thanksgiving. Another celebrated dancing bear. Papa Piccolo. Very last first time. The Clan of God. Storm in the Night. And Katie and the Big Snow. And Robert Frost stopping by woods on a sunny evening. On a sunny evening? On a snowy evening. It's really late. I absolutely love the illustrations on this. So pretty. So if you don't know about 5 in a row, basically you read the same book for 5 days in a row and then you choose activities based on the book and what subjects you're wanting to cover. Pinterest is your best friend when it comes to 5 in a row. I've got tons of boards on there that I'm setting up right now. There's so many different resources on there, so definitely check out Pinterest. So these are the books that I have for volume 2. So Miss Rumpus, When I Was Young in the Mountains, The Story of Ferdinand, The Little Red Lighthouse and The Great Grey Bridge, Harold and the Purple Crayon, A New Coat for Anna, Mrs. Katz and Tush, Mariette on the High Wire, They Were Strong and Good, 3 names, so cute, Owl Moon, Follow the Drinking Gourd, Make Way for Ducklings, Wee Gillis, Mr. Grumpy's Motor Car, and The Giraffe That Walked to Paris. And I think I'm missing about 4 maybe out between the 2 series, just because they're not in print here. But I'm keeping my eye out and hopefully I'll be able to pick them up at some point. But 5 in a row you can continue to do. You can row year after year. There are 4 units in my daughter's age group. I've just got 2 of them. So if we enjoy it this year, which I think we will because the books are amazing, then we'll definitely look at buying volume 3 and 4 next year. Okay, our core for math is Saxon Math K. I did an unboxing video which I'll link below with going into more detail about this particular book. Just a quick overview. There's the lessons. So it's a 3-day-a-week program, and then 2 days you can either play with the manipulatives or review or do something in addition, which is what we're going to be doing. You have your morning meeting book, and basically you do your calendar with them, and there is a little graphing system that you'll use for each of the months to start your little ones getting used to graphing. I do have the manipulative set that came with it, and as I said, if you watch my unboxing video you'll see everything that came in the manipulative kit. I love that it's manipulative based, so really happy to start doing Saxon Math. Okay, because I love the idea of maths being related to a living education and Charlotte Mason aspects, I jumped at the chance when I saw this curriculum because it sounds so fun. So it's level 1, which I think is grade 1, first grade. So we're just going to be doing it slowly. We won't be finishing it in a year at all because Saxon is our main maths, but this is just an addition for fun, basically because it's a story themed curriculum, and it is about 2 twins who live on or go to visit their grandmother's farm, and you just have activities. You have a story that you read and then you have an activity page that you can do. And just when I saw it I just thought it was absolutely amazing. We had to give it a try. It's maths for living education, so for the example, how many eggs, and then you have to match the relevant orders to the egg boxes. So such a fun idea, and I got the farm counters to go with it. So it's just for something that we'll do in addition to Saxon math, probably on one of the 2 days that we don't do Saxon math, but not planning at all on finishing it in a year. It'll probably take at least kindergarten and first grade to finish, because it's not our main curriculum, it's just an additional. And I also found this book, The Year at Maple Hill Farm, which I thought goes so nicely with this. So each month they tell you what's happening at the farm on that particular month, you know, what the animals are up to, what the farmers are doing, how they're preparing for that season. I love it. Amazing illustrations, beautiful. Now, of course, I had to do my interactive notebook because I got it for every subject. I love them. So this is the Carson DeLacer interactive notebook for math. I also have the First Illustrated Maths Dictionary from Osborne. And these are some supplements, mini books, making math mini books. So this one is a Scholastic one, and then this is a cut and paste mini math book, and they're both grade K to 1, so it's something we can do over the 2 years when we're in the mood to make some little books. And I'll just show you some of the little extra things that I've got, just because I think they're really great and worth considering. So this is an Osborne flap book, See Inside Math. I love Osborne books, I've got tons of them. I think I can help keep them in business. I'm just joking. I absolutely love their books, and I get them for really good prices because I shop around and get them when they're on sale. So this is the See Inside Maths one. I got this Singing Maths, Songs and Chants for Teaching Maths, so you get the CD with it. And, oops, and then there's just different concepts that you can cover. I thought that was something fun to do together. My daughter loves to sing and dance, so definitely up her alley. And then just some math readers to consider. So this is Leaping Lizards, so it's counting by 5s and 10s. And this is Osborne Adding the Circus. So this one's for addition. And then this one is subtraction. Slide and see, it says in the title. And then I've got Centipedes 100 Shoes. And If You Were a Minus Sign. And If You Were a Plus Sign. And then finally, this is just something for us to read when my daughter's in the mood. This is The Life of Fred. It's about a little 5-year-old who's at university, and it's a Charlotte Mason style way of teaching. So it's little chapters, and I can see how she likes the curriculum for the future if we want to consider it. So Fred lay in his sleeping bag. It was 5 o'clock. And there's a little overview of what's included. So that's everything for maths apart from the manipulative set, but I'll put that link below if you want to check out what was in the manipulative box. And I said I love the Kumon books, so some of these we already had, some of them are new. So we've got the My Book of Simple Subtraction, number games 1 to 150, simple addition, and easy telling time. Okay, moving on to science. Now we are doing elemental science. So this is the kindergarten level intro to science, and this is the teacher's guide. I got the PDF. They do sell it in paperback as well, but for postage it was cheaper to get the PDF, and I had it spiral bound. So this is, as I said, the kindergarten version. Now the accompanying books that go with it is More Mud Pies and Magnets, which is this one, and this has got all your experiments in here, and also the Handbook of Nature Study, And this is an absolutely huge book. Now this isn't something that you read to your child, it's something that you read ahead of time for the nature study aspect of the curriculum. So the overview of the areas that you would cover. So it's a 36-week curriculum. All your experiments are in here. You've got your nature study book, and they also recommend the Osborne First Science Encyclopedia, which we do have, and I'll show you that in a second. So this is the topics week by week. And then this is week 1, so it tells you an introduction to the topics, what you're going to do. That's your experiment, your nature study, so we're finding wax in nature, and then additional books that you can read to go along with it, and additional activities. She also gives you a schedule option, so you can do it 2 days a week, and she tells you what to do on each day. So day 1, choose the topic, do your experiment. Day 2, do your nature study, additional activity, and supplies you need, and then what pages you need to read in the Handbook of Nature Study. Something, as I said, that you would read, not that you would read to your child. Or you can do it 5 days a week, and then that is the schedule if you want to do it over 5 days. It's amazing curriculum, I love it. She does various ages of curriculum, so I definitely recommend you checking their website out, and it's Elemental Science. So this is an example of week 2. That's your craft, that's your activity, your experiment, and your nature study. And I'll show you the student binder now. So ours is in our Minions folder. So these are the student pages. So this is for the first experiment, which was about crayons. Then you can draw a picture, you can say what you've learnt from your experiment. And there's the colouring with crayon cookies. And then this is your next one. So you have a place for the student to draw and write about what they learnt, and then an additional sheet for their actual experiment. And this is an example of the student workbook. I did pick up some of the suggested readers to go with it. So we got some I got new, some I got used. We got the Magic School Bus Wet All Over. The Magic School Bus Gets a Bright Idea. From Seed to Plant. Change It, Solids, Liquids, Gases and You. The Reasons for Seasons. Magic School Bus Explores the Senses. Looking at Rocks, my first field guide. Magic School Bus Flies from the Nest. Magic School Bus Blows its Top. Magic School Bus Makes a Rainbow. I tended to pick the Magic School Bus option when she mentioned that's one of the suggested options, because my daughter loves the Magic School Bus. The Electric Field Trip, Insects, Wild Weather, Miles and Miles of Reptiles, Plants, Seeds, and I also got an additional nature study book just because I love nature study. And I got this one by Julie Rothman. She does a whole series of books with regards to nature studies, farm life, all kinds of things. And it is so beautiful. Illustrations are absolutely amazing. Now this would be something that I would show my daughter, more so than the Handbook of Nature Study. So she can have a look at the pictures and we can read a little bit about the relevant thing. But the other one is more so for you to read and get a gist of what you're going to be talking about. Was the recommended book to go with as well, and this is the First Encyclopedia of Science, and I also got the First Illustrated Science Dictionary. Some fun file folder games for science. As I said, my daughter loves playing games, so this will be right up her alley. And I also got the interactive notebook for science as well. And then I got cut and paste mini books, so we can make some little mini books about science. She also has some experiment kits, and she also has the learning resources primary science lab to help her do her experiments from the accompanying book that goes with the curriculum. Okay, now moving on to social studies, we'll do history first. So I originally purchased Story of the World, but then I read in the classical education guide from Susan Weisbauer that she recommends just doing that from first grade. So I'm either going to do Story of the World towards the end of the year or do it in first grade. So instead of that, I have pieced together a few different things for us to do for history. So the first thing I have got is the Osborne First Encyclopedia of History, and it covers right from prehistoric to modern times. It's amazing. Obviously, it's Osborne. Then I went through all our Wonderwise books that we have had for a while, and picked out ones that are relevant to history. So basically it is a story, and then at the back they have activities. So this one is making your family history, and then this one is a toy timeline, so you can go back and see how toys have changed over history and do a little toy timeline, which I thought is really age appropriate. Then this was Stone Age, Bone Age, so again a story, and then at the back we have make pebble paintings, make Stone Age tools, and then a discovery dig. So again, all age appropriate and all really fun for her to do. And I picked up the Explore collection from the Book People. So there are ancient Greeks, ancient Egyptians, Stone, Bronze and Iron Ages, Romans, Celts, Anglo-Saxons, Vikings, Tudors, Shakespeare and Victorians. And in them it's tidbits of information that's not too overwhelming for her, and then they have activities for you to do inside. So depending on what the book is, there are different activities that she can do. And they also have the back additional websites that you can log on to for more information, and then further reading suggestions as well. So I highly recommend these. They're really, really inexpensive. And a couple of other little fun things I've got. So look inside Living Long Ago. Let's lift the flap. So something that we can do a little unit study on. See inside houses long ago. So what it was like from the beginning to, wow, what it's like now. Amazing actually to see all the different houses. English manor, wow. And a few more things for history of Britain. So with the flap, Osborne book. I also picked up Our Island Story, which is Ambleside Online recommended, and they are very, very short chapters, so it's perfect for her age, and it's all based on British history. And you've got A Street Through Time, just to have a look through, just peruse really. I think this is a bit of a head, but no harm in looking, and obviously I can read little bits of information to her. And then we are obviously going to be doing some historical trips. I'm planning on getting the English Heritage membership, and I picked up these last year, which we visited the castle then, but obviously now she's a little bit older, we can do it again. And there's a wipe clean to go with, and then we've got this timeline of world history book again. She's still little, so we can just have a little look through when we're doing some research. And then finally for history, I've got the visual guide to kindergarten, and it covers language arts, science and social studies, so we can pick out the relevant social studies pages to do. Okay, now moving on to geography. So we have got the Evermore Beginning Geography. This is grades K to 2. So again, it's something that you can pick out the appropriate levels for your child and then keep the rest for later. So it's all about learning how to read a map, compasses, directions, distance. Now we're also going to be doing the geography elements from our 5 in a row, so identifying places on the map, things like that. I did get Expedition Earth from Erica over at Confessions of a Homeschooler. This is the teacher's guide and this is the student. Now, with my daughter only being a kindergartner, and although she does say this is from grade K upwards, I think that we're just going to be doing the fun aspects of it, so the crafts for each of the places and then keeping the rest for first grade onwards. So that is everything topics wise that you get in the Expedition Earth. You also get the animal unit as well, which I've got in a separate binder. And so for example, let's pick a country randomly. So we'll just do Asia. So this is the teacher's manual. So facts about it, she tells you exactly what to do on each day. Crafts to make, so this is what we'll be more likely to be doing, is doing all the crafts and just doing a general overview of the countries. And then here is the student binder. So we can certainly do the flags. I plan on doing Lego flags as well. And we're definitely going to do the little passport idea where you visit the country and the lap books. That's part of 5 in a row anyway, to do the lap books. Little postcards, we can certainly do that. And we are taking Paddington Bear with us as well. So Paddington Bear will travel with us on our geography journeys. Okay, some of the additional books I picked up. So we've got Children Just Like Me. So each country, you can learn all about how a child lives in that country. I think that's so important from a cultural point of view for her to understand how different it is for children that live in other parts of the world. And this just continues to expand on that. So we've got What the World Eats and Material World. Now obviously these look like coffee table books for someone who's a lot older, but she can certainly look at the pictures and she can understand often a lot more than what we assume they can, to be honest. So this is really interesting because it shows everything that they would eat in a typical day. So you know, that's their life basically, how it is so different to ours. Well, not obviously every country, but so that's what they ate 1 week in February. But this one I think is fascinating. This is Material World, and this shows they took all of their belongings outside and were photographed, everything that they owned. It's just it's crazy to think that it's still like that nowadays for certain people. So I love this. I think it's an amazing way to enrich from a young age, and obviously as she gets older she'll understand it more. Okay, I've got the DK First Geography Encyclopedia. Perfect little tidbits of information for her age. I've got my Charlotte Mason Elementary Geography Guide, so making sure I'm keeping on track. Paddle to the Sea, which is an Ambleside recommended book, and it is really short chapters about a little boy and his adventure on his little canoe. I've got the Usborne Lithoflap Picture Atlas. I'm not going to say Usborne books are amazing one more time because it's probably getting a bit tedious, but they are. And then the sticker picture atlas to go with. My daughter is obsessed with stickers. She loves them. Animal habitats, that goes along with the Confessions of a Homeschooler. We'll definitely be doing the animal units. Me on the Map. Flags sticker book. And then we've got the Story of Exploration, so just little bits of information that we can read through. We've got the Usborne Illustrated Stories from Around the World, Perfect for read aloud. I love some of the images in here. Children's Animal Atlas. And it comes with some posters, spotter's guide and postcards, which is always handy. So it shows you where all the different animals' natural habitat is. And then we've got a See Inside Planet Earth, because apparently I need to keep Osborne in business. Our first book about our world. And again, that's stickers. And then finally, I have got my book of mazes around the world, because I need to keep Kumon in business as well. I'm just going to group these together, so it's character, Spanish, music, and some miscellaneous things. So for Spanish, I have got Spanish on the Move for Kids, lively songs and games, DVD. And I've got the Osborne Listen and Learn First Spanish Words. So basically you take the card from here, you stick it in here, and it tells you, speaks to you and tells you the words. That's really good for pronunciation. I can't obviously play it because everyone's asleep. And then I've got Kids Get Coding, a little set for IT. We're also doing the Handwriting Without Tears equivalent, which is Keyboarding Without Tears, for kindergarten, which is an online IT curriculum. Music wise, we've got My First Classical Music book, and that includes a CD and goes through all the instruments, perfectly age appropriate. And along with that one is My First Orchestra book, and again you get the CD. I got her a musical instrument set. She loves music and dance. Character wise, I have got Ari in the Classroom. So this is from age 4 to 5, and they are, nearly ripped the book, but I didn't, which is the main thing. Contents wise, so it's basically, here is the contents. And then the stories that go with, and then there are little chapters, so little activity that you can do. Obviously this is for a classroom, but you know, you can still do it for homeschool. Reflection, the story that goes with the character. So this is all about sharing, asking for help, assertiveness, beautiful world, being careful, being forgiving, so on and so forth. Then I've got a few more character storybooks. So we've got Richard Scarry's Please and Thank You book. And Do Unto Otters, a book about manners. Really cute story. Oh, I can't wait to read all these. I want to read them now. But. And the moral is learning lessons through poetry and other silly words. So little poems. They're really actually quite funny, some of them. Great illustrations. And then you'll see these if you watch my pre-K4. This is something that you can do again, and this is the Children's Book of Baking Bread and First Picture Cookbook. So she can follow the directions, and obviously being a year older as she will be by the time we start school, then she'll be able to do it from a more advanced level. And then this is Children's Book of Baking Bread. Continuing on with art, now there are tons and tons of art ideas in the 5 in a row, so we'll certainly be doing some of those. And I've also got a few little extra things. So this one is a DVD from Artists, Explorers and Scientists, so it covers a range of different subjects. So we've got the artists, then we've got the explorers and the scientists. And then I have got the Osborne Book of Famous Artists. I got the famous paintings cards that we can put on a notice board. with the information about the illustration on the back. Illustration, piece of art. The Children's Interactive Story of Art. This is really interesting because they can actually, I think it's this book. I'll show you in a second. There's an app, and you can actually make your own gallery. I couldn't think of the word then. So you can create your own virtual gallery by uploading images and paintings from the National Gallery into the frame. So something obviously that we can build on as she gets older. But it's got each various different paintings in, little discussions, did you know? And then we have, did I show you this one? Yeah, I don't think so. My very first art, famous paintings. That was one book. I love that picture. And then this is from last year, but obviously we can still do them. 365 things to make and do. So many different craft ideas in there. And then 365 things to do with paper and cardboard. And then this is just one of the art stories I thought I'd show. This is Katie and the Sunflowers. Such a funny story. How she gets into each of the paintings. I did a huge art haul with some activities and equipment that I purchased. And this is just something that I got previously that I didn't show in that video, which is the Klutz Junior clay, air dry clay craft kit. So that's everything from my curriculum for kindergarten. I hope this video gave you some ideas and information to help you make your choices. I always love watching curriculum hauls because it's a way to see what everyone else is, you know, purchasing, and also to get a little look inside some of the books that I perhaps might not be able to do so. If there are any books that I've shown you that you would like, or curriculum that I've shown you that you'd like a more in-depth look at, then please do let me know, and I'm more than happy to film another video specifically related to that specific book or curriculum. I'm sorry this was quite rushed. It's such a long video to make. I have to wait till everyone's asleep, and obviously by that point I want to go to sleep too. So I hope I haven't rushed through this too quickly for you. But if you've got any questions, you want any more information about any of the curriculum or books that I've used, please definitely let me know. Take care, and I'll see you soon, and I'll be posting what we're going to be doing over the summer shortly, as well as a few other videos as well in between. So take care, I'll see you soon, bye for now. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Learning Ladder. Today I am sharing with you what we are using for first grade. My daughter is 5 years old and we are starting first grade in September 18. Today is actually the 11th of April when I'm filming this video, but I wanted to film it now because I need to open our level 2 all about reading and our maths program, so I need to set them all up and everything, so I thought I'd film this today. There are a couple of things missing in terms of additional books for history because they haven't all arrived yet, so I'll either post that in a separate video, the read alouds for history and other read alouds that we have for other subjects, or I will add them on if they come in time for when I want to post this video. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, for reading we are doing all about reading level 2. We are starting this now in April, so I'll probably end up having to buy level 3 before the end of the year's out. It just depends on how fast we go through level 2. In terms of what comes in the pack, so you get your teacher's manual, you get your student book and all your cards, your word cards, phonogram cards, everything you need. With this level 2 you get 2 readers, level 1 you actually get 1. So this is the level 2 volume 1, so just have a peek inside. So there are 14 stories in this one, and that's what it looks like inside. The illustrations are so cute, they're adorable, I love them. I've never had any issues with them being black and white, my daughter still absolutely loves them. So that's volume 1. And then this is volume 2. See the progression? They are quite lengthy stories at the end. We have thoroughly enjoyed this curriculum for level 1, so I highly recommend it. So that's what we're doing for All About Reading, for reading even. I have picked up this grade 1 Harcourt Family Learning Reading Skills, just to, if you need any extra practice in comprehension. It's nice and colourful. For additional phonics practice, we use the Carson DeLosa, the Big Book of Phonics, grades K to 3. Okay, for spelling, we are doing All About Spelling level 2. The teacher's manual's in here with all the different cards and the student pack. And I also picked up Spectrum Spelling grade 1 in case we need any additional practice. With the additional books, I don't know how much of these will do. Because obviously it is a full curriculum, so you don't really need to add anything else, but just in case, it's nice to have on hand. And there's always holidays and things if you want to do a little bit during the holidays and summer break and things. We have really enjoyed our interactive notebooks that we did in kindergarten, so I'm continuing on with them. These are the Carson DeLosa. This is grade 1, so you can see how it has you can see what's inside and how it has developed on the kindergarten one. For sight words this year, I have picked up Spectrum Sight Words grade 1. Lots of different little interactive activities in this one. And I have picked up 2 new books this year. So we've got the Scholastic 240 Vocabulary Words Kids Need to Know. This is grade 1. If you like a more in-depth look in any of these books, let me know and I'll be sure to post an extra video, but for now I'm just doing a quick flip through. So colour words, numbers, positional words, and then I also picked up this Evermore Word a Day grade 1, which is really interesting. So basically you have 4 words each week to learn and what the meaning is of them, and you can do a review on the board, and then if you want to you can do a little writing assignment as well. So I'm looking forward to going through that one. Okay, for grammar this year, we are using First Language Lessons for the Well-Trained Mind, level 1. And for writing, we are using Writing with Ease, the Complete Writer. This looks fascinating. I'm really excited to go through this. So at the back is all the student pages, but then there's so many different things. There's copywork, there's narration, and she has a reading list here of all the snippets from books that you use, which is really exciting, and I can see if any of those spark interest to actually read them as a read aloud as well. Again, I picked up the Harcourt Family Learning Writing Skills grade 1 in case we need any additional practice. For handwriting, we are continuing on with Handwriting Without Tears, but I'm really excited because they have introduced some new items this year. So this is the My Printing book, which, as you can see, has very much developed on from the kindergarten one. There's a lot more required, but that's what you'd expect in terms of development. But I'm really looking forward to starting that one. And this is the new item that they've added this year, which is Building Writers, and it has different, let's get to the right page, styles of writing. So we've got narrative writing, information writing and opinion writing, and then there's all the different topics for each one. And this looks absolutely fabulous. I'm so excited to have this. Just adds so much more information. So there's non-fictional information in there, tidbits, different writing skills. So we are really looking forward to using this. And there's also some drawing as well. I also got her the writing journal for this year, so there's space to draw and write. For logic and critical thinking, we are doing Lollipop Logic, which is grades K to 2. This is book 1. And we are also doing Analogies for Critical Thinking, grades 1 to 2. For math, we are doing Saxon Math 1. Because it is April and we're starting it now, I probably will need to pick up the 2 throughout the year, but that's absolutely fine. Just depends how quickly we go through 1. But we are really enjoying using Saxon. And I also got this Osborne Maths Activity Pad, all different little exercises. And we are also using the Moffat Girls Hands-On Math Grade 1 curriculum. We used the kindergarten curriculum last year, which we absolutely loved. It's centres based, there's also worksheets that goes along with it. I haven't printed it off yet for first grade, but I'll be sure to show those in a separate video at some point once I've printed everything off. But we really enjoyed the kindergarten curriculum, so we continued on with the first grade version. I also picked up the interactive notebook for math again, because we really enjoyed using the kindergarten version, and also this Usborne Wipe Clean Money book. Okay, science is over here, but I'm just going to go over to here to art first, because then I can move everything across so I can actually get to them. So for art, we have a few different things. So we've got the step-by-step drawing book and drawing people. We've got the Usborne Famous Paintings cards, and we've got the very first art famous paintings, and then the next level up, and then another little art book, and we've got some mini artist different activities in here, and then we've got some art books to do some studies on. So we've got Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Monet, Picasso, Rembrandt and Van Gogh. And we also do we did kinder art last year online, which is fabulous. You just print everything off and away you go. So we'll be doing the first grade version of that. And then I've also bought this drawing a day. This is something we're going actually to do as a family in the evening, so I'm going to get this all a sketchbook. So it's 366 drawings. So basically you tear off a piece every day and then you make your own version of it. And I thought if we all do it, we all have our own little sketch pad at the end of the year. It'll be really fun to look back over to see what we drew and how we developed over the years, because I definitely need some help drawing. So it'll be really fun to do as an activity. It's not really for homeschool, but I just thought I'd show you in case you're looking for an evening activity that you can do together as a family. Oh, and I also have this DVD which has got artists on it, but it's also got explorers and scientists on it as well. For music, we are continuing on trying to learn to use the recorder, and then we've got the My First Orchestra book, My First Classical Music book, and the School of Music. They have CDs and we just enjoy listening to them and going through them, and we also have some classical CDs as well that we listen to. For history, we are doing Story of the World. This is Volume 1, Ancient Times. This is the textbook, and then this is the activity book with all the different things, the different additional activities, narrations, projects, review questions, map exercises in here. She also has a huge list of, there's the colouring pages at the back. She also has, and the maps, she also has a huge list of read alouds that you can use in addition to go with the book, and that's what I don't have all yet, all the read alouds. So I'll either add them to the end of the video with the read alouds that we picked to go with the history curriculum, or I'll post a separate video. It just depends if I have them all in time for when I'm posting this particular video. I also got the History Pockets Ancient Civilizations. This is Evermore. So some more additional products in there, but to be honest there are tons in there, so you don't really need that, but we have it anyway. So we've got the Sea Inside Houses Long Ago. This is Usborne Flap book. And we've also got Look Inside Living Long Ago, and the First Encyclopedia of History. For geography, we did beginning geography last year and the Evermore, so I'm moving up to the first grade, but I just don't have it in at the moment. But we really enjoyed this. You could still do this continuing on actually, because it is K-2, and there are various foundation, intermediate and advanced activities in here. It's not all just, you don't do them all in order. Well, you can do, but we didn't. So we could continue on using this as well as using the first grade version. I've got the First Geography Encyclopedia, the Usborne Book of Wild Places, Mountains, Jungles and Deserts, Illustrated Stories Around the World, and the Maps Activity Pack. There's a ton of maps on here. We do have Expedition Earth, not Exploration Earth, but I've decided to leave that for second grade. So what I did was I pieced together my own unit study using the Children Just Like Me book. So we're going to do a unit study on the children. We picked a selection of children from the book, so one from each of the continents and regions. And I printed off lab books for them. And what I've also done is added a little twist to it. So each lap book is going to have a suitcase with appropriate clothing that she can pack in her suitcase. We've also got a purse to put the relevant currency in as well, just so that would be fun. So we're going to do a unit study on the various different countries from children just like me. For science this year we are using biology for the grammar stage from Elemental Science. This is the teacher's guide. Last year we used the Introduction to Science, again from Elemental Science. We really enjoyed it. They do textbooks, but we print off the PDF because it is cheaper and saves on postage. So this is the teacher's guide, and this year we are covering animals, the human body and plants. This comes with the student workbook, which I will put into her binder when we're ready, and it also comes with, well, it doesn't come with, but I purchased them in addition, the colouring pages, quizzes, and then the lap books. The curriculum utilises biology for every kid. This is 101 easy experiments that really work. It uses the science around the world. There are two different encyclopedias you can get. There is the Kingfisher and the DK. She recommends the Kingfisher for the younger elementary, so I did get the Kingfisher First Encyclopedia of Animals. I also got the DK First Human Body Encyclopedia, and I did end up getting the next encyclopedia, which was the DK Encyclopedia of Animals, because it didn't have some of the habitats in the Kingfisher one that we need, so I thought I may as well get it, and we can obviously use it for the future. It is much more advanced than the first version, but I think it'll be fine, and it's great to have anyway. It's a lovely book. We are again utilising the interactive notebooks from Carson Delosa. This is the Science Grade 1. Then just a couple of extras. We've got this Rock and Learn Human Body DVD, the Human Body Shine a Light book, which is so fun, the Big Book of the Body, which it's got 4 giant foldouts. I do have a couple of other books I want to get, and I'll add them at the end if I have them in time. If not, it'll be in a separate video. I did also pick up the DK Animal Box Set. This has got, as you can see, a wide range that will go really well with our units. Okay, I decided to get the Homeschool Family Fitness Complete Physical Education Curriculum Guide for grades K to 12. I thought they'd be great to add to our homeschool, and we can do all the exercises together, which is really fun. We also do our extracurricular physical activities as well, various sports that she does. This is just miscellaneous. So for Spanish we have got, we're continuing on with the Listen Learn First Spanish Words. So it has all the cards in here and you pop them in and it helps with pronunciation. We have Spanish on the Move CD, and that's Sing and Learn in Spanish. And we've also continuing on with our yoga, which we really enjoy. And coding and computers. So we're doing handwriting without tears, which is keyboarding without tears equivalent. So they learn on the computer for various different activities, and it is grade appropriate, so we'll be switching up to the grade 1 level, but I'm also introducing some more additional skills. So we are doing coding for beginners using Python. Kids Get Coding, we've got a few different books here. Lots of flap coding and computers and coding, and the computer coding for kids DK book. The reason we have these additional books is we're actually developing a curriculum, myself and my husband, to do computers for children. So computers, coding, everything else, programming. My husband works in IT and specialises in programming, coding, automation, security testing, all those kind of things. So I'm helping him, well, I'm doing a lot of the curriculum and he's helping me, I should say, to develop our coding curriculum, which hopefully will be ready for September. So that's what we are doing for first grade. As I said, I'll pop on at the end of this video the rest of the books we've got for history, if we've received them in time. Oh, there's one more thing, some of the read louds I've picked. I'll just show you that now. Okay, so as well as some of the read louds I want to see if we can get to this year, I also thought I'd show you some of the fun stuff that I picked up to add for this year. So we've got the Pictory personal book kit. So basically your little one can write their own book and then have it sent off, and they will bind it and send it back to them as a complete book. I thought it was such a fun idea and I can't wait to see what she makes. For history we've got the Horrible History Secret Scrolls. So she can make her own scroll. Lots of fun activities in there. And the Horrible History's Awesome Art Set. So that's what's in that one. For fun games we added the Smart Games colour code. Games that you have to match the card layering the different pieces. So I thought that would be a fun logic game to add. And we also added Smart Cookies. We've got the face-to-face dice game, so again it's one of those where you have to match up either the expressions or the colours in a puzzle type format. So there are 60 multi-level puzzles. For science I got the anatomy lab, so there's lots of different activities in there for us to do. It does say from 8+. I'll just choose the activities that are appropriate for her and save the rest when she's a little bit older. I got the Baffle Mind-Bending Puzzle, Twist and Slide. I thought it's great for read-alouds as well, for her to have a little play with. And Jump In, we've already actually opened this one to have a play with. It's another one of the smart games. We got Quirkle, the Snow White version. Then we got the Silly Story Laboratory, which is, you get 200 magnetic words, and I'll just read what it says. It says, kids will have a blast mixing and matching word tiles to create countless hilarious stories, and by using magnetic colour-coded parts of speech, the fabulous Silly Story Laboratory makes the basics of grammar really stick. So that's going to be a fun one as well. Okay, in terms of read-alouds, I'm very much interest-led with read-alouds, but these are the ones that I picked out that I think we'll hopefully get to at some point this year. So we read Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, which we really enjoyed, and The Enormous Crocodile, so I put James and the Giant Peach, and The Fantastic Mr. Fox, The Giraffe, the Pelly and Me. We've got Mrs. Pepper Pot's Stories. We have read the coloured version, the little colour readers, but obviously this is a read aloud version. The Magic Faraway Tree Collection, there's 3 in there. Brer Rabbit. The Chronicles of Narnia, Lion, Witch and Wardrobe, Charlotte's Web, The Borrowers. I absolutely loved that book when I was a child. And Now We Are 6, Winnie the Pooh. We have got Peter Pan, The Little Prince, and Wizard of Oz. Aesop's Fables, Flat Stanley, A Faraway Tree Adventure, and Magic Treehouse, Diving with Dolphins, The Velveteen Rabbit, another one of my favourites when I was a kid. And then from here I would like to get to The Wind in the Willows, Heidi, and possibly The Jungle Book as well, if we have the chance. So those are what I'm thinking of for read-alouds this year. It may change, as I say, because we do interest-led read-alouds, but I'm hoping that we'll get to some of these, because some of them are really great books. So that's everything in my first grade haul, curriculum haul. I will, as I said, either add the videos we're going to be, add the books to the video that we're going to be using for history if they come in time for when I'm going to post this video. If not, they will be in a separate video. I've also got a couple that I want to add for maths and for language arts as well. But they are not, if they're not in this video, they'll be in a separate one, and I'll put the link below. Otherwise, take care and I'll see you soon. Bye for now. And welcome to the Learning Ladders. Today I'm sharing with you my daughter's second grade curriculum. She is 6 years old and will be going into second grade in September. We are finishing up All About Reading Level 3, and then we're going to move on to All About Reading Level 4. This is the teacher's manual, the student activity pack with all the cards in, 2 readers, Elomantics and The Voyage. This is the colour edition. The illustrations in here are absolutely gorgeous. My daughter adores this curriculum. We just can't gush about it enough. We love it. It's absolutely fantastic. For some independent practice as well, we have got the skill sharpener reading, so she can do some of this in the morning or whenever she wants to do some extra. There's some fiction and non-fiction in here. I love this skill sharpener series. For spelling, we are doing All About Spelling Level 3. This is the teacher's manual, the student packet. It is Paw Prints. She's going to love that one. This is an additional book from the same author that you can add to the level 3. Well, I think you can add it at any point, but we decided to add it to level 3. It's got lots of games and activities in. And then I did decide to add Explore the Code. Something to do over the summer, and then we'll continue through the levels throughout the year. She really likes it. Not for reading, but for spelling, because I think it's actually great to do some spelling practice with it. So that's what we've got it for, and then she likes it. I'll continue on. I think we've got 437, so we'll continue through that throughout the year. For language arts, we are going to do the Good and the Beautiful level 2. It's not actually out yet. Well, the original one was, but they're doing a revised edition, and I think that comes out in autumn, so we're going to start that in autumn. For grammar, we are doing first language lessons for the Word Train Mind Level 2. We did this last year and really enjoyed it, Level 1, so moving on to Level 2. And for additional practice, we are doing the skill sharpness, grammar and punctuation. As I said, I love these skill sharpness series and you will see them a lot in the rest of my haul. They're great for independent work and I think they're just fantastic additions to your curriculum. For vocabulary, we are doing the Scholastic Vocabulary Cartoon of the Day. This looks a really fun way to do it, and it'll just be in the morning basket, something we do for fun, and if she wants to she can colour the picture. And we have never used Wordly Words before, but I thought we'd give it a try. This is a book 2. So they have the word list and then some exercises based on the word list. I'll let you know how we like this one because it is new this year. Okay, for handwriting, our main curriculum is handwriting without tears. We've used this from beginning, so from preschool onwards. We've picked Printing Power, Building Writers and Kickstart Cursive. I also do get their journal as well. The lines are a lot smaller this year, obviously for natural progression. And here is a quick look inside Printing Power. And the Kickstart Cursive. And Building Writers. So we don't do them all at the same time. I select and schedule them in so she gets some variety and different skills with her handwriting. I did add the Good and the Beautiful handwriting as well. Never used this one before, so I'll give this one a try. So yeah, there's some drawing and colouring as well, which I know she will love. So that's that one. And Evermore Draw Then Write. This is interesting because they have different levels of writing, so you can do the basic where the word bank is there for you, some questions, and then you can completely write it yourself, the different pictures that you're drawing. So I think she'll really like that one. We are adding a literature-based curriculum this year. This is Level 2 Logic and Legends by Torchlight. It covers literature and poetry, reading, writing, art and music, social studies and history, science and geography, logic and legend. The history is different than what we use, but there are some great activities and things that we can still do with our curriculum, and they have some great history book recommendations, which I'll show you in the history portion of the video. They also have amazing literature. Again, I'll show you all those books in a different video that go with this particular curriculum. But what I really like is the logic and legend aspect to it. So they're teaching information literacy and critical thinking skills, which is fabulous. So this is our literature based, and as I said, I'll do a separate video with all the books that go along with this, but I'll show you some of the books that they use in writing next. So for the writing portion of the curriculum, they use Writer's Toolbox. So teaching letters, how to write letters, fairy tales, scary stories, journals, poems and reports. This is such a fun and inviting book. My daughter is going to love it. The pictures are just fantastic. Little Red Writing. So this is based on Little Red Riding Hood, but teaches them how to write their own story. Make Me Giggle, writing your own silly story. Show Me a Story, writing your own picture book. And Action, writing your own play. I've done a separate video on Torchlight with regards to a basic flip through, so I'll link that below if you want to check that out, and I will be doing a future video with all the books that go along with it too. I mentioned in a previous video that I was considering adding Brave Writer this year, and I was trying to decide whether I wanted to jot it down or something else. I decided to go for the Quiver of Arrows. We've just got one initially to see how we like it, so we picked The House at Pooh Corner. And so here's our copy. I really like the dictation method that she uses and just generally the whole theory behind her curriculum. So I'm really excited to give it a try. As I said, we only just bought the one just to see how we like it, and then if we do, then I can purchase further ones throughout the year. We are really focusing on writing this year, so I've added a few of the Evermore books to go along with our language arts curriculum. I really like picking and selecting certain things to focus on. I call it our monthly focus. So I got the Write a Super Sentence, Paragraph Writing, and the Giant Write Everyday Daily Writing Prompts, just to keep things interesting for her. And I also got the Husband My First Story Writing Book, And then this is our literature pocket for Aesop's Fables. I thought that would be a good one for us to do throughout the year. This is another book that they use as part of the Torchlight curriculum, Adventures in Cartooning. So it's writing, but it's also art as well, so cross-curricular. I really thought that was such a fun activity, so I got this blank comic book notebook to go with it, so she can write her own comic book in there. And then finally, for language arts, we got a couple of the Mad Libs. This one is the junior one for Halloween. And then we have introduced some fun schooling this year. So this is the All About Animals Creative Writing and Research Journal. So write, colour, doodle and learn. So she picks a different animal, does some research on it, writes a little story, and then colours the picture. So I thought she'll really like that. And there was just one more thing I want to show you. A year in my life, be creative every day. So it's a little journal that will be really fun. We'll put it in our morning basket. And every day there's a different activity for her to do. For maths, we're continuing on with Saxon Maths 2. So it comes with the teacher's manual, then we have student workbook, part 1 and 2. You also get the meeting book and then your cards, flashcards. The Well-Trained Mind do recommend adding something to Saxon. Last year we added the Moffat Girls, first grade math centres, which was a great curriculum. This year we've decided to add the Good and the Beautiful level 2. It's not actually out yet, so I can't show it to you. It comes out in the autumn. So that's what we're going to add in addition. And then for a couple of topics, we are going to pick from the Singapore Maths UK version, specifically money and measurement. So this is the textbook and then the workbook comes with it, but we're not going to do the whole thing. We're just going to pick topics, money and measurement from it. Okay, for science we are using elemental science, earth science and astronomy for the grammar stage. I've done a video on this already, I'll link it in the box below. We've used this elemental science from the beginning as well. So this is the earth science and astronomy for the grammar stage teacher's guide, student workbook, the colouring pages which you do have to purchase in addition, the quizzes and then all the lab books. And then I did add the skills sharpener science for independent work. If she wants to do a bit extra, she really likes science. And there are some lovely pictures in that one. Okay, for history we are doing Story of the World Volume 2, the Middle Ages. So we've got the text, reader, the read aloud I should say, the activity book. I've put them all into a notebook for her, and then I've also done a video on Story of the World and included all the extra readers and read alouds we're going to do, and I'll again link that below for you if you want to see that. I just thought I'd show you a couple of the books that were recommended from Torchlight. So What Happened When in the World, History if you've never seen it before. This is a fantastic book. We are really going to enjoy and get a lot out of this one, and it will continue to grow with us, which I really love when purchasing books as well. And then A Child Through Time, the book of children's history. Again, another fantastic book. Okay, we do geography 2 days a week, and as well as we do history, and I like to split the skills for geography. So one day we do the more skills based stuff, and then the next day we do a more unit study based approach. So we have the skills sharpeners geography, grade 2. We did the grade 1 this year and we really liked it. Lots of hands-on activities with it as well, which are great. We did maps, charts and graphs A last year, so we're moving on to B. She really enjoyed this one too. Very simple lessons, but they pick up quite a lot from them. As I said, we're doing Europe, so we're doing Simply Sharp Mason's Visit to Europe. And this comes with several books, so The Hungry Planet, Material World, and then she also has a few other book recommendations as well. So you've got lots of map work in this one, and then we use Hungry Planet and Material World to meet the different families. And I purchased this Close-Up Continents reference book, and this one is Mapping Europe. So these look really fun. So we talk about climate, landmarks, industry, sport, food and drink, what else? Culture, population, borders, settlements and wildlife. Okay, and for our Unit Study Geography Day we are doing Around the World with Picture Books Part 2. Beautiful by Beautiful Feet books. They were very kind to actually sent me this curriculum for review. It is absolutely fantastic. I'm so excited to use it. This is the PDF version, but it's still printed beautifully. It uses some amazing books. I've done a flip through of this one as well. I'll link that below. It uses some fantastic books, as I said, so Maps book, and I've got a couple of the ones to show you. So this is Anno's Journey, which looks so fun. This is Finding Winnie. This is for the Great Britain country that we visit. The art masterpieces to colour, you use them throughout. And then I added a couple of things for our Great Britain study, if I can grab them. So a little London children's map, and then we've got the buildings that made London. I think this is a gorgeous book. So it's got all the buildings it covers at the front, and then pictures are absolutely stunning. It folds out as well. So this is not one of the ones on the list, but it's one I added, and I think it really does it justice for when you do the UK study. And then she has her little notebook with all the pictures in that you use with the flags for each of the countries. There's a map over there. I guess get that one. And you visit France, Spain, Holland, Italy, Sweden, Denmark, Great Britain, Ecuador, Brazil, Peru, Chile. So this is the part 2. We also have Expedition Earth by Confessions of a Homeschooler, and what we'll do, we've had it for a few years now, and what we do is we'll add a few of the lab books for some of the different countries that we visit as well. Okay, for art we are doing Yellow Spot Sun Presents Kingly Kingdoms. So it's medieval themed, which obviously with us doing Story of the World Volume 2 just goes perfectly. I actually contacted Melissa, who is the Marissa, who is the author of Kingly Kingdoms, and she actually sent me this curriculum at a discounted price for review, and I've got that video as well. I'll link below too for you. You can have so many videos linked below. But I'm really looking forward to going through this curriculum. So it's video based, and then you get your notebook as well. She also has this one, The Colour Theory with the Impressionists, and I think I'm going to add that throughout the year at some point too. So that's Kingly Kingdoms. And then I've also got the Evermore How to Teach Art to Children. This looks really fun. So you get all the different projects above to do, and some experiments too. So there's a colour experiment one, shading, textures, form, space. So it looks amazing. I'm really excited to do this one. This is one of the artists that we're going to be studying, Leonardo da Vinci. We're also going to be doing some STEM with him too, for some of his inventions. And I also got the Osborne Art Treasury at the end. This is another great one. So I'll just use my leg as a prop. Okay, so we've got the Starry Night, all about Van Gogh, and then you get to create your own. And it's the same throughout. So it looks an amazing book. I'm really excited for us to use this one too. Okay, Torchlight covers music as part of their curriculum, and the book they recommend is The Story of the Orchestra. So listen while you learn about the instruments, the music, and the composers who wrote the music. So you get a disc with it, as you could see through the picture at the front. And then we've got all the different composers, and he said artisan composers, and then all the different instruments. And then they also have this one, Lives of the Musicians, Good Times, Bad Times, and What the Neighbours Thought. This is like a really fun one to read actually. And those are both in the Torchlight curriculum recommended reads for music. I also picked up this Easiest Piano Course Part 1. We're still doing the recorder, and I thought we'd try this one out as well, see how we go with this one. And then I picked up this one, Can You Hear It? This was not part of Torchlight, but I thought it would go great. So it's a cross between art and music, so it's more than 40 details and 26 works of art and music. So basically there's a disc. So you look at a piece of art. Let's just find one. Okay, instruments. Get to the right page in a second. Okay, so you look at a piece of art, and then you play the disc, and then it says, "Can you hear? Can you also hear?" And it's the same throughout for all the pieces, art pieces. I feel like it's just such a fun idea. So I'm really excited to do this one. I think she'll love it. Okay, and then for poetry we added Charles' Introduction to Poetry. This was recommended in Build Your Library, Level 2, as one of their recommended reads. I'm looking forward to doing that one. Okay, so we've got a few different options for critical thinking. So we've got the skill sharpeners critical thinking. I told you I have a few of those skill sharpeners. I also got these two were part of the Torchlight recommended reads, Two Truths and a Lie. So basically you read the chapter and then you determine, as it says, truths and the lies. So it's going to be really fun and very informative and educational for her in a fun way that she's going to love. And this is the other version. They just look absolutely fantastic books. I'm just really in love with Torchlight Cookery right now for all their amazing book recommendations, and they also recommend this one, Behind the Legend, Fact or Fiction, You Decide, and this is the Unicorns one. As I said, I've done a more in-depth video of Torchlight, again I'll link that below. Okay, so we've done that one. I also got the Ever More Critical and Creative Thinking activities. This looks really fun. This is something we'll do over breakfast while we're warming up for the day. And then, because my daughter is absolutely obsessed with riddles, she loves them, I got Dr. Do Riddles from the Critical Thinking Company. And I also got this one off Amazon, Who Am I? If you've got any recommendations for these types of riddle books, let me know, because they're really hard to find. I'm constantly making them up myself. So if you've got any other ones, any other recommendations, let me know, because she loves them. Okay, for health we are doing Healthy Habits and Healthy Kids. Oh, it's got a disc at the back with extra activities in. That's what it looks like inside. And it also comes, well, it didn't come with, but I got this to go along with it, Good Enough to Eat. So we're talking about all the different vitamins and minerals, and so I think she'll enjoy that one. And then I got this pack a while ago, which I've been saving for second grade. So it's Healthy Me, Mental Wellbeing and Mindfulness. And then it also has, I don't know if you can see that, but it has Eating Well, Sleeping Safe, and Keeping Safe, and Resting and Sleeping. Okay, one of our focuses this year is going to be around journaling and writing. So I picked up the Homeschooling with Pets because I thought she would really enjoy it. So there are lots of activities in here. So we've got picking books, learning about different animals, creative writing. So I thought it would really help with notebooking, but rather than just saying to her, pick something and write about it. This is halfway there, I think, for her age. So I think she'll really like that, although I am going to do notebooking in that way too. So give her a stack of books to read and pick something that she'd like to learn about more, and maybe make some notes in her writing book. I just made her this little, so it's just got a picture and then some lines for her to put her thoughts down. But I thought this would be really fun, and I've actually got myself one of these thinking tree journals. I picked the Mum Handbook, so I'm really looking forward to doing that. We can do it together at the table. A fun activity, probably on a fun Friday. You can also watch a movie as well about your chosen animal, and then make notes on it. They look so fun. I'm really excited to delve into these. Okay, for nature study we have a few different things. So I did get Exploring Nature with Children, but we're not using it as the way it intends. We'll just be picking bits out of it that match our topics. We're going to be using this. This is the Nature Study and Outdoor Science Journal from the Thinking Tree. Again, this is looking absolutely fantastic. So for the first page, I mean, nature hunt, find all these things over the year and then colour it in. It's just amazing. I just love these Thinking Tree journals. Draw a cloud, your favourite insect, nature notes, quotes, spelling words, pick some nature books, read a book about the animals that live in water, do a hike, learn about frogs and toads, watch a documentary. They're just fantastic. I'm really excited for that one. And then I got some books to go along with that one. So we got the British Wildlife. The illustrations in this one are absolutely stunning. So it goes through flowers, creepy crawlies, fierce flyers, garden guests, tremendous trees, colourful critters, seabirds, squawkers, nighttime neighbours, saltwater swimmers, fruits and berries, and so on and so on. Smooth and slithery. It's really fun, and the pictures are absolutely gorgeous. And I also got the RSPB Wildlife in Your Garden. Again, this looks like such a fun book for her to read. She's going to love it, I'm sure. And then the RSPB First Book of Birds. So we can do some bird spotting. And then I saw this in someone else's video and I thought it'd be fab. So we got the Book of Gardening Projects for Kids. It was out of print, but I found a used copy, so that was great. And it gives you lots of different projects from, starting off really small. So if you've only got a pot in your garden, so projects of that, moving up to planting a whole spread. So I'm really looking forward to doing those with her. I think that gardening book is actually back in print now as well, so if you want to grab it, I think it was on Amazon. My RSPB nature clipboard, it's another thing that I got for nature study as well. So you've got lots of different stickers and posters and all kinds of things. I don't want to open it, but there's all kinds of different things in here, activities, and you get your little clipboard for when you want to do some drawing. So here, so you've got inside, you've got a spotter guide, a poster, an activity book, and some activity sheets, and obviously a little clipboard. I thought that would be really fun. Perfect for a backpack as well, not too heavy. Okay, for social studies, among some other things I've got planned, I have picked Stand Up, Stand Out, 25 rebel heroes who stood up for their beliefs and how they could inspire you. So this has got all these different people in there. And then it is illustrated picture and then some information about them. Looks like a fantastic read. And then I also got What Would She Do? Real life stories of 25 rebel women who changed the world. And this has got these ladies in here. And again, it's the same design, so illustration of them and then some information about what they did. Okay, for coding, she has become very proficient in Scratch Junior, so we'll be doing the next level up, the regular Scratch application this year, and also Python. And then I've got these DK workbooks, coding in Scratch games and coding in Scratch projects, amongst other things that I've got for coding as well. We're very into coding in our family. So I think she will love those. Okay, for readers and read-alouds. So for for readers, I have got the Myths and Legends collection. I tried to tie it up with our history. So there are various titles in here that would go great with the Story of the World Volume 2. And then I also got this one, which is the Time Chronicles. Again, there are 18 chapter books in there as well. And then I've also got these here. So we've been reading this series and she's been loving it. So I've got her, I think she's only got 2 left in this series to read. They're perfect little chapter books, so definitely recommend them. And especially if you've got a little scientist like I do. As I said, we've almost finished those. So my friend recommended the Ada Lace series. We're trying this one. I just got one to see how she likes it. And then I picked these for her. So she's got Safari Pug. These are really adorable little stories. It's in colour as well, which is always great. Cowboy Pug, Captain Pug, and then we've got Meet the Twitches, so we've got 3. There is just regular Meet the Twitches, and then Meet the Twitches meet a puppy, and the Twitches bake a cake. And I've got this Animal in, 3 books in one. She's going to have so much fun reading this one. It looks a really funny story. The Diary of a Killer Cat, just for fun. I don't think he actually does anything bad. It's just a jokey story which she'll really like. And there you go. Oh, he killed a bird. But she'll really like that one. And then towards the end of the year she can try these ones. So these are all mysteries. So we've got Violet and the Mummy Mystery, Violet and the Pearl of the Orient, Violet and the Hidden Treasure, and Violet and the Smugglers. I think she could probably read them sooner actually. Those. And then we have, my daughter really likes to read, if you're thinking that's too much books. She loves to read. We have the Magic School Bus. No, we don't have the Magic School Bus. I'm going crazy now after all this Trick Animals. The Magic Tree House book collection. We have the Passport to Adventures curriculum that goes with it from Jessica at the Waldock Way. She designed it for her daughter and then put it on sale for other people to purchase. And we love the Magic Tree House. She's read a few of them, but we haven't read all of them. She goes through them really fast though. But she is going to love reading them, especially when she has picked so many fun activities to go with. So this is the teacher's manual, so she's got all the different stories here. And then I'll just get to the right page. So for example, this one is the Amazon rainforest. So she gives you different activities to do with it. So videos to watch, Pinterest board activities, additional books, games, and extras. So this is going to be a really fun enrichment activity for us. There's one more thing for readers as well. We have the Enid Blyton Magic Faraway Tree and Wishing Chair collection. I adored this series when I was a kid, and to see my daughter reading them is just so magical. So the Wishing Chair is currently out because she's reading it. So we've got more Wishing Chair stories, The Wishing Chair Again, Folk of the Faraway Tree, The Magic Faraway Tree, and The Enchanted Wood. Enid Blyton is just so great for this age. Highly recommend them. And we've also got the Famous 5 series as well that you can try. Okay, read loud. So a lot of them are based on what our literature curriculum recommends, so Torchlight, and this is The Turtle of Oman. Stella Diaz has something to say. I'm not showing all of them, this is just a couple of them. The Emperor's Riddle, Neil Gaiman, Fortunately the Milk, the Wollstonecraft Detective Agency, and By Magic, so that's a couple of them. And then I've also got some that I've picked for us too. So we've got The Trumpet of the Swan, The Wind in the Willows, the 5 Children and It series, and then she loves the Gooney Bird series. We read one of them this year which she really enjoyed. I think she really likes it because Gooney Bird loves to write, and so does she, so I thought that would be good. And then I picked up these. I'm not sure if we're going to do them as read louds or readers. I think probably read louds initially. So basically they're all fairy tale based, and then you have 48 choices and 23 endings of how you can change the story. So as you're reading along you can choose a different direction the characters go in, which I think is a really fun idea, and I think she'll love that. So if you can see, it says turn to page 42 if you want that scenario, or turn to page 40 if you want that scenario. So I think it's going to be really fun. Okay, now on to some other fun stuff that we've added this year. Okay, so some fun stuff we added. We have got a compass, the Think Film Math Dice Game, the Brain Quest question and answers challenge cards. We got those last year and we liked them. Smart Games Chicken Shuffle. We are doing some French this year. We've been doing Spanish, but I wanted to try some French this year. So we are doing the first one with French DVD, and then I've got another couple of things as well to go with that for French. We are doing Brain Box for nature, for our nature study. We love these, we've got a couple of them already, so I've got a few more this year. British history, the animals, art, Once Upon a Time, storytelling, and Kings and Queens. And then I also got this off Amazon. It's actually used, but it's in good condition. The Bookworm Game, the game of reading and remembering. So you read a little paragraph of a story and then you have to answer the questions and then move along the game board. We also got the Learning Resources Fraction Tower activity set. Okay, we got the Idiom of the Week pocket chart, the Magnetic Place Value set, and the Money Mat. Also Times Table Swat, the Royal Roundup Strategy and Addition Skills Medieval game, the Junior Outdoor Microscope, so that'd be great for nature study, learning resources all about time, the Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus Builder Kit, the Money Activity Set, some fraction cards, Stargazer's Journal and Nature Journal, the STEM Science Scribble Book and the Engineering one, and also 30 Amazing Recipes for Slime. Roald Dahl's Creative Writing with Charlie, BFG and Matilda. My daughter is obsessed with this book. I keep saying to her it's for 2nd grade, but she can't stop reading it. The Bacteria book, Gross Germs, Vile Viruses and Funky Fungi. This is the science lab, but it's more STEM. I said that yesterday. Engineering projects than necessarily science experiment. And then these are fun, these sticker mosaics. So the neon creatures. And it's got the picture and the stickers at the back. Wild creatures. There's the images for that one. And the fine art masterpieces. And again, there are the pictures for that one. Okay, some fun stationery. So we've got our favourite markers, the Crayola Super Tips. Best markers ever. 2 composition notebooks. You picked pugs. And then narwhals. We have got the little exercise books and then the A4 ones, pens, all different ones in there for all her little thinking tree notebooks, some fun highlighters, some aqua pencils and some watercolours. So that's everything in my haul. Thanks for staying with me if you stayed with me this long. I've got tons of links in the description box for you. We've homeschooled from preschool. I don't have a preschool haul, but I do have pre-K 4, kindergarten, 1st grade, and then obviously this one as well. So I'll put those links in case you have young kids. And then I'll also put the links to the videos I mentioned earlier. So Torchlight, Story of the World book picks, and Elemental Science book picks. Thanks for watching. Take care. See you soon. Bye for now. Hi everyone and welcome to the Learning Ladder. Today I'm sharing with you our curriculum choices for the 2020-2021 school year for my daughter who's 7 and will be going into 3rd grade. Start with language arts first. So for writing we are doing IEW structure and style for students year 1 level A. This is my teacher's manual and this is her student binder. I love how high quality all of their supplies were. I've never used any of IEW's products before, and when I received the box I was just really pleasantly surprised with the great quality of everything. So you get all your dividers and then all of her papers. I've already got the first week in position and all the rest of the weeks are all at the back. For grammar we are doing Fix It Grammar from IEW again, The Nose Tree book 1. So this is the student book and this is my teacher manual. Again, this is IEW. I am so fascinated with this idea and method of teaching grammar. I'm really excited to see how she likes it. So by the end of the year she'll have edited a whole story. So you do a sentence or a paragraph every day, correct it, and then write it into a notebook, and then at the end of the year you'll have rewritten the whole story, which I just think is a fantastic idea and such an interesting concept to teach grammar, and I'm really excited to see how it works. Those are her grammar cards at the back, so that's her student book and my teacher manual, and with the package came a word right now, so a thematic thesaurus for stylized writing. So you've got all your different categories and then different words that you can use in your writing. And the package also came with a portable wall. So we've got dress up, sentence openers, decorations, RY, adverbs, verbs, substitutes for said, some revision diagrams. So yeah, that was what was in the IW package for writing and grammar. We also have the teaching, writing, structure and style for me, and I will be doing the course before we start school this year, well, in 3rd grade. We are also still using the All About Homophones book from the All About Reading Company. We will go up to the next grade because it goes in grades of homophones that she will learn this year. So I have the literacy centres and the reading and language centres from Evermore. They're great because they're file folder games. lots of fun, interactive, hands-on way of learning, and we really enjoyed them, so I've got those two as well. For spelling, we are using Evermore Building Spelling Skills Grade 3. We used the Grade 2 version this year and she really enjoyed it. It really worked well, so we continue on with building spelling skills. So there are a list of 15 words, but you also get a different activity each day, and she really enjoyed the variety of activities. There is also dictation as well, so it really worked, so we're staying with it. I've also got her this little spelling dictionary, so there are some common words at the front and terms, and then every letter has a page of common words and then blank to fill it out. I got this off Teachers Pay Teachers. It was a mixture of two different resources. One was Creative Lab, and then I can't remember what that one was, but if you need the link or anything, let me know. It was a free download. Handwriting, we are using Handwriting Without Tears cursive and also Handwriting Level 3 from The Good and the Beautiful. We really like the mixture of the two. It keeps handwriting interesting. They both have lots of different activities, and they're really engaging. I'm really excited to use this edition though, because this is the new version where it's rainbow, so you follow the rainbow to actually write the cursive letter, so I'm interested to see how that works, but we like to do a combination of the two. It keeps writing interesting. Literature, this year we are doing my literature unit studies that I created for her. There are tons of different activities in here to do with each of the books that I have picked. We are doing Beauty and the Beast, The Secret Garden, Peter Pan and The Little Mermaid. I love these versions illustrated by Mina Lima, or Mina Lima, however you pronounce it. They are just stunning, absolutely gorgeous. I can't wait to dive into those. Taken our vocabulary words that we're going to use out of the those books, and we'll be doing our vocabulary notebook from particular literature that we'll be reading. I think that'll make it more meaningful. With the activities, we've got plot, conflict and theme, setting and characters. That's a little mini book. You already saw the roller story. We've got character trait, map the plot, draw the ending. We've got Venn diagrams, different writing activities for each topic, for each unit. So this one for The Secret Garden is how to plant your secret garden. And then of course she'll have her book report and movie night. Continuing on with literature, the ones I showed you previously were ones that I will read to her, then we'll do my literature units, and then these ones are the ones she'll be reading herself, and then she'll be doing the literature units from Confessions of a Homeschooler. So I picked 2 fiction and 2 non-fiction. So her fiction ones are The Voyages of Dr. Dolittle and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and she's got the corresponding lap books to go along with them, and literature study. And her non-fiction ones, she has got Marie Curie unit lap book from Confessions of a Homeschooler, and I picked up the Who Was Marie Curie book to go with, and I've also got her graphic novel to go along with the literature study for Thomas Edison, again from Confessions of a Homeschooler. The graphic novel I haven't received yet, it's still in the mail, but it hopefully will be here soon. Okay, continuing with language arts and some add-ons, we got the Evermore Word A Day Grade 3. This will be our 3rd year using this, and we love it. I'll link in the description box a video of how we use it. It goes in our bedtime basket and it works great. I also got her the Junior Illustrated Grammar and Punctuation. It's a great little guide to have to hand. For fun, this How to Make a Book Written and Illustrated by You, just a fun little activity. We also picked up the creative writing book. My daughter loves anything to do with stories, and this has got so many writing stories, and this has got so many different activities and ideas and styles of writing in here, so I know she's going to love that. I also picked up the Story Idea, Writer Ideas Journal, because she's always coming up with little stories, and I thought it'd be a great place for her to keep track of them in her little notebook. She also absolutely loves making comics. I got her the Osborne Write and Draw Your Own Comics book. I do also always get her a blank comic book for her to make her own in as well, which she used extensively this year, so I'll definitely need to get her a new one. And the Osborne Make Your Own Comics pad, again, fantastic resource. We also picked up the Osborne Write Your Own Poems. These Osborne little guidebooks are fantastic, highly recommend them. For reading, we finished All About Reading level 4 in 2nd grade, so we won't be doing any reading curriculum this year. However, I do have reading comprehension, so I've got a mixture of different fiction and non-fiction activities. These were from Twinkle, and then I've picked a selection of books for her to read. She obviously has the literature ones with the guides and everything that she'll be doing, but with these it'll just be a case of reading for pleasure, and obviously I can ask her questions about them and comprehension that way, as opposed to any kind of written activities. I've tried to get a good selection, so I'll show you what I've picked. She can obviously pick out additional books, that's absolutely fine, but I just always like to have a selection in her reader box ready to go. So I've got her the Osborne Alice in Wonderland graphic novel, the science comic Dinosaurs, Fossils and Feathers, and some of them are topic based for units that we'll be doing. This is Who Was Beatrix Potter. We've got the science comics The Brain, so this is one of our topic based ones. Animals at War, again another one of our topic ones, so she learns all about the different animals that helped during the war and what they did. A Ranger in Time, Rescue on the Oregon Trail, so a historical one. We also have a Tanglewood Animal Park Baby Zebra Rescue. This is to do with one of our biology units. We've got Welcome to Silver Street Farm. Again, this is to do with one of our units as well. Then we have the Maisie Hitchens series from Hollyweb, and this is a story of a little girl who is a detective in Victorian London. I thought that'd be really fun. And then we've also got the Hollyweb series, so there are a range of different books in here, so different animals that she feature in her story. We have the Secret Mermaid collection, again from Osborne, and then I've got a further collection on her shelf. So we've got the Rescue Zoo collection, which is from Amelia Cobb, and then some more animal stories from Helen Peters as well. For read alouds, I've got a little selection here. We will read obviously a lot more, but I just thought I'd show you some in case you're looking for some ideas. So I've got the What Katie Did collection, and the Anne of Green Gables collection. We've got the Lion, the Witch and Wardrobe, Pippi Longstocking, the Wizard of Oz series. We've got The Incredible Journey, Birch Bark House, this is to do with our history. The Girl Who Helped Thunder and Other Native American Folktales, again to do with our history. We've got Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. And then we've got a few more that are related to our history, which I'll show you in the history portion of the video. Read alouds, we've got The Wild Robot, we've also got The Tale of Despereaux, and then the Mrs. Frisbee and Her Rats of Nim. It's in the post, so it hasn't arrived yet. And another item we'll be adding to our language arts is the Fab Vocab Prefixes and Suffixes from Scholastic. For maths, we are doing Saxon Math 3. This comes with the teacher manual, the meeting book, the 2 student workbooks, and all the fact cards that are in the middle. We've used Saxon from the beginning and it works really well, so we're staying with Saxon. I also got her these Osborne activity books to go along with, just for some variety. We have got the graphs and charts, and then in this one I have got the times tables, multiplying, dividing, measuring things, fractions and decimals. And then I also picked her up this times table activity pad, again from Osborne. For logic and critical thinking, we have got the Skill Sharpness Critical Thinking Grade 3. Again, we've used this in previous years and we love it, so many fun activities. And to go along with, I also got Logic Safari. This is a new one this year, so this is for grades 3 to 4. And it's got lots of fun activities in that one. And then I've got a pile of the Osborne activities books. So we've got logic puzzles, math puzzles, Great Britain quiz book, a general knowledge crossword, some word puzzles, and some brain games. For science, we were due to study chemistry this year, but my daughter also wanted to do biology again as well. We did biology in 1st grade and she wanted to do it again, so what I did was switch to a different curriculum. We do science every day, so I switched to a different curriculum that was 2 days a week so that I could do biology unit study style, so that she would get the best of both worlds. So for science, for chemistry, we are doing Real Science Odyssey, This is a new curriculum to us. I'm excited to see how it works. It's a 2-day week curriculum, so that works perfectly with us wanting to do the unit study style for biology. I also got the periodic table visual catalogue to go along with it. This is an absolutely fantastic book. Highly recommend. I was very fortunate to get this for £3. It's a lot more expensive full price, but it looks amazing. So excited to use that. We also got What Chemistry All About. This is an Osborne book. And then Lift the Flap periodic table. Looks so fun. Okay, so for our unit study approach to biology, we are doing a few different things. We are doing the human body from The Good and the Beautiful. And this has got a few books that go along with it. Why I Sneeze, Shiver, Hiccup and Yawn, What Happens to a Hamburger, and Germs Make Me Sick. Some of the extra resources I've got to go along with it. We have the DK Knowledge Encyclopedia Human Body. We've had this one for a few years and it's just absolutely fantastic. We love all the DK Knowledge Encyclopedias. I've also got the Scholastic Body Book, so easy to make hands-on models that teach. We've got the Osborne Human Body Sticker Book. Lots of fun with this one. Oops. This is a fantastic book. We love this one. I have got a review as well on my channel of this video, a video about this book. Luminatomy. You get the different lenses and you get to see all the different body structures through the lens. So you've got your skeleton, your muscles and your organs and blood vessels, and it is so cool. That's a fantastic book. We also got the Look Inside What Happens When You Eat. This is a new one from Osborne, I believe. Looks a really interesting and fun one. And then I got this one, again is new for us this year too. It's the Welcome to the Museum collection for anatomy. Stunning book. And I also got the activity book to go along with it. We have Stuff You Should Know About the Human Body. Looks like a really fun read. Very informative. Visual, but so much information packed in there and presented in such a fun way. Look at that, the sewage works. And another one from Osborne, new to us this year, is How Your Body Works. We do have the other original body one from Osborne, but I'm glad to say this is actually different. So if you're wondering, it is definitely different than the other one, and it looks really fun. In this study we have Mammals, again by The Good and the Beautiful, and this just looks absolutely stunning. I'm so excited to do this unit. And to go along with it, again we have the Welcome to the Museum, but this is the animal version. Again, absolutely stunning. Can't wait to dive into this one, and the activity book is hiding underneath. Okay, we also got the DK Knowledge Encyclopedia Animal. I got these all on a great sale this year, that's why I added to them. We had the Human Biology already, but as soon as I saw that these were on offer, I had to add a few more. It's perfect for future as well as for now. She can get so much out of it, and they'll grow with her. They are just absolutely stunning. I love this one. We can use our magnificent book of animals and ocean creatures to go along with it. We've had these for a couple of years now. I think actually no, last year we got them for 2nd grade, and they are just fantastic. So it shows you the animal, then it tells you their fact file, so where they live, their habitat, length, weight, lifespan and diet, and then some information about them. They're just absolutely stunning books, and I've made our animal notebook pages to go along with it, so she can name the animal, she can draw a picture of it, state where it lives, and then she can fill out the information for each of the animals. Along with our unit studies, so it'll last for the year, I also picked up the Evermore Grade 3 Science Lessons and Investigations, and there are a few in the Life Science category. And I also got the DK Knowledge Encyclopedia for Science. As I said, these were all on a great sale, so I took advantage while they were on the sale. On Twinkle, I've got a few mini units. So I've got one on plants, one on animals including humans. Again, this is the same, animals including humans. Living things and their habitats. And again from Twinkle I have a mini unit on scientists and inventors. So the first unit is on plant hunters and George Washington Carver. The second is on Marie Curie and several other prominent scientists and inventors. Also, to go along with our human biology unit, I have a mini unit on nurturing nurses. And there are several nurses, and one of them is Florence Nightingale. So I've got the VK Life Stories book to go along with our mini unit on nurses. For history this year we are doing Story of the World Volume 3, Early Modern Times. This is the reading book, and then the activity guide is here. I've also made some notebook pages this year. So basically each chapter will have a space for her to draw and to write a few things about the chapter, and then there are some questions, and then halfway through the book it turns to narrations as well. Some of the books I got to go along with are history this year. We have got Katie in Scotland. I love the Katie books. We've got a few of the art ones, but this is specifically about Scotland. We have got, due to the period of history we're studying, we have got the DK Knowledge Encyclopedia History. This is fantastic because it's split into the different time periods. We've got the Chocolate Tree, Online Folk Tale. We've got If You Lived When There Was Slavery in America. You Wouldn't Want to Be in the Great Fire of London. The Oregon Trail, an interactive history adventure. So it's got 3 story paths, 38 choices and 17 endings. We've got William Shakespeare and the Globe. Got some beautiful illustrations in this one. The Story of Exploration. See Inside Exploration and Discovery. The British History Timeline sticker book. We're continuing on with this one to the next stage of where we're up to. Got Who Was Sacagawea. Shakespeare Can Be Fun, A Midsummer Night's Dream. The What on Earth War Book Timeline of Shakespeare. Get your little magnifier over there as well. One of our history books, if you were there when we signed the Constitution, but I've got most of them. So we've got Pocahontas, An American Princess. You Wouldn't Want to Be Mary, Queen of Scots. If You Sailed on the Mayflower in 1620. These are some stickers for the Universal Yums and Atlas Crate maps that I mentioned. The Wampanoag, A Kid's Life in Colonial America, and Toby and the Great Fire of London. We've got the Osborne Beginners series for history. These will be added to her reader's box, things that she will read. I've also got herself, and I've got some little mini units to go along with them. We've also got a membership to Mysteries in Time, so it's a subscription that you get every month. Goes through different periods of history. The first one was Egypt, so you get your reading book with it. You also get some fun activities, you get a craft. It's really fantastic. I think it's great value for money. They do ship internationally as well, so they will go nicely along with the Osborne readers too. This year as well we have joined the English Heritage Trust. So basically as part of the membership we can visit a ton of different tourist historical attractions around the UK. It is amazing. I can't wait for everything to open so we can actually start using our membership. And then every month they also send you a brochure as well. So we've got so far the Prehistoric Life and the Roman Quest. I've been keeping these ready for 3rd grade. And how this works is each period of history is given with all the different attractions within that period of history that you can visit, which is so fun. I'm so excited. We just need everything to open up again so we can go. I do have the Osborne, no, I think it's actually Osborne actually. It's the Shakespeare Stories collection from Andrew Matthews and Tony Ross. They are in colour. They're from Orchard, not Osborne, they're from Orchard. They're really fun. I'm looking forward to going through a couple of them this year with her, due to the time period of history we're studying. And then what I decided to do was pick just a couple of little periods of history that we could go dive into a bit deeper than with Story of the World. So the first one we are going to dive into a little bit deeper with The Little House on the Prairie. So I've got the reading, read loud, we have got the cookbook, the craft book, and then I've also got a literature guide to it too. And then we've also got the history pocket for Life in Plymouth Colony from Evermore. That would be such a fun one to go through. I'm really excited about that. And then I've picked two periods in history where there was something life-changing that happened. So the first one is the railways. So I've picked a unit study from Twinkle on the railways and how that changed everything. And then the other event was the Titanic. So I got the I Survived the Sinking of the Titanic from Scholastic, and then I've also got a mini unit again from Twinkle for the Titanic. And then for history as well, we've got the Who Was History of the World book, and then I've also got Great Women Who Changed the World with the activity book too. Moving on to geography, we do geography 2 days a week as we do history, and for our first geography day it's skills based, and then the second day is unit study based. So for the skills based day we do skills sharpness geography. This is grade 3, we've been using this for the past 2 years as well. This will be our 3rd year using it. We love this curriculum, it works great. I also add maps, charts and graphs to it, where you have moved into communities this year, level C. And these are fantastic as well. We love them. And then I've added a new one this year. We've added the Collins Primary Geography. So this is the investigation. So it's mostly reading with some discussion and some activities. So I thought that would go along great. There's also some regional things specific to us too, as well as the wider world. Okay, then for our unit study day we're doing a couple of things. We are doing Expedition Earth by Confessions of a Homeschooler, and this is around the world unit study. We get to visit lots of different countries. It's so fun, there's lots of different activities, crafts. It is amazing. We have dipped into it previously, but we've never done it as in from start to finish, and we've dipped into certain countries and things, so I'm really looking forward this year to just completing everything. And you can make lap books with them, or you can do notebooking. It's a really fun curriculum. It also has an animals element to it as well, so you get to talk about and learn about all the different animals in each country as well. I will be adding to it, so when we get to the UK, I've got an in-depth UK study, unit study to go along with that, and then also I've got a rainforest unit as well to add to it too, just to meet some goals that I wanted to teach this year. So we're adding the Animal Habitats book to, I think this is Scholastic, to the Expedition Earth, as well as the little animal units that she's got to go along with it. And then we are doing something really fun this year. We have a subscription to Atlas Crate and also to Universal Yums. I don't have the box for the Universal Yums because we already ate everything. It was our trial box to see if we liked it. I do have an unboxing of it though, if you want to check that out, that I filmed previously. We can't wait to get on Xbox. So Atlas Crate and that's KiwiCo, Atlas Crate, and this is Universal Yum. So we're looking at obviously food from different countries, which is so fun, and then this visits different countries and has a range of activities and all kinds of things in the box. They are so fun. So go along with it, we have got our passport, and then we've also got our flight boarding pass, and then I've made the Bon Voyage adventure journal to go along with it. So what she's going to be doing is she's got a map for all the different places that we could possibly end up visiting, and I've got some little coloured sticky dots on order that she can stick on for when we get a box, either from Atlas Crate or from Universal Yums for that region. And then I've made some fact sheets to go along with them. So we've got for Universal Yum, draw your snacks, where you're located, and then some information about capital city, currency, continent, and draw a landmark, and then the same for Atlas Crate. And just some books that we use for geography. We've got the DK What's Where in the World. This is a fantastic book, highly recommend it. It is amazing. The Osborne Geography Encyclopedia. Wild Places, Mountains, Jungles and Deserts. And we've had these for a few years and we love them. Material World, I'm sure most of you have seen this one before, and just in case you haven't, it shows you a different family from different regions. They stand outside their home with all their belongings, and it gives the children a great cultural experience to see how other children around the world live. And then Hungry Planet is the same kind of thing, except they show you everything that they are eating in a week. And then Children Just Like Me, which again we've had for a few years, but goes great with the units, and it shows different children from different parts of the world, what their life's like, favourite hobbies, etc. Are the part of the unit studies that are more in depth for the UK and North and South America. So you've got your study book, and then you've got your activity book, and it's the same for the North and South America. And then I've also got a unit study, as I said, on the rainforest. The DK Celebrations Around the World, and also the Osborne Maps activity book. This is a great book, showing you all the different celebrations that take place and some information about them. And the Osborne Maps books are always super fun. Moving on to art, so for our skill-based stuff we have got the art lab for kids and the paint lab for kids. What I really like is it shows you the techniques and all the instructions for the project you're making, but then it's also got some art appreciation as well with it. So for example here it'll tell you meet the artist, and you'll see other artists that work in that genre of art. So that's the art lab, and then this is the paint lab. And again, it's the same thing, so it'll tell you some artists who also use those techniques in their work, which I thought was really fun. Okay, moving on to art appreciation, we have the theme pocket from Evermore for artists. We've got 6 pockets with 6 artists in here that we cover. I've also got the great artist books. We've had these for a while and we love them, so we've got these are to go along with those Evermore pockets for ones where it is applicable. So it shows you the masterpieces as well in the actual story that they made. So we've got Van Gogh, Picasso, Monet, Michelangelo, and Da Vinci, and Rembrandt. I've also tried to tie in our art cross-curricular with certain other aspects. So for example, we've got bodies, which is cross-curricular obviously with our human body study, all learning about different types of art and how to draw different parts of the body, shape, form and everything else. Again, these are all from Twinkle. I've also got a mini unit on the ocean, seaside, different art related to that. And then I've also got a mini unit on art relating to food that can go along with our baking unit. I'm going to look at some British artists and some European artists as well. Picture study, I got the Thinking Tree study of art and history, picturing the past, 75 notable paintings from 1700 to 1930. This is in full colour, which is gorgeous. So it's got all the information about the artists, so you get to research and share some interesting facts. Again, those artist books I showed you will come in handy for this too. So what can you learn about the past from the painting? What words can be used to describe the painting? Give this painting a creative name. And there are some fantastic works of art in there. And then some fun activity books. We have got the famous artist sticker book from Osborne. We have got the art gallery sticker book, so you get to design your own gallery, including where all the paintings and sculptures and everything go, and then you even get to pick what goes in the gift shop. We love this book. This is the DK Art, a Children's Encyclopedia. This is a great reference book and also gives lots of great information, and it's very inspirational as well. And then I have got the Osborne Book of Famous Artists, again for us to dip into to get some more information and for research purposes. And we've also got the art activity book from Osborne for some fun art time as well. I've made her these artist notebook pages, so basically they're all prompts, so all different kinds of prompts. Draw your bakery, draw your farm, draw your planting field and crops, draw the beach, draw the rainforest, you know, just tons of different, draw your favourite pet animal, just tons of different prompts in there. And again, keeping along with our theme of cross-curricular with art, I've got drawing faces, which obviously ties in with our human body unit study, and animals with our biology unit study. These are fantastic. As far as I know, they're new. I've never seen them before. So it's got all the different techniques, great pictures, and prompts, and it's also got some codes as well, secure links and downloadable images. They are just fantastic. I'm looking forward to using those. I have the Directed Drawings bundle from the Moffat Girls. This is a recently released product, so it is still growing, a growing bundle. So it is on the cheaper side right now. It's got various different themes, differentiated from 4-step, 8-step, lots of different writing options. So far I've printed farm, zoo, bugs and transportation, I think. But they look really fun. I'm excited to use this year. Languages, we are doing French again. This is the McGraw-Hill pack, so it comes with your full colour guidebook, your activity book and 3 audio CDs. So it is the all-in-one fun language learning program. We haven't used it before, so I'm excited to see how we do with it. I've also got some little mini units, you know, about me and family and all those kinds of things for French too, but we're going to start out with this and hopefully it will work well. Okay, moving on to nature study. So I have done it slightly differently this year. Rather than do one curriculum, I've done it uni study style again, split between the years, so I've got 4 units that will split throughout the year. So the first one is medicinal herbs. Again, this is cross-curricular with our human biology unit. So we've got the handmade apothecary, so it's got all the different types of herbs and what they can do, and how they can help for different conditions. And then this is the gardener's companion to medicinal plants, and what I will do is I'll pick out suitable topics obviously for us to look through. And then this one has got again different herbs and experiments as well, so we will have lots of fun with those. I have got her a medicinal herbs notebook pages, so we've got experiments. So basically what I'll do is I'll pick a selection of appropriate experiments that we can do with different herbs and things, and we're going to grow our own herb box, so she can draw it, conclusion, and we'll have, what did she learn, so we'll have lots of fun with those. I'm really looking forward to that, and again it's, you know, cross-curricular with our human biology. The next unit we have got is ocean, so we've got the ocean, our ocean habitats from theme pocket from Evermore. So there's lots of fun activities in this one, and to go along with it I have got this gorgeous book from Julia Rothman, the Ocean Anatomy book. I can't wait to dive into this one. My daughter is a huge ocean fan, and we've got quite a few books ocean themed to go along with it. There is actually one of those encyclopedias that I showed you before that I really love on ocean, but it's not out until August, so I'm definitely pre-ordering that. And we've got a few other ocean books because my daughter is a huge fan. I've also got the big sticker book of the blue, and this goes along with those other books, the big book of ocean. So that's the sticker book version. And then I have got a literature unit from 5 in a row. This is Hello Lighthouse. So this is the book that goes along with it, and then I've got the mini unit in a PDF form to go along with this particular book. The next mini unit is Farm, and again I have gone for the Evermore theme pocket Farmers Feeders. So there are tons of activities in here. I've also got Farm Anatomy, again from Julia Rothman. This is a gorgeous book as well. Can't wait to dive into this one. And we have got Pignapped, from a factory farm to family farm. This is one of the Think a Tree journals. I'm so excited. It's a story based, so it tells you the story all about the animals on the farm. There's vocabulary in here, there are activities, research pages, so much fun in here. And we also have a local farm that has a junior farm experience where throughout the year they'll have different activities where children can go and they'll show them a new skill. So for example, it could be planting pumpkins, it could be learning how things grow, it could be a chicken egg activity where they get to go and collect some eggs and then they have a big presentation. I'm hoping that they'll be able to run them again, obviously once everything quiets down with what's going on in the world. So fingers crossed that they will be able to take place at least at some point during this year. Fingers crossed. And then our final nature unit is just traditional nature studies. So we've got the Julia Rothman Nature Anatomy book. I've just put it under a pile somewhere, but you've all seen it before. It's, you know, the same, not food, it's nature. And then I've got the Osborne Nature Activity book. This looks amazing. I've got The Magic and Mystery of Trees. This is a gorgeous book, absolutely fantastic. I've also got a book that hasn't arrived yet, but it's on order. There's another DK one. It's trees, roots, seeds, and something else, plants I think. I've got the Nature Beginners collection from Osborne, if it will focus. There we go. And then this is just the big sticker book of beasts. I think I should have put this in the science, but I thought I'd show it you anyway because it's gorgeous. And then she's just got a regular notebook for us to make notes in and draw pictures and things. And I've got a mini unit on plants. Okay, moving on to baking. We have got the Complete Baking Book for Young Chefs. This has got 100+ sweet and savoury recipes. So lots of picture instructions, great content. We also have Food Anatomy, as you saw before, from Julia Rothman. This looks gorgeous, I'm so excited. We have got the 100 Things to Know About Food. I love this series, and we've got a few of these books now and they are so good. Definitely highly recommend the 100 Things to Know series. I've got Science Experiments You Can Eat. So lots of fun. My daughter loves doing experiments, making potions, so I know she's going to love that. And then I've also got for fun the Disney Princess Cookbook with 50 delicious recipes. This is really fun. It goes by the characters, so that's Jasmine's, those are Belle's, Mulan I guess it was, Aurora. So lots of, they looked at it. I remember getting really hungry now looking at that. And then I've made her my bakery, sorry not bakery, my baking notebook pages. So she's got her ingredients, you know, draw it and, you know, things like that. How did it go? I have got a thematic unit from Evermore, from Farm to Table. And I've also got a From Farm to Fork mini unit from Twinkle to go along with it too, so we can learn about all, you know, where food comes from and everything else, how it gets to you know, what gets to be on your plate, and everything in between. And then I've also got a healthy eating unit from Twinkle as well, so we're talking about the plate and everything else, you know, all the vitamins, minerals, you know, everything is all in that activity unit for health. So that's going to be so much fun. Actually, this is just in the same binder, so I thought I'd mention it. I am making her a daily notebook again. I'll show that in a separate video. It'll be in one of my prepping videos, which if you haven't already seen them, there's one up, and then the rest of them will be following this video, so prepping for 3rd grade. So don't forget to check those out if you are interested. And this is something that I made to go along in her binder for her reading vlog. I just thought I'd mention it because it's in here. There's the Nature Anatomy book. It was hiding underneath a pile. Moving on to IT. So we've got a couple of different things here. So first we have got a Raspberry Pi. So this is the starter kit for Raspberry Pi 4, and we've also got coding for beginners using Python. We've got some books to go along with the Raspberry Pi, so we've got 13 fun projects in Raspberry Pi for kids. So basically with that little device, if you don't, I'm sure you probably already know, but in case you don't, you can use it to code, build websites, make art, write games, all kinds of things. And I've also got 10 projects in this one. This is Raspberry Pi Adventures. And then I've got this little workbook, DK workbook to go along with it. So it explains all about getting connected, and it's got some different activities in here. So making your LED light up, using Python, making the light flash, some art projects. So that's for Raspberry Pi as well. I've got a little notebook, some notebook pages as well to go with. So that's a Raspberry Pi. I've also got Typing 2 from The Good and the Beautiful. They are the stickers that are sticking out. I didn't bind those. The stickers for each of the units. So I'm really looking forward to doing this with her as well. So cross-curricular with art and IT, we have got Artie. So you code him to draw. So it's cross-curricular with art. My daughter loves art, so I know she's going to love this, and coding as well built in. So it's a great, it's something great to add to our homeschool this year. I've been waiting to get him for a while. Finally found him on a sale at a time when I could get him. So I'm really super happy and can't wait to get him out. Okay, and then for art as well, we are doing my IT. We are doing for IT. We're doing my curriculum. It's called The Journey. It's something that I have wrote based on the Animals of Farthing Wood book. So in The Journey, the animals have to leave their home, and obviously, as it suggests, make a journey to a new location. So it's all about the adventures and hardships and fun they have along the way. So it is based loosely on the Animals of Farthing Wood. So we will be reading this book to go along with it. If you've not read this before, it's about animals that have to leave their home and go to a sanctuary. So the journey is similar but not exactly the same. So things that she'll be doing in the 2 units that we're doing this year is presentation skills and spreadsheets and Excel. So for the presentation skills, it'll be things like PowerPoint, so making PowerPoint presentations, posters, moving images and everything else, manipulating images, all those kinds of things. And then in Excel, she will be making spreadsheets. She'll also be doing graphing. It's all themed around the journey and all the animals' experiences, you know, what they need and everything else. So I'm really looking forward to doing this with her. And then I've also got a few mini units on IT, some extra word processing things that can add on to our typing, some computer vocabulary cards and all kinds of things like that. And then we've also got the illustrated computing dictionary for her too. And now moving on to our electives. Now in the past we've done a theme year, so for example we did a STEM year, we did a literature year through a literature curriculum. This year I'm doing 3 different topics for enrichment. The first one is animation. So my daughter loves telling stories, and she also loves making movies, making videos. So I was trying to think of how I could encourage that and support that, and I thought animation would be a great thing for her to try out. So I found this animation lab for kids, fun projects for visual storytelling and making art move. So it's a guide with lots of different techniques and skills. I also found a mini unit afterwards on Twinkle that I can use as well, which is great. So it shows you how to make all the different animation processes, and I'm super excited. I also got her the animation studio to go along with it. It's got some fold out stage sets and props and a little handbook in here just to get her started. She can make her own props, and again we can make that cross curricular with art, and I've got clay for her so she can make clay figures, and there's so many different things you can make. I just got her that little studio for fun to start off with, and then of course she's got her animation notebook pages. The next elective we are doing is money, my money matters. So she has got a money matters notebook, and then we are using Usborne Money for Beginners and Usborne Managing Your Money, and again I've managed afterwards to find a little unit on Twinkle as well to go along with it. but this looks fantastic and I'm really excited to go through this with her. And then the last elective is Learn to Sew. With the sewing machine, we have got the Learn to Sew Kids pack. They were very, very kind to send me this for review. I'm so excited. I did a little flip through. I'll link that below if you want to see that. This curriculum looks so great. I'm so excited to start. I have got her guide and mine in there, so the parents guide and the students guide. We're really looking forward to the stores opening, so we can go out and pick a sewing machine, a beginner sewing machine. They do recommend certain models on their website, so we'll have a look at those in the stores. It's not something I think you can buy online. I think you need to go to the store, so that's why, and it's fun as well to go and check them all out. So that's why we're waiting for the stores to open, but I'm so excited to start this curriculum, and I've had this on my shelf for years waiting until she was ready. This little sewing kit, I'm sure it's in a video at some point, probably back in pre-K4 or something. I bought it on a sale. It's for an early learning centre one. It's in this little tin box. It's got all the supplies in, so I'm really excited to start our sewing this year. I'll be learning along with her. Obviously I can hand sew, but I've never machine sewed before, so I'm really excited to start this with her this year. Okay, so just some fun stuff to go along with our curriculum this year. I haven't got stationery yet because I'm waiting for the stores to open. I think stationery online is really expensive, so I'm holding off buying anything like that. Okay, so we've got this Osborne mini hand lettering book. It's got all different styles in and teaches them how to do different fun lettering. I thought that would be cute. We have got Vet Academy. That'd be great to go along with our biology. We have got the technology scribble book. So there's lots of fun crafts here. Draw vehicles of the future, plan an eco house, design an android, invent a smart gadget, unlock computer code. Lots of fun in this one. My daughter will turn 8 in the autumn, so I got her the My Awesome Year Being 8 journal. So a ton of different writing prompts in here. So I'm excited for her to complete that. I thought we could use this with our sewing, so we've got the Sew Mini Treats, so more than 18 food plushies to stitch and stuff. This is a klutz book. I thought this would go great with our biology. A world full of animal stories, 50 folk tales and legends. The end pages are just gorgeous. It will also obviously go great with our geography as well. We have the 100 things to know about history. As I said, we love these 100 things to know about books. Highly recommend them. We have got this Nat Geo Kids Dogs sticker activity book. My daughter loves dogs, so I thought this would be a fun one, and we can tie it in with one of our reading comprehension. So she can do a dog reading comprehension activity, then she can compare the stickers in here and find the dogs she was reading about and everything else. It just extends the reading. It's really great for the Osborne ones as well. So we have an Osborne Birds one, which we'll be using to add to our birds comprehension activity to extend it. Reading comprehension, that is. Got her this Inventor Studio, so it's a Spark Lab from Smithsonian. So it's got all the different little activities in here. So she can start some STEM crafts and fun. This is to go along with our chemistry unit. I got her the jigsaw of the periodic table from Osborne. I got the children's book of first aid skills. It also comes with a poster and stickers. For fun, the Dress Up Your Paper Pups from Klutz. I know she's going to love this. You get all the different outfits for them. This is to go along with our geography, so it's Wonders of the World. Take a trip around the world and learn about the greatest wonders on the planet. So you've got all the different cards with all the different wonders on. There's a game board as well, on a map. This is not something new, we've had this previously, but it is fun. If you're doing a human body unit study, it shows you all the different structures. And he's losing parts of his body if you turn the page. Definitely a fun one. We have got the Knowledge Boosters Human Body puzzles, so match up. I have got her an anatomy lab, so we've got all kinds of things in here. So you can assemble a model of a skeleton, there's an internal organs puzzle, animated images, interactive anatomy, x-ray sheets and viewers. I'm on the hunt for a chemistry set, but I am waiting until the store's open, so there's more choice. But that is definitely something that we'll be getting, that I haven't purchased yet, but will hopefully be soon once the store's open and I can see a few different choices. It's a chemistry set. I also picked up this children's chess game for her. I like it because it's got on the board the information about each piece, so you're not constantly having to go back to the rules, you know, when you're learning. We've learnt drafts, and now I'm ready to try her with chess and see how she does with that. I love as well that the pieces are actually shaped as they should be too. Yeah, I've got some artist canvas and one binder. I'll get more stationery once all the stores open. Billions and trillions, understanding big numbers, and then the coral reef watercolour set. And then Pugopoly. My daughter absolutely adores pugs. They are the best thing ever to her. She cannot wait till she can have a pug one day. We had Junior Monopoly, and I was going to get her the regular Monopoly this year, but then when I saw this I thought, no, I'm going to get this instead, so Pugopoly. And that's what it looks like. So it's very similar to Monopoly, slightly different obviously, but I think she is going to be so excited when she sees this. And that's the end of my video. Thank you so much for staying with me to the end if you have. I haven't checked how long this video is, but I've got a feeling it's probably quite long, so I appreciate if you stayed to the end. I hope it was informative for you and gave you some ideas to consider for your student, your child, and I will see you in my next video. As I said, I am doing a prepping for 3rd grade series. Episode 1 is already up, and then following this video the rest of the series will continue. You can see everything I'm doing for prepping for 3rd grade. So thank you again so much for watching. Take care, and I will see you soon. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Learning Ladder. Today I'm sharing with you my curriculum picks for the 2021-2022 homeschool year. My daughter is 8 and will be going into 4th grade. So I'll start with maths. So for maths we are doing Saxon Math 5-4. This is the textbook. You have got the solutions manual, all the answers in, and then we have our tests and worksheets book. I'm also adding a couple of little extra Usborne books to it. This is the multiplying dividing activity book. We really like these. This is fractions and decimals, and our times tables activity book. And what we tend to do is use these on Fridays. I also got this for maths this year, How to Be Good at Maths, the simplest ever visual guide. This goes from age 7 to 11, so we can continually use it for the next several years. And it's got different topics of numbers, calculating, measurements, geometry, statistics and algebra, and it just looks fantastic. So it's a great reference resource when you're doing different math activities. For language arts, we are doing Beowulf Grammar and Beowulf Language Arts. So I've done a flip through of this curriculum before, so I'll link that below so you can check it out. But it comes with a lot of books, so I'll just show you some of them now. Okay, so English from the roots up. So this is for your Greek and Latin. These are some of the grammar books she requests or recommends. Skin Like Milk, Hair of Silk, Similes and Metaphors, Eat Shoots and Leaves about punctuation, adjectives and adverbs with squirrels. My dog is as smelly as dirty socks. Girls Like Spaghetti, again about punctuation, more particularly about apostrophes. Again, this one is about commas, Eat Shoots and Leaves. Dealing insincerely, what is an adverb? Book about nouns. Book about verbs. Kite, scale, sail high. Up and away, book about adverbs. Look at my book. Actually, this should be in the writing section. How kids can write and illustrate terrific books. 20 Odd Ducks. Why every punctuation mark counts. Greedy Apostrophe, a cautionary tale. And Many Luscious Lollipops, a book about adjectives. She also requests or recommends 2 poetry books. I picked A Child's Introduction to Poetry. This one is gorgeous. beautifully illustrated, and then Where the Sidewalk Ends, and this one is really, really funny. I know my daughter's going to really like this one. There are also 3 games that she recommends. This Story Maker, this is create silly sentences and stories with magnetic tiles, so that's part of your writing. How to Tell a Story, again, is part of your writing. It's got all these story cubes in. And then Hangman game is to practice for spelling. Okay, and for writing, she uses Don't Forget to Write for the elementary grade, so she schedules in several different writing prompts or activities from this book in the curriculum guides, but she also says, which I really like, that you can pick different ones or choose your own, which I really like because I like to tailor the curriculum. So that's the spine for writing. The other books are Look at My Book, How Kids Can Write and Illustrate Terrific Books. It's like a fun one. The Q&A a day for kids, so it's 3 years, 365 questions. So we'll put this in our bedtime basket and it'll be a fun thing to look back on. The Time Capsule, a seriously awesome journal, so this will be for my daughter, and this is scheduled in for her to do as many pages as she'd like at a time. The Best of Mad Libs, 50 years of Mad Libs. My daughter loves Mad Libs, so she's going to be really thrilled with that one. This is for them to keep track of their reading. So this is the Bookworm Journal. So you read the book, complete it, and then tear off the little corner to feed to the worm. This is for writing. This is Let's Draw a Story, Illustration School. How to draw cute stuff. Draw anything and everything in the cutest style ever. This is just going to be fantastic. She's absolutely going to love this curriculum so much. These are for writing activities. For opinion essays, I want a dog or I want a cat. You only had to pick one, but because we have dogs and cat, I couldn't just get one and not the other, so my daughter can choose which one she wants to do. Again, these are for language arts, writing assignments. This is Squids Will Be Squids. This is Fresh Morals and Beastly Fables. This one is for another writing assignment, The Other Side of the Story, Fairy Tales with a Twist. The True Story of the Three Little Pigs by the Wolf. So I think this one is actually for perspective writing, so I'm really looking forward to that one. The Stinky Cheese Man and the Fairly Stupid Tales. Again, another writing assignment. And this is for another writing assignment, Mr. William Shakespeare's Plays. 7 plays in here. Now these are not part of the curriculum, but I've added them in. So creative writing with Charlie, the BFG and Matilda. So this one is for tremendous characters, so how to write tremendous characters. This one is for spell binding speech, to help them with dialogue. And then this one is for splendid settings. I think those will be really fun. Those are not part of the curriculum, it's just something I've added in. I'm also adding in vocabulary cartoons. Kids learn a word a minute and never forget it. I'll put this in our either morning or bedtime basket. And I'm also adding in the Storyteller's Word a Day from Mrs. Wordsmith. This is a sort of a calendar style. So every day it's a different word. It tells you what part of speech it is and what it means, obviously. And then on the back there is additional information. On the back there is additional information. So tell a story, it gives you a little prompt. Tells you how often it's used, synonyms for it, word pairs for each of the different vocabulary words in here. And I'm also adding in the Storyteller's Illustrated Dictionary, so 1,000 plus words to take your storytelling to the next level. My daughter loves writing stories, so I think she'll really enjoy and get a lot out of this one. 2 additional resources this year, the Illustrated English Thesaurus, so this is the next level up to the one we had. And then the Osborne Guide to Better English, Grammar, Spelling and Punctuation. I thought this would always be helpful. We can look through this for years as a reference. If there's any part of grammar that we're unsure of, we can have a look in here. And then for extra writing that I wanted to add in, we have got the Write Your Own Sci-Fi and Fantasy Stories little journal. We absolutely adore these little journals that they have. Such an amazing activity. My daughter just has so much fun with them. They have so many different styles and categories and everything, so I love these Osborne books so much. And our big writing activity that will span the whole year is actually to make it's cross-curricular with science, and that's to make a science magazine as part of our science curriculum, which I'll talk about as we get to science. But I got her the Osborne Write and Design Your Own magazine, so she can go through this and it'll help her with designing the actual magazine and the different pieces that she's going to be creating throughout the year, but they will all come from our science curriculum, which I'll show you in a minute. But yeah, that's Write and Design Your Own magazine. For handwriting, I am using Handwriting Without Tears for cursive success. We've used this from preschool, and we love this series. I do like to offer a few different options though for handwriting. So you will have seen that there was something in the Beowulf language arts as well that we can use for handwriting practice and drawing and things. But I did also get her the Aesop for Children story and copy workbook. So this is for her to practice. Now it is in print, but she can either choose to write in print or cursive in this one. I do also have her a cursive one on the way, it's just not arrived yet. And that is the Classic Stories one. Sorry, that's my cat. That's the Classic Stories one. I'll leave the link below for it. But what I really liked about this particular one is you've got the fable, usually it's illustrated, and then you've got your copywork section. So that's why I particularly went for this one. Now this is actually for me, but if my daughter wants to join in, she can do. She says I need to improve my cursive, so I thought it'd be fun, a fun activity for us to do together. So I got the Alice Adventures in Wonderland one, and I thought I'll do my cursive when she's doing hers, but if she wants to join in, she can do as well. And then finally for handwriting, I also got the Adventures in Lettering. Again, just a different way to practice. It's got some great prompts in here that you can do. You can actually write in the book or photocopy it, and I thought it's something that we can again do together, and I think that would be lots of fun too. Okay, so for spelling in Beowulf Language Arts she recommends the Modern Speller, which I do like the look of, and I think would be great. It is actually free as well because it's in the public domain. However, I decided to go with IEW spelling, well, it's Phonetic Zoo spelling this year. And so this has got A, B and C level in here, and basically all the cards are in and you just go at your own pace, but it will cover several years. So it's got all the cards at the back. You get to build your zoo, which is she's going to really love, and it's got all the spelling rules and everything in here. So I think this will be lots of fun. I'll let you know obviously once we've used it how we like it, but that's what we're doing for spelling, IEW Phonetic Zoo. Okay, now onto reading this year. I've selected a few titles for her. Obviously she can pick off the shelf and we can go to the library too. She also has reading in science and history, but I'll show you those books in the specific part of the video. But the first one I picked was The Golden Compass. This is a graphic novel. We've seen the movie and she really liked it, so I think she'll like this one. Histories, Mysteries, Curious Clues, Cold Cases and Puzzles from the Past. Again, I thought this would be a fantastic one for her. The Wind in the Willows, graphic novel. Children's Thrift Classics from Dover, The Adventures of Sammy J. This is from Thornton Burgess. These are illustrated as well. The Adventures of Poor Mrs. Quack, again from the same author, and these are illustrated too. And The Adventures of the Red Squirrel. I have got her 2 new science comics from the series. She adores these so much. This is for the digestive system, and I also got her the Polar Bears one. It's just not come yet in the post. But those are the 2 science comics for this year. For fiction, I got her the 10 books collection for the Animal Arc. So this is all to do with veterinary care, which is, you'll see in my electives why this is relevant, but basically it's where they help out at the vet surgery. So there are 10 in this series and she can just obviously go through it at her pace. So we've got kittens, ponies, hamsters, foxes, bunnies, so there's a good range in here. Tales of Amazing Animal Heroes, Real Life Stories of Animal Bravery. Again, I thought she'd really enjoy this one. And it's beautifully illustrated. The Hound of the Baskervilles. This is a classic Sherlock Holmes. The Girl Who Helped Thunder and Other Native American Folk Tales. She really likes folk tales, so I think she's going to enjoy this one. Ranger in Time. White Fang. Alice in Wonderland. We've read Alice in Wonderland together several times, but she loves it. And then The Wizard of Oz. Just go through those at her own pace. And then we do have, as I said, some additional books in history and science, but we'll get to those in a minute. I also use hardcourt trophies. I love these particularly because it's so many different styles of writing. So you've got fiction, You've got historical fiction, biographies, plays, folk tales, non-fiction, so many different styles of writing, and all these great books inside. And they do have activities with them. Sometimes we do them, sometimes we don't. It just depends, and particularly if it's something related to what we're doing, then I'm more inclined to do one of the activities. But generally speaking, we read the story from it, and then there's usually some comprehension questions at the end, and I'll ask her those verbally. And then, like I say, if there's an activity in here that I think would be really helpful or is connected to something, so there's the think and respond section, something that connected to something that we're doing, then we'll do that. So for example, this one is a science and oral report, so or write a postcard. So they have lots of activities, and sometimes I choose them if I think it's relevant to what we're doing. It does also come with a language handbook, which has great tips in here for writing, different writing styles, how to write paragraphs, descriptive essays, and it also has grammar at the back. And then it also has this practice book which goes along with the stories, and this one is for the first story, so this one is using vocabulary words, reading the story. This is a letter, statement, yes, no. This is a spelling one. So occasionally we'll do some of the pages from here as well, but mainly I use it for different types of reading and comprehension. And then her cursive book finally arrived. So this is the classic children's literature. This is for cursive practice. So these are all the different excerpts that they have for the different stories. And it's basically got the excerpt on the side and then cursive on the opposite side. So that's everything for language arts. Now, in terms of read alouds, we've got The Animals of Farthing Wood in the Grip of Winter. This is the second book in the series. We read the first one last year, and for our IT, and we plan to do the same again. This will be cross-curricular. So this is the second part when they actually arrive at the animal reserve and what happens to them. This is part of history, the birch bark house. Another one for history, the ice monster. This one is illustrated as well, which is cool. The Wind in the Willows. So I plan to read this one first before I give her the graphic novel for it, but this is one of the children's classics and it is beautiful. It has got colour pictures in. You watch, I won't be able to find one now. There we go. It's always a way. That one's gorgeous. Working our way through the Chronicles of Narnia. So I've got the little set here of those. Watership Down by Richard Adams and Pippi Longstocking, plus I'll pick up things throughout the year. We're still working on the Katydid collection and the Anne of Green Gables collection, and then anything else that I pick up throughout the year I'll just add to it. Okay, for history we are using my lesson plans for Journey Through Time. I'm going to be doing a video soon on this, on these lesson plans, and then I'll be putting them on Teachers Pay Teachers. But basically we go through several periods of history using the Explore books as part of the spine. So we have the Stone, Bronze and Iron Ages, Ancient Egyptians, Ancient Greeks, the Romans, Tudors, Celts, Anglo-Saxons, Vikings, and that wasn't in order, they were a bit messed up, Victorians, World War I and World War II. And we also have several other books which I refer to as part of the spine too. So it's a case of books, YouTube videos, websites and activities. That's the whole lesson plan for each of the periods of history. And then for each period of history as well, there is a notebook that your student, or in this case my child, uses. So this is the Ancient Egypt notebook, and it's full of lots of different activities to go along with the particular time period. So this one is for the Egyptians. So basically the websites have things like art from that time period, artifacts for them to research and look at, facts about that period of history, lots of videos on YouTube to watch for that period of history, and then activities and recipes as well. So lots of fun. So some of the spines that go along with it are the timelines of everything, what happened when in the world, the timelines of world history, DK Knowledge Encyclopedia for History. See Inside the History of Britain. Look Inside Living Long Ago. The Usborne World History Encyclopedia and the History of Britain, the Visual Guide. They're not all absolutely essential, but for example the encyclopedia is used extensively. The Knowledge Encyclopedia of History is, the timeline books are, and then the others are just, you know, added extra. But you can obviously, as with any lesson plan or curriculum, you can tailor the books to your preference. But in the curriculum where books are listed that are part of the spine, I've told you what page to reference to. For a couple of the periods of history, I've also got the history pockets. They're not essential as part of the lesson plans. These are just something that, well, to be honest, I actually had these before I decided to do Journey Through Time. But you definitely don't have to have them, but I like to have them because there's so many different little activities in here. So this is the ancient Greeks, ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Romans. Those are the 3 history pockets that I picked to go along with it. I'm also using a subscription box called Mystery in Time. And in that subscription box, there's a book that goes along with that particular time period. So the children are travelling through time and obviously get to experience different events pertaining to that particular time period. There is usually a game or a craft. So I'm using that as a supplement to the curriculum as as an added extra. Again, you don't have to have it to do the curriculum, the lesson plans, and I actually haven't mentioned in the lesson plans Mysteries in Time. It's just something that we do have for some hands-on activities, but I also have found other activities that you can do if you don't have some kind of historical subscription box to go along with. And as I said, I'll be sharing a flip through of this curriculum very soon, and it'll be going on Teachers Pay Teachers. And the other Explore book that I have just put onto a different shelf was Shakespeare, so that's in here too, or I should say he's in here too. Okay, now I'm going to go through all the different additional books and resources that I have got to go along with our curriculum for Journey Through Time. These are all optional, they're not essentials to actually do Journey Through Time. But I have got the Parallel History collection for the classical world, the early modern world, the ancient world, the 19th century world, and the modern world. There's also the medieval times, but that's in a different pile, you'll see in a second. For our Shakespeare Explore unit, we have got Macbeth and A Midsummer's Night's Dream for kids. These are really fun. It's all in picture format, and children have actually written their own version, drawn pictures. So I think that's going to be really fun. I've got Usborne See Inside Houses Long Ago. So you've got a good range here. So we've got Villa for Egypt, Rome, Chinese Courtyard, Viking Longhouse, English Manor. So several that will be featuring in the Journey Through Time. This is for one of our Egyptian units. So this is a Inside Out Egyptian Mummy book. I thought this looked really fun. So every time you turn a page, you get deeper inside the mummy. For the Shakespeare, we have What on Earth Warbled Timeline of Shakespeare. It's got a little magnifier in here, and then there's a giant fold out wallboard. I've also got the one for history. Again, you get the magnifier in there. It's just fantastic resource. I love this so much. There's the parallel history for the medieval world. Okay, then we've got A Medieval Feast, See Inside Castles. For our Egyptian unit, we've got Egyptian Things to Make and Do. The Ancient Egypt picture book. This is fantastic. Amazing illustrations and real life photos and pictures. We've got Miss Frizzle's Adventures Medieval Castle. The Favourite Medieval Tales. See Inside Ancient China. See Inside the Ancient World. Make This Viking Settlement, so that's one of the Usborne cutout models, so we get to make that, so it's going to be lots of fun. And Make This Roman Villa, it's the same principle. and make this Roman amphitheatre. We've got 2 truths and a lie, so histories and mysteries. So it's lots of critical thinking for this one. See inside ancient Greece. The first encyclopedia of history. The great, smelly, slobbery, small-toothed dog. That's actually a folktale from here. That's funny. The big history timeline sticker book. So I do actually have a timeline book for her, which I might use, but we also might just use this. We did do this like several years ago, but obviously now she's older, she'll appreciate it more. So we've got that, and all the stickers are at the back. So if she wants to use the timeline book, then we can take the stickers off, or if she wants to do the timeline on here again, then she can put them on there. This is the British History Timeline sticker book. Again, we did this several years ago, but she'll appreciate it more now, and this goes through all the different periods too. Houses Through Time. This is a sticker book. So we've got lots of different, there's a wartime house, Victorian house, Georgian house, the Who Was History of the World, You Wouldn't Want to Be Mary Queen of Scots, Toby and the Great Fire of London, the Anglo-Saxons and Vikings. It's one of our units. This is also from one of our units. This is for the Victorians, so this is primary history. It's got lots of sources in here, and different illustrations and pictures of life in Victorian times, and some comprehension activities. You Wouldn't Want to Be in the Great Fire of London. Will's Words, How William Shakespeare Changed the Way You Talk. William Shakespeare and the Globe. I've had this for several years. This is the Shakespeare Stories collection. She can read some of these too for herself. So we've got everything in here pretty much. You can do some of the read aloud, and then some she can read herself. I think she'll actually like acting them out too, because we've been reading plays just lately and she's been really enjoying doing the different parts. So I think that'll be a fun way to use these. Several sticker books. So we've got the History of the World in 100 stickers. These are great for just for learning, because obviously they've got lots of information on the page as well as stickers. But also if you're doing a read aloud that's quite heavy or time consuming, then they can do some stickers at the same time. The Ancient Roman sticker book, that was obviously the World Wars one, and Romans. Ladybird History, this is the British history version. Ladybird History First World War. DK Find Out World War II. Victorian House Picture Book for the Victorian unit. And the Romans sticker book. Great Women Who Made History. And then the Great Women Who Changed the World with the activity book. For when we're doing the wars, I've got these replicas. So this one is the home front, and we've got all these different things in here. So ration book, cookery book, disease leaflet, war emergency information, some propaganda images. And then this one is the children's war one, and again we've got public information, some posters, newspaper, some food, glorious food recipes. So those will be really interesting to go through. And the Osborne history collection. So we've got several in here that we'll be studying this year. So Greeks, Egyptians, Iron Age, Stone Age, Celts, Romans, Vikings, castles, digging up the past. Look inside mummies and pyramids. The DK Find Out Ancient Egypt. The DK Find Out Ancient Rome. It's Disgusting and We Ate It. True food facts from around the world. Miss Frizzle's Adventure in Ancient Egypt. We're big Magic School Bus fans. the first dog, and I said the first book then, the first dog, Little Grunt and the Big Egg, a prehistoric fairy tale, DK Find Out Stone Age, and the Osborne Prehistoric World. I don't think you can get this anymore. I couldn't see it, but we've had this for many years now. But hopefully if you want it, you can find it somewhere because it's fantastic. Also got A Child Through Time, the book of children's history. Again, this is another one of the spines for the Journey Through Time, as is A Street Through Time. So we go through lots of different periods of history in this one. And then this is for fun, the Maze Quest History, Travel Through Time. Us for some read alouds and some books that she'll be reading. This is not going to be all of them. What I plan to do is every time we switch to a different unit, I'll show you everything that I've got for that particular unit at the time. So don't forget to subscribe if you're new, and if you're already here, then you'll see those, once we start school in 4th grade. Okay, so some reading books for her. So we've got Who Was Queen Victoria, The Black Death. These are fantastic. I love these because they remind me of the Who Was books, but they're in colour still. And she really enjoys them. Winnie's Great War. That's actually not for her to read, that's one of our read alouds. I Was There, Step Back into the Trenches of the First World War. This is for her to read. I Was There, Step Back into Victorian England. Winston Churchill. Again, I looked at the Who Was version, but I much prefer this one. And I know she will too, because there's lots of photos and colour pictures and things, and they're still lengthy, lengthy chapters. Adolf Hitler, Animals at War. I actually got this last year, but I decided to hold on to it when I knew I was going to do Journey Through Time, because I thought it'd actually be perfect for us to do this year. The Gunpowder Plot. And she also has the Horrible Histories box of books, so it's got all of the different periods, so Stone Age, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Celts, Saxons, Vikings, Normans, Aztecs, Incas, Middle Ages, Tudors, Stuarts, Georgians, Victorians, Villainous Victorians, Balmy British Empire, Frightful First World War, Woeful Second World War, and Blitz Brits. Blitz Brits, yeah, I thought I said that wrong, but I didn't. So basically, if you've not seen these before, this one is the Blitz Brits one, so that's what they're like inside, for those that were asking. So we'll do some as read alouds and then some for her to read. I'll just let her pick which one she wants to read herself, and then I'll read her read alouds too for others. Okay, and then a couple of our read alouds for history. We've got Winnie's Great War, The Ice Monster, The Victory Dogs, so as the bombs fall, two puppies will make history, and The Railway Children. I do have several other read alouds for history, but what I'll do is, as I said, I'll post a video every time we switch to a new unit next year, well, next school year, and show you all the different books and resources for that particular unit. Okay, for science, we are doing Dining on Science. These are my lesson plans that go along with the Magic School Bus. Episodes, season 1 through 4. I have done a flip through of this before, and I'll leave the link below for that so you can check it out if you'd like to. It is available to purchase on Teachers Pay Teachers. So basically it's set out in a starter, main course, dessert and buffet. So the starter is always the Magic School Bus episode and additional books that go along with it. The main course is YouTube videos that support the topic and an activity. The dessert is another activity, usually a fun one. And then the buffet is cross-curricular, so with different skills that can support the topic. So some language arts in there, some STEM, some additional science. So there are lesson plans for biology, physics, chemistry, earth, astronomy and physics. So you've got a ton of different activities that go along with it, and all the activities that you can download from Teachers Pay Teachers are actually free ones, and I have linked them all. So they're all hyperlinked, so if you purchase it, they're all hyperlinked. You click on the link and it'll take you to the specific experiment or activity, whatever it is, and then you can download them. It also comes with student pages, so we've got experiment pages, animal fact file pages, STEM pages, and a bunch of other different templates as well. But I'll leave the link below because I'm conscious this video is super long, so I'll leave the link below and you can check it out, everything that's included, and I give you a full flip through of it. And these are some of the resources that are from Teachers Pay Teachers that you can download to go along with it. Okay, some of the books as part of the spine are Nature Anatomy by Julie Roth, DK Encyclopedia of Animals, the Usborne Science Encyclopedia, and I link all the pages in the starter for all the books that are part of the core. The Knowledge Encyclopedia for DK of Animals. I love this book so much, it's one of my favourites. The Knowledge Encyclopedia for Human Body. And the Knowledge Encyclopedia for Science. So those are all the spine books. Those are all the spine books, and then I do list several books for each topic that you can include. And what I'm going to do is do a book haul soon, showing you all the ones that I've picked from Dining on Science, because obviously there are tons and you can just decide on which ones you want. So don't forget to check out that video coming soon in the next couple of months. But of course I can show you some other books that I do have to go along with it. So we've got the Magic School Bus book, so we've got Blows Its Top, Wet All Over, Our Solar System, The Giant Germ, Inside the Earth, Makes a Rainbow. This one is Inside the Human Body with the Disc, Explores the Senses, Plants Seeds, Polar Animals, this one's On the Ocean Floor, Gets a Bright Idea, Gets Cold Feet, The Human Body, Wild Weather, Insects, Flies from the Nest, The Magic School Bus and the Electric Field Trip, Out of This World, Shows and Tells. And then I got her selection of the chapter books to read herself. So we got Twister Trouble, this one is Monster Power, The Amazing Magnetism, Shark Escape, and Zap. This is not Magic School Bus, but it's for the energy element. We've got Seaside Energy, all about physics. And Dog Science Unleashed, I think I'm really excited about this one. I can't wait to show it to her. Fun activities to do with your canine companion. We have 2 dogs, so I know that she's going to really enjoy doing these different activities with her pets. I wish they had a cat one too, because we do have a cat one, but I've not seen it yet. So it's going to be lots of fun. And then finally for science, we got Skill Sharpener Science. I love dipping into these for different topics. That's how we use it. And science lessons and investigations. And again, I'll dip into different topics and pull out one of the investigations to go along with when we want to. These are not essential at all to do Dining on Science. I just really like them, and we've had them pretty much every year from, well, not this one because this is new. I think this is the 2nd year this has been out. But we've had skill sharpeners, I think, from 1st or 2nd grade onwards because we love them so much. But they're not essential at all for Dining on Science. They're not even scheduled in there. It's just something that I like to add because I really do like them. As I said, I will show you additional books in another haul that I've got to go along with Dining on Science. And additional books for my daughter to read. We've got The Horrible Science, 20 brilliant books in one bulging box. She can't wait to get open this thing. I'm trying to keep saying, you know, we have to wait till 4th grade, but she's so excited to read it. So we've got really fun titles: Chemical Chaos, Disgusting Digestion, Killer Energy, Shocking Electricity, Vicious Veg, Ugly Bugs, Angry Animals. There's lots of fun ones in here. Okay, so for geography, we are doing Skill Sharpeners Geography, grade 4, for our, I guess you could say, curriculum day. And we're also doing movement. This is book 4, and in movement we have Planet Earth, Water, Weather, Settlements, Work and Travel, Environment, Places, which is coasts, rivers, weather patterns, towns, foods and shops, caring for towns, Northern Ireland, Germany, North America and Asia. And in this one we have the world in spatial terms, places and regions, physical systems, human systems, environment and society, and the uses of geography. So that's, I guess you could say, our curriculum. But we also do a unit study style approach to geography, and this year we are doing continent study. So we are doing Africa and Europe. If we get to Antarctica as well, that'd be great, but the ones that I'm planning for currently are Africa and Europe. So we're doing it notebook style, but we do have Draw Africa, so notebooking style. So we do have Draw Africa. This is something that's new this year. I'm really looking forward to doing this every time you get to draw a new part of the map. So I think this will be a great way for her to learn all the different cities and towns and everything else. One of our core spines is Amazing World Atlas from Lonely Planet Kids. I really like this one because, let me just find a place to show you. So this is great. It's got lots of different maps at the front, different types of maps. And then say, for example, we start with North America. It gives you some quick stats over here. There's a map. But then it goes into the history, the people and the culture, the environment and the wildlife. And I really like that. And then it goes into modern history, talking about geology. It just looks fantastic. I'm really, really excited about this one. So this is one of our spines. Another of our spines is What's Where on Earth, the Animal Atlas. I'm super excited about this one. It's gorgeous. See Inside Great Cities. So we've got several in here. And the Osborne Geography Encyclopedia. And I've just got a bunch of other books that we'll be using to go along with it. So we've got the illustrated stories from around the world, the Osborne Sticker Picture Atlas of the World, Passport to the World. We've had this book for years. It's fantastic. It goes through every country, facts about the language, what they eat, money, and everything else. The Osborne World of Animals, and if you watched my pre-K haul, no, my pre-K haul I think it was, or my preschool haul, I think it was either pre-K 4 haul, I think it was, this was in there. So this has stood the test of time and we're still using it now. So when I said in that video we'll be using this book for years to come, we really are. I've got the Elementary Geography by Charlotte Mason, Material World, Hungry Planet, It's Time to Celebrate, Celebrations Around the World, the Geography book, Activities for Exploring, Mapping and Enjoying Your World, Global Art, Activities, Projects and Inventions from Around the World, the Lonely Planet Kids Travel Book, A Journey Through Every Country in the World. Again, this is another fantastic one. I actually prefer the other one if I was to compare them both. So if you can only get one, I'd say get the other one. But I really do, the Atlas one I showed you, but the first one, I really do like this one too. Children Just Like Me. Maze Quest, Geography, Travel the Globe. Our Maps book. Again, we've had this for several years. I still like this one. Osborne Maps Activity book. And What's Where in the World, Planet Earth Is You've Never Seen It Before. Again, it's another fantastic one. So I was going to make my own notebook, journal style, for her to go through. We pre-filled questions and everything else, but I decided actually I'm just going to do a blank notebook. What we did this year, and it was fantastic. Always amazes me to see what she comes up with, that she finds really interesting and fascinating. So I'm actually going to do it that way. So we'll have an A4 exercise book, and we'll just notebook our way. We'll draw things, we'll paint, we'll make notes of interesting facts and everything else, draw the flags. So that's what we're going to do for geography this year. We'll also be incorporating lots of different picture books from around the continents and countries we're visiting, and then also playing this game, Wonders of the World. So we get to learn about the greatest wonders on the planet. For geography, we'll be reading the Greetings from Somewhere, The Mystery of the Lion's Tail. This is specifically for Africa. She can read these, obviously. And then I'll get some more for the different continents that we're visiting. So one for Europe, hopefully. I'm sure they have one. I think I did definitely see one. And then a world full of animal stories, 50 folktales and legends. For art this year, we are using Living Art Lessons by Masterbooks. This is the guide, and then the artist journal that goes along with it. This covers beautiful pictures as well. This covers line, shapes, colour, value, texture, form and space. And we'll be continuing using hardcore art. This is the 4th grade level. We used this year and we really enjoyed it, and they have lots of different projects. They also have some art history in here as well, information about the artists and little activities, things that you can do. Okay, and then I've just got a bunch of fun little things we can do along with it. So we've got the Impressionist sticker book, the art sticker book. We've got Katie and the Impressionists, Katie and the Sunflowers, Katie and the Water Lily Pond, This is Leonardo da Vinci Scholastic, famous artist sticker book. It tells you all about the artists, and the stickers are all at the back with their works. The Osborne Art Treasury, so pictures, paintings and projects. This is gorgeous, this book. So it gives you the artist and then an example for you to make of their work, but obviously your own version. The Osborne Art Ideas for Drawing Cartoons. We love these ones. The Art, a Children's Encyclopedia book from DK. This is another Scholastic one for Van Gogh. This is The Great Artists Picasso. The Great Artist Van Gogh. We always bring these out every year and go through them again, because obviously as kids get older they understand things more and can get more out of them. The Great Artist Monet. The Great Artist Da Vinci. And the Great Artist Michelangelo and Rembrandt. I also have the famous painting cards, and we will put these in our morning basket as well. And then an art game, which is Art Snap. It has the paintings and the name of the artist and the name of the painting. Some fun supplies. I actually got these that I was going to give her for Christmas, but I then decided to get her something else I'd seen and thought actually these will be great for school. So I got her a sketchbook, some markers, the jewel tip, like inside, some watercolour brushes, some watercolour brush pens, some metallic marker pens, and then this pack of artist pencils. So it's got watercolours in there, sketching pencils, colour pencils, metallic colour pencils, charcoal pencils. It's a good collection in there. Computers this year we are doing Keyboarding Without Tears from Handwriting Without Tears. I'll leave a link to that below. We've used that in the past and really liked it. We didn't use it last year. We tried something different, but we are going back to it because we really do like that method. She is also doing her usual coding. So we've got computer coding for kids. This is at DK. We have got coding for beginners using Python and Raspberry Pi. And then here's her little Raspberry Pi that goes with that. We also have the computing dictionary. Look inside how computers work from Osborne. This is a computer science book. Again, this is one that you can use for several years, like the maths one. Here's our content, so we've got everything in here: programming languages, website and app construction, which is one of the things we're going to talk about in a second, digital issues, data, programming, so much in here. The key project this year is build your own website for beginners, so we're going to build a website. This is the second part of my curriculum that I made for our IT. It's based on the Animals of Farthingwood, as I mentioned earlier, series, so they have to leave their home due to construction. And it was everything along the way. So Al sent her letters, you know, saying the animals needed this, this was happening in life cycles and everything else. And we did IT projects around that. So we did presentations in PowerPoint and we used Excel to graph things, so such as predator and prey. We made life cycle posters. We made posters about conservation. This year I want to do a website for beginners project. So ideally I'd like her to do a reserve website, you know, all about animals protection and conservation, but if she wants to go a different way, that's absolutely fine. But this is all about setting up your website. These little books that we dip into, so this one is Learn to Program and this one is Algorithms and Bugs. This is Kids Get Coding Our Digital World, and then this one is Staying Safe Online, and they also cover this in Keyboarding Without Tears as well. Baking, we are using the Homeschooling cookbook from Thinking Tree, so there are 15 recipes in here. There's lots of activities to go along with them as well as step-by-step instructions. I also got Kids Can Cook, fun and yummy recipes for budding chefs, and this looks fantastic. There's lots of different, as you can see, breakfast, snacks and breads, main meals and sauces, and then some sweet treats. And again, they're all step-by-step instructions. And I also got her the You Can Cook Tasty Food. So this has got lots of recipes in. And then there's usually an activity that goes along with it. So for example, this one's fudge. Find out how cashew nuts grow and draw pictures here to show the process. You will be surprised. So this one is all about dates. How do dates grow? So there's lots of fun little activities that go along with the recipes as well as the step-by-step instructions. I also have the Osborne cookbook for around the world, which we can use along with our geography too. That we are using Hardcore again. We used it this year and it was fantastic. Just what we needed. So it's got you know, all the different. It also covers character as well, not just health and mental well-being and everything else. So in this one we've got personal health, food in your health, fitness, staying safe, guarding against disease, medicines, drugs in your health, harmful effects of tobacco and alcohol, your needs and feelings, families together and living in a healthful community. Healthful community. Is that? Or helpful? Healthful. And they have lots of activities to go along with them, with each chapter. For music this year, we're using the Thinking Tree Piano Lessons for Kids. This is a instruction book. It's self-paced, but there's video links that go along with it as well. And we're also using Hoffman Academy online too. We've also got the story of the orchestra. You can listen to all the different pieces of music and the different instruments that play them. Lift the flap questions and answers about music. The School of Music, this is wide-eyed, so listen and learn with bonus music samples online as well. Okay, and then My First Orchestra book. We've had this one for years, but it's still fun, and this one comes with a disc too. And again, you've got all the different instruments. I'm also going to get, I haven't got it yet because I was waiting to see if they had a sale, Squilt. I'm getting the composers, Meet the Composers, and the instruments one, the orchestra instruments too. Okay, so for one of our electives this year, I'm doing a career one, and she has been saying for quite a long time now that she'd like to perhaps go into veterinary field. So I wanted to do a little veterinary unit for her. So what we've got is I Want to Be a Veterinarian. This is a Harcourt book. I also got her the Veterinary Anatomy colouring book. So you learn all about the different anatomy of the different animals. You can label them as well. This is for a read aloud. This is Tales from a Young Vet, Mad Cows, Crazy Kittens and All Creatures Big and Small. I think that would be a fun one. And then this one is an activity one, so it's got 7 dog and cat stories in to test your veterinary knowledge. Be the vet. There's several in this series, so if we like it, we'll definitely get some more of that one. We also have Vet Academy. And I got her the Cat Lovers Learning Journal. This is from a new company that's actually an Australian company. I've never heard them before. I found them on someone else's video and they looked fantastic. So they have tons of different ones. But what I particularly like about this style is that they actually have anatomy in here as well. So this one is Science of Cats, So Purring, Fascinating Facts, Media Study. And then, for example, here we've got the anatomy of the ear. So this is fantastic. History of the breed. So many different things in here. Copy a section of a news report about a cat. So to help with those sorts of assignments, so this is the breeds that are included. I got her 30 True Tales of Courageous Cats, so fearless felines. So I thought that would be really useful for her, so she can read this and enjoy it as well. But obviously it will help with her cat journal. This looks such a fun book. I can't wait to see what she thinks about this one. And then I also got her the Teach Yourself to Draw a Puppy's Life. So this is art, research, science and creative writing all in one. So you get to research the breed, draw them, find out all about them, their enemies, predators and all that kind of stuff. Habitat. So it's not just art. That's why I put it in this section in our elective. French this year, I've gone with a story-based curriculum. So this is for teaching French in Key Stage 2. So this has got all the different books here, and then it's got a teacher's guide as well. So here we go. That'll focus. So I'm really excited to see how this goes. I also have the French one that we've been doing this year, which you can continue with because it goes up to 10, up to age 10. So we'll do them both combined, and then I'll, as I was before, supplementing, you know, YouTube videos here and there for different reinforcement. So that's what we're doing for French. So it's a storybook scheme. For nature study this year we're using Julia Rothman's Nature Anatomy, and we are using the companion journal. This is just the front cover because I've run out of paper. I was about to print and I ran out of paper. But I'm really looking forward to going through these with her this year. I think I actually might print myself one off too, and we can do it together. And then I've got some extra things to go along with. So nature study and outdoor science journal. We're continuing on with this one. We did start it this year, and we're continuing on with it because we haven't finished. You can have an outdoor adventure. This looks really fun. So there's lots of different activities that you can do. So tracking, bee hotel, bugs, how to start a fire safely. So many different fun things in here. I thought that would be a great one. I got some of these little Usborne minis. So we've got bugs and birds to spot and flowers to spot. We also have trees, but I gave her that one in her Easter basket. So we can go through these this year for nature study. You can grow your own food. We are loving growing our food at the moment. We've got potatoes and several different vegetables on the go. They're doing really well, so I thought this one would be great. And they have lots of activities as well with it as well. Not just, you know, plant this. So add a photo, all the different equipment and resources you need. Grow a pizza garden, make seed tapes, grow a cress head, welly planters, so many fun things. We use this a lot, but it's always a great one to have. This is the RSPB's Children's Guide to Nature Watching. So if we can't, or we're not sure about something, we can have a look in here. Wildlife in your garden. This is a great resource. British Wildlife. This is gorgeous, this one too. Great for notebooking, nature notebooking. The Big Book of Bugs. I'm sure you've all seen this one before. This is her nature clipboard, get outdoors with wildlife activities and spotter's guide. They're all on the side here. I'll just grab the tree one so you can see what it's like. And then I got the birds, National Geographic, and insects, National Geographic. Okay, so I'm going to show you what we're putting in our morning basket. So we're not doing a monthly morning basket, we're doing this is our books, and we're just going to finish them, and when they're done we'll get the next one in the series scenario if we like that one, or that'll be the book will be done and then that will come out of the basket, because I find that makes it more manageable rather than changing the theme every month and things like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, I just think I much prefer it this way. So we've got our island story. So this is a history text to go along with Journey Through Time. The Burgess Bird Book. Once we finish this one, we'll go on to the next one in the series. So the animals one does have some illustrations in, if I can find one. There we go, on the orange colour in this particular one. The Storybook of Science. Again, this will go in the morning basket and go along with Dining on Science. What Would She Do? Real life stories of 25 rebel women who changed the world. We love this one. Stand Up, Stand Out, 25 rebel heroes who stood up for their beliefs and how they could inspire you. The Lost Words. So this is a gorgeous book. Lots of poems in here, gorgeous illustrations. And basically this book was written because they took out several words from the dictionary because they didn't think they needed to be in there anymore. So the author didn't want people to forget the words, so he made this amazing book. The title of this one makes me laugh. How to Be a Person. 65 hugely useful, super important skills to learn before you're grown up. So it's actually useful stuff. So calculator tip, do a load of laundry, write thank you notes. There's so many different things in here. Roast a chicken, chop an onion, plunge a toilet, empty the dishwasher, fill out a form, address an envelope, be a gracious host, be a welcoming guest, take care of pets, help someone, including yourself, fall asleep, be with a little baby or a kid, bring a little sunshine to older folks. So there's so many things, cheer up sick people. So I thought that'd be great for the morning basket, lots of fun. This is our big poem book for the year. So this is Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright, an animal poem for every day of the year. And this just looks absolutely stunning. Super excited about this one. Absolutely everything, a history of Earth, dinosaurs, rulers, robots, and other things too numerous to mention. So you've got a bit of everything in here, and it's in a storybook style. So perfect for morning basket. Helping our planet. The 100 things to know about oceans. Basically with these ones I'm just going to go through the series because we've got most of them. So once we finish the oceans one, then we'll just move on to the next one, but I thought we'd start with oceans. Philosophy for kids. My pile is collapsing. 40 fun questions that help you wonder about everything. This looks like a really good one. I'll definitely let you know what we think of it once we start. And then some fun little things to put in there. Card games to play, so lots of different instructions for different card games. Memory games. I thought this would be great for morning basket while I'm reading. 99 math puzzles. A drawing a day tear off pad. And then some colouring books. So we've got beautiful animals and birds. Some fun stuff. We've got Magic School Bus, A Journey into the Human Body. This will go really nicely with Dining on Science. Magic School Bus, The World of Germs. Magic School Bus, The Secrets of Space. Magic School Bus, The Engineering Bus. So we've got lots of different lots of different activities in this one. So make an electrical circuit, make a soda can submarine, watch a solar panel at work, make pasta dance, learn about simple machines. Lots of fun things. In here is a little electrical circuit game. Oh, not a game, but electrical circuit activities. You put the bulbs in, the batteries, and all the thing else to make a circuit. The yes no game. I remember playing this when I was a kid. Not the actual game because they didn't have it then, but just the game on the plane. So you try and get the other person to say yes or no. Those types of things. So I thought when I saw this, I have to get it. It just reminds me so much of my childhood. Now they actually have a game version of it. So you get the little bell and the little cards. So I thought that'd be really fun. Roald Dahl Mad Libs. These are specifically for Roald Dahl and all his different books. So you've got all the different stories in here, the twits and everything else. This looks so fun. This is The Great Grammar Book by Kate Petty. And it's all flip-flap. Spin this, pull that tab. It looks absolutely gorgeous. So this is the verbs one. It's a spinny wheel one. If I can do it. There we go. Little lift the flap things, pull tabs over here, adjectives, pronouns, there's a little mirror here, adverbs, conjunctions, plurals, so one puppy, puppies. I just love it so much. I thought it was such a fun way to practice grammar. The Never Get Bored Draw and Paint. So we could pop this in the morning basket, or she can obviously just do it at any point. So I thought that was a fun one. We love these funny fill-ins. This is My Pet Adventure. And these are like Mad Libs, but in colour. I always get her a blank comic book every year, so this one is the 150 pages one. A little bit disappointed though because the panels are a lot smaller in terms of the number of them. So this will probably get filled up really fast, but it does have the speech bubbles, which her other one didn't have. So that's that one. 100 Bugs to Fold and Fly. We love these ones. They are quite tricky though, so you do have to help. And the Origami Animal ones. We've already done a few of these, but we still really like them. The Osborne Design Activity Book. I thought this will be a really fun one. It's all kinds of different types of design in here. We love these brain boxes, so I've picked out the art, the British history, and the nature one. Game this year, I decided to get the Horrible Histories board game, so I thought this will go great with a Journey Through Time. Got her the Ocean Anatomy puzzle. I thought that'd be a really fun one from Julia Rothman. And then she loves animation, and we did it as an elective last year. While we're not doing it as an elective this year, she still really enjoys it. So she can do obviously out of school as well, but I thought I'd show you in case you are wanting to do an animation elective this year. I got her this animation kit, so it's the stop motion camera. We've just been doing it with regular cameras, so I'm really excited to see what she makes now that she's got a proper one. to go along with. And we will do elements of animation in school, so that's why I'm putting it into the school haul, because for language arts and things, one of the required resources for Beowulf grammar and Beowulf language arts are little puppets, so I thought we can really use this as well as part of that. But it's not just for school, she can obviously use it out of school too to make her own little animations. And I have got several books that I really like to go along with this. If you want to know more about that, definitely leave me a comment and I'll let you know which books I recommend for animation. However, I think some of them are in my previous last year's third grade haul too. And that's everything. Thank you so much if you have got to the end of this video. I really appreciate it. I hope it gave you some ideas if you're still on the hunt. And don't forget to thumbs up and subscribe if you're not. I really appreciate it. And I'll be back with more videos. So I've got several hauls coming up. And new content. That's my cat running wild. New content in the new school year. So thank you very much for watching. Take care. See you soon. Hi everyone and welcome to The Learning Ladder. Today I'm sharing with you my curriculum picks for the 2022-2023 homeschool year. My daughter is 9 and will be going into 5th grade. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to talk about is maths, and for the maths we are doing Saxon Math 6.5. So we've got the textbook here, we have got the tests and worksheet, and then the solutions manual. Moving on to language arts, so for grammar we are doing Fix It Grammar. So we've got the teacher's manual here and the student. This is the Town Mouse and Country Mouse, a new edition. And then I also got the Fix It Grammar cards to go with. For writing I decided to go with IEW's Fables, Myths and Fairy Tales. So this is the teacher manual and the student book. If you'd like a flip through of anything, just let me know in the comments below. For spelling I decided to go with Spelling You See Level E. So this is the two student books and the teacher handbook, and then the erasable coloured pencils. We have used Spelling You See in the past and really liked it, so I think this will be a good pick this year. For vocabulary, using my vocabulary book, All the Words. It's available on Amazon if you're interested, and we will use this with Storyteller's Word a Day Volume 2. We've used this year, the Volume 1 we really liked it. So basically all the words you have a place to write the word, you have to define it, tell a joke with it. My daughter really likes telling jokes. Use it in a sentence, draw it, Greek or Latin root, another word I could use, and then if you want you can make up a poem or a riddle about it. So that's what all the words looks like. And then, as I said, we used this year, the Volume 1, we really loved it. So you have a really funny picture, information about the word, and then on the back it'll tell you word pairs, synonyms, what it means, where it's rooted from, tell a story with it. It's really good. I really like this book. And then she'll also use all the words as well with anything that we come across organically and naturally, vocabulary that she's learning that's new, and she can pop that in there too. Okay, for handwriting I've got a few things. This is actually our Handwriting Without Tears book from this year. We haven't received the new one yet. It's on its way. It's coming from the US, and it's the I Can Do cursive for Handwriting Without Tears. So that's our main handwriting, but I did have 2 other extras just to make it fun and mix it up, so obviously it's not boring. There's the classic children's literature, so it's got the excerpt and then the cursive. And then this one is jokes and riddles, which again will be really fun too. Okay, for some reading comprehension, we've got the reading skills from Harcourt. We've used this before and we really like it. So it gives you a piece of writing, generally the non-fiction, and then questions to answer. And then it also has some little writing activities in. It's really short, really quick. Great if you have to do any kind of time tests or anything like that, practice for. But we really like it, and she really learns new things and enjoys it. So that's reading skills from Harcourt, Family Learning. And we've had these previously, and it's just a fun activity. Daily word ladders gets your brain thinking. So you're giving a word at the bottom, then clues. You have to change it to get to the top of the ladder. It helps with spelling, vocabulary, and it's just a little fun brain game, really. So we really like those. For poetry this year, this is our main text. It's a poem for every night of the year. We had a poem book which was animal theme this year, which we read in our morning basket for 4th grade, and this year I thought it'd be fun to mix it up and do it in our nighttime bedtime basket. So it's got the day and the poem for that particular day, so I'm really excited about that one. Looks really good. I always have an Usborne book that I add each year, some kind of notebook or journal activity. This one is their newer one that I found, which is Write Your Own Story word book. These are fantastic. We absolutely love these. We've had them pretty much every year. And what I tend to do is photocopy them so then we can use them again, because I do think you get more out of it as you get older. So I might do that, or I might have a writing it this year, I don't know. But it's got lots of different word activities that they can help, that will help them when they're writing, and it looks really fun. It's presented so creatively, it's just so inviting and to give it a go, and we really enjoy these books. Another little fun activity, this is Doodling for Cat People, 50 inspiring doodle prompts and creative activities or exercises for cat lovers. So it's art, but also you can obviously make stories up with them as well. So I popped it into our language arts section because it's just a brain break from, you know, other work, and it's really fun. She really likes doodling and art, and there is a dog one too. Okay, this is another one of my products, the Reading Detective. So this is going to be her reading log. So she has a spot here for 16 books. We'll probably end up using this over 2 years. So basically she'll write the title, author, pages, and rate it. Not that she won't read 16 books in a year, I'm sure she will. It's just that we probably won't do this intense activity for every single book. I'm going to leave it very much up to her which ones inspire her, that she wants to investigate and dive into further. I might assign her a couple, but for the majority of them I want her to pick, because I think that'll work out better in terms of inspiring her and make it more enjoyable. So you have a spot to draw your book cover, a page to write about your story, some notes for you to write as you're reading, and then there are different exercises. So what happened in this chapter, a little space if you want to do a comic strip, draw something you remember or learnt from the book, another little page there to do some notebooking with, what happened in the chapter, writing about an event that happens, what have you learnt, design a product to use or assist in the book, map the plot, do a research page about a character or the author, write a book summary, you liked it, you loved it, or you didn't like it, draw the ending, draw a character or location, little newspaper article, a vocabulary page to do a vocabulary word that you learnt from the story, a glossary of any new words that you learnt, and then you start again with the new book. And there are different activities, it's not the same throughout. So yes, I'm really looking forward to using this one with her this year. And what I'll probably do is assign a couple of books for her to use this with, but mainly leave it up to her, because then she'll really enjoy it, because it's, you know, books that she's picked and she's getting to notebook through them. So this is a little roller story one as well. So yes, that's the Reading Detective. This is another one of my products. It's called My Story Collection. Basically it's just blank with templates in for them to write their own stories. There are fiction and non-fiction templates in here. There is a spot to illustrate their front cover of their story. This is a non-fiction template, so a table of contents, pages for them to write, a glossary of new words from the book, and then the back cover. And then the fiction templates are the space for them to draw their cover, lots of pages for them to write, and then a spot for them to draw the back cover. And it's just a great way to keep all their stories that they write in one place. And my daughter really enjoys looking back on all the old stories that she's written, and it'll be a great memory keeper for me as well, for me to look back on all the different things that she's written over the years. So yes, that is My Story Collection. There are 2 different covers. This is obviously more feminine. There is a more neutral or male appealing cover, and it's available in paperback and hardback as well. So I'm actually going to get, probably because she likes writing stories, so we'll probably end up getting 2 this year. So I'll get the hardcover and the other cover version, so we'll end up having the paperback and the hardcover at the end of the year. And it's just so nice to look back on as a great keepsake of all the stories she's written. I always get her a new comic book. This is actually the one she currently has, because she's not quite finished it yet. I think this is the 3rd or the 4th comic book that we've gone through this year. She loves them. Again, this is my product. It's available on Amazon. Basically, it just has lots of blank templates for them to write their own comics in. So I'll get her a fresh one for 5th grade, because she goes through them. She absolutely loves illustrating and writing her own little comic stories. And then finally, a notebook that she can use for anything she'd like, free writes, journaling, whatever. I do have various cover options in this one. So this is the composition style, so spot to draw, write, and then a comic little section for them to do a little comic strip on. As I said, I made this with my daughter in mind because I know she loves comic books. and story panels and things, and it's just a different way to present their journaling, stories, little notebooks, whatever it is that they want to do. And I also do have a college ruled style too, so I'll be adding one of those for her for 5th grade too. She hasn't decided which cover she wants yet, so I'll order that one. She lets me know, so she'll have a couple of them for the new school year too. Literature this year we are doing History of the Horse from Beautiful Feet Books. It is obviously covers literature, it also covers science, it's got some art in there as well. So these were the books that were required. So Draw 50 Horses, we have the Smithsonian Handbook of Horses, that's for all your anatomy study. We have got the Album of Horses, this is just absolutely stunning book. We have got the White Stallion, we have got Justin Morgan Had a Horse, The King of the Wind, Misty, Brighty of the Grand Canyon, Mustang, Wild Spirit of the West. We have got the Black Stallion, Black Beauty, and then you also have these playing cards for Horses of the World too, for all the different breeds. So this is for literature. It also covers a bit of science, geography and art too. So it's all rounder. It won't be the only thing we read, and I will share some read aloud in future videos, but this is, I guess you could say, our literature assigned for school. Okay, now moving on to history. So for history we're using my journal Through Time. Again, this is another product that I have that's available from Amazon. This year we did the Stone, Bronze and Iron Age, Ancient Egypt, Ancient Greece and Ancient Rome, and this year we will be finishing up the rest of the books. So we've got Anglo-Saxons and Vikings, they're one unit together. We have the Tudors, we have Shakespeare, the Victorians, World War One and World War Two, and the Explore books are absolutely fantastic. It's what I used to be the main resource. So you'll go through your journal pages using the Explore books as a guide. I just love these resources. There was always a little activity in there as well, so they're fantastic. And then I also have set texts that we use throughout, which are the Knowledge Encyclopedia of History, DK A Street Through Time, DK A Child Through Time, What Happened When in the World, Timelines of Everything, and then where applicable the History of Britain and Ireland, and then the Ladybird British History. New for this year I got DK On This Day, A History of the World in 366 Days. I thought this would be a great thing to have in our morning basket. So basically it'll give you the date, and then throughout that day different points in history what happened. So I thought that would be a great addition to have this year. And then some of the resources to go along with our history, we have got these memorabilia. So we've got all these different things in here. So ration book and all kinds of stuff for the wartime period. So that's where you get newspapers. So basically source text and sources, catalogues and things from that time. Obviously duplicates, but so it gives them an idea of what it was like, propaganda posters and things. And then some additional reading material for those time periods we're going to be doing. So we've got the Anglo-Saxons and Vikings from Usborne. We've got Ladybird History, First World War. We've got the National Geographic World War II, Kids Who Survived and Tell Their Stories. We've got the DK Find Out for World War II. History of the World in 100 stickers. So we'll do the pages that we haven't got up to yet in history. This Victorian House picture book. Another little primary history of the Victorians from Collins. We've got a World War sticker book from Usborne and a Viking settlement activity. And then some read alouds for this time period. We have The Railway Children, we have Winnie's Great War, The Victory Dogs, I Was There, Step Back into Victorian England from a royal nursemaid's perspective, The Black Death from Osborne, who was Queen Victoria, Winston Churchill, Adolf Hitler, and I Was There, Step Back into the trenches of the First World War. And then obviously we'll look at the library for anything else that we'd like to read from that time period. Geography for our curriculum time, we'll be doing Collins Primary Geography Book 5. This is Change. These are case study approach to geography style. So we've got different topics and different countries that we explore for each year. This year it'll be Wales, Greece, North America and Africa. And the topics are, as you can see, seas and oceans, wearing away the land, seasons, cities, jobs and pollution. Okay, and then for our unit study style geography, we have got Wild Explorers, a travel journal. This is produced quarterly at the moment, so I currently have volume 1 and volume 2, and then the volume 3 I think comes out in September. And as the name suggests, we go around visiting different countries. It covers all about the countries, maps, it covers nature study, it covers animals from that time, it covers culture, art, you name it, it's got everything. And it also comes with a little passport that they can make, and then 2 games. Probably, I'm guessing, might be some more games in future editions. So the games in volume 1 are a Zoom Manager game, and the game in volume 2 is a forest habitat game, which I'm so excited about. So for volume 1, we visit the UK, we visit Vietnam, we visit Tanzania. You receive 7 letters from Writings from the Wild, if you've ever seen her amazing products. One of them for the red squirrel. I just love Writings from the Wild stuff, it's amazing. We also visit Canada, South America. It has a country study worksheet pack with it. There is a postcard series, and we visit Australia. We also visit the Nordic countries and Antarctica in volume 1. And then in volume 2, which I haven't printed yet, it's Greece, Madagascar, endurance, and relevant with what they've just found with regards to Shackleton. There's a story, an actual story, nature story that they wrote, a fable I think it is, for the actual volume 2. From Writings from the Wild, you get the ocean letters. We visit Japan, Egypt. There's another art study in there. We go to Russia and we talk about the Fabergé egg. There's a unit on the forests of Northern Europe, and it's got a game. There's Chile. And then there are various different maps, a map of the world, a climate map, a tectonic map. As you can see, it's just stunning. So I'm super excited to do the Wild Explorers this year. I've just put a few books that we all use to go along with it. They're not suggested in here or anything like that, although there are suggested books. But I'll get those at the time when we're doing each unit. It is a unit study style, I in my opinion, because obviously you can go in depth into each place that region that you're visiting and go into it in depth as much as you like. But 3 of the books that I thought would go really well, so you've got the Amazing World Atlas, the travel book, and then What's Where on Earth Animal Atlas. Okay, now moving on to science. So for science, we are doing Heartcut Science grade 5. I found this on eBay and it's a fabulous resource. So it's your text with all your different information on there, real life pictures, and then it also has activities that you should do and questions you should answer and experiments that you should do. Pretty much most chapters have an experiment that goes with, but it's just the text. I couldn't find any kind of workbook to go with it, so I decided to use their ideas and create workbooks to go with it. So for example, I just took their idea about what experiments to do and then used, you know, some of their questions and made worksheets to go along with. I also put in video links and vocabulary, so they always mention vocabulary words, so I put those in. I also added my own video links to go with each appropriate chapter, or, you know, an activity that I thought would go along well with it. I also put some of my own ideas as well as different projects that we could do in these. So I've split them into different types of science, hence why there's 3. It's just easier to plan that way. But yes, that's what we're doing as our main, I guess you could say, curriculum science for 5th grade. I've selected some resources for us to read. So we've got the Osborne Science Encyclopedia, and I put the appropriate pages that we need to cover into my own little teacher guide that I made to go along with it. The Knowledge Encyclopedia of Animals, the Knowledge Encyclopedia of the Human Body, the Knowledge Encyclopedia of Science. This is one of the books that will go well with the genetics unit. I've also put aside Animalium amongst lots of other science books that we've got on our shelves that go along with. To go along with our science experiments, to get a few new products. So the first thing I got is a new microscope. We've had the Learning Resources one for several years, but I wanted to upgrade this year. So I got the Discovery Adventures one. It's HD, and I really like that you can attach your phone to it so you can take pictures of things that you found. So that's a really good one that I'm happy with. And I also got her a new pack of slides. So this has got cell, plant, insect, animal, bacterium and human tissue. It has a list here for all the different samples, and then all the slides are on the other side. I also got her a pack of blank slides and slips so she can make her own samples, and it came with 2 pipettes as well. So she can make her own microscope slides too. Again, for different experiments that we're doing, I got her a fossil collection with a little book guide, a rock science kit, and this rock collection with the big poster. I also got her a weather station, which again is one of the activities, and then I got her the Owl Pellet Mystery Science Lab kit. I also have the Wonders of Learning Biology kit, STEM kit, that I thought would go really well. It's got an animal and plant cell kit in there too, and then also the electricity one. And then I found this resource at Costco, The Wonders of Learning puzzle book and stickers. So it's got all the different, it's got a poster over here, and then it's got all the different topics in science. It has lots of hands-on activities that you can do, so it's got all the information for you to read, stickers for you to attach. So for example, this one is about mitosis, a little crossword, more stickers, a little word search, some questions for them to answer. And I just thought this would be a nice addition to have to go along with our topics this year. And all the stickers are in the back. Because Harcourt is more of a textbook style, I did want to add something else to it this year. And I wanted to pick something that could be child-led and things that she could focus on, that she was really interested in learning more about, and also if we could get any other cross-curricular activities in there as well, I thought that would be great. So what I decided on in the end is two things. So the first thing is a habitat study on a forest, because we really love going to the forest with our dogs, and we've done forest classes and she's really enjoyed learning everything about the forest. So I thought it would be great to focus on that particularly this year. So I got her the Nature Study Handbook 12 Months in the Forest from the Thinking Tree Journal. And we also have the forest game that came with our Wild Explorers for geography, so I thought they would go really nicely together. And then the other thing that I wanted to pick, which is completely child-led, is nature journaling. So what I've had this book, Handbook of Nature Study, for several years, and it's not something you read to the child, don't worry, don't be intimidated by it, it's something you read yourself. So there are so many different topics in here, so I can go off her interests, what she's interested in, find the relevant topic in here, and go through, read it all about it myself. It gives you ideas of how to help them, how to help them learn about that topic, how to interest them, how, what sort of things to focus on. It also gives you some questions that you can ask them as well while they're doing their study. So I really like that book. Laura is someone who I follow on YouTube, and he has a whole selection of books all about nature journaling. I thought that would be absolutely perfect, because then she can really hone in on things that she's interested in, and also it's cross-curricular with art as well, which I really liked. So I got the Law's Guide to Nature Journaling and Nature Drawing and Journaling, and it gives you so many amazing tips of how to actually draw, but also how to study as well, how to perform a nature study, what to do, and just such an amazing resource. So I got her the actual guide, but then I also picked two topics. So I got the drawing and sketching for animals, and I also got the birds one, and then she can pick out of what she's interested in, and it can be really child-led and interest-led. And then I got the little sketchbook to go with. And it's also cross-curricular with art, which is what I really liked, because one of the things we want to do for art, which I'll talk about in a minute, is sketching. So I thought these would be great resources to go along with that too. Okay, now for art, we are focusing on two skills. We are focusing on sketching and watercolour. So I got Watercolour with Me in the Forest. Obviously, I thought that would go really well with our Forest Habitat Unit for Science. And this is a gorgeous book. So you've got the watercolour on the left, and then the instructions and the colours to use on the right. I actually want to get one for myself because I really like that. I think she'll love it. And then I also got Watercolour in Nature, Paint Woodland, Wildlife and Botanicals with 20 beginner-friendly projects. And again, this is a fantastic resource, and it will go so well with our science as well as art. For sketching, we will be using the Law's Guide to Nature Drawing and Journaling, and the Drawing and Sketching Animals and Birds book. That'll be a fantastic resource. And then I also have the Dogs and Puppies, Faces and Animals from Usborne. And this is an Evermore guide, how to teach art to children. I've had this for several years, and we'll pick up a few bits and bobs throughout for any techniques that we need that will help. But I really want to focus on the two skills of sketching and watercolour. But we do have this, and it also does have some world famous artists in here that you can show them the different paintings of and everything else. And we also have Usborne art cards, which we've had for several years, which we really like to look at periodically too. And then I got the Year of Nature Craft and Play. I thought, again, this would be great to go along with. So there's lots of different things in here that you can do. So there are 52, as it says, and it's seasonally. So there's lots of different art and nature activities in that one that will go really nicely with the art this year too. I got her a new mixed media sketchbook from Ohuhu or Ohu, I don't even know how you say it. And then I also got her a new pack of watercolour. So this is the case, and you get all the little watercolour kit swatches in here and some paper. And then you get your brush and all the bits and bobs that you need. And then the artist pencil set. We've had this previously and it's just such a great collection. So you've got watercolour pencils, sketching pencils, colour pencils, different colours, metallic, charcoal pencils. It's a great box, so we really like that one. For French this year we are continuing using McGraw-Hill French for Children, and we also have a couple of online apps that we really like. So she really likes Dinolingo. And then we have some Osborne DVDs, and we also use YouTube a lot as well, so we can hear native speakers. Okay, so for computers this year we are using Help Your Kids with Computer Science from DK and Computer Coding for Kids. It's got all kinds of information in here that are really helpful. So here is the table of contents to see what's inside. So it all goes through so many different topics, so programming languages, networks, digital issues, future of computers, social media, hardware, software, everything you could possibly think of in there. And then this is the computer coding version. And here's our table of contents with this one. She's really a fay with Scratch, but we will be working more on the Python chapters this year. I also go through each year teaching her different applications. So, you know, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and we'll just continue to grow with that this year, just using my own stuff that I teach her, my own lesson plans. For music this year, we are doing Easy Peasy Online, which covers all about the orchestra and lots of musical history and everything else. And then I've got 2 books that we'll use to go along with. We have The Story of the Orchestra, which has the disc with it, and then we have Wide-Eyed, I love their books, The School of Music, which is a fantastic book too. For critical thinking, we will do The Skill Sharpener Evermore, grade 5. We've used these books in the past and we really like them. For baking this year, I'm making her our little cookbook, so my family recipes, as in things that we like as a family to eat, so she can learn to make all the recipes she likes to eat herself. So I thought that would be really good. But I will also add in the Children's World Cookbook to go along with our Wild Explorers Journal, to pick some recipes from different countries we visit, and also there are recipes within that curriculum too that we can make. We do have Chef Academy from Osborne. We used the Veterinary Academy this year and we really liked it. So we have the chef one for 5th grade, and then I also have the 100 Things to Know About Food from Osborne. And then lastly, our handicraft this year is going to be sewing. We have this fantastic sewing curriculum that I was gifted a couple of years ago, everything that happened in the world. We never got around to doing it because we hadn't got our sewing machine or anything like that. I wanted to wait till all the shops were open so we could pick our own fabric and make it a fun experience. So I've held on to it, but this is the year I'm so excited. So I got a Singer sewing machine for her. We have the guide, the curriculum for us to do. I also got her this little Singer pack with all her sewing equipment and essentials in there, tape measure, there's all kinds of stuff in there in this little handy carry case, and we're going to have so much fun picking out our fabric and doing little projects this year for sewing. So that's everything for our 5th grade year. If you've got any questions, leave them below, and if you'd like me to do a flip through of anything, then definitely let me know in the comments below as well. I'll try and link everything that I can, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care, bye for now. Hey everyone, and welcome to The Learning Ladder. I'm really excited to be sharing with you our curriculum choices for the 2023-2024 homeschool year. My daughter is 10 and will be going into 6th grade in September. So I'll be showing you all my curriculum choices in a minute, but one of the main things that we're going to be doing this year is my literature unit on Wings of Fire, which is called Dragon Academy. So I have made a video about Dragon Academy before, which I'll link below. So basically Dragon Academy covers a lot of our literature. It also covers science, it covers partially our history, a mini unit in our geography, all of our IT, and half of our art. So it does cover quite a lot of what we're going to be doing. So as I said, I'll leave the links below about Dragon Academy, but I'll also show you the books that we'll be using as part of Dragon Academy in the video, but I won't specifically be going into Dragon Academy because I have done that before. But I'm going to show you all the rest of our curriculum choices that we're using along with Dragon Academy this year. I also have curriculum videos from pre-K4 all the way up to now 6th grade in the description box linked. So if there are any other ages that you're interested to see what we did for that year, then don't forget to check out the links in the description box. Let's give this video a thumbs up, it really helps my channel, and also leave me a comment. I'd love to hear from you, and I'd love it if you'd like to subscribe as well. So I will get started and show you our curriculum picks for the 2023-2024 homeschool year. I can't believe it, 6th grade, crazy. Okay, so for maths we are doing section 7.6, so this is the student book. We also have the solutions manual and test and worksheets. And then what we're also doing is an addition is your business math, and we're doing pet store edition. So this is the teacher book and the student book, and this is from Simply Charlotte Mason. Okay, so for our curriculum choice for language arts is learning language arts through literature. So this is the teacher book. It's also got a student book with it. So as it says, it covers grammar, vocabulary, spelling, reading skills, creative writing, research and higher order reasoning. There are also 4 book studies. We're only doing 2 because we are doing book studies with Dragon Academy, which I'll talk all about in a bit. But the book studies that I decided to pick were Big Red and The Horse and His Boy, out of the 4. For vocabulary, we continue using my Older Words book, which you can get off Amazon, and that's what it's like. So it has a place to pop the word in, define it, tell a joke with it if you want to, draw it, use it in a sentence, Greek or Latin root, another word I could use, and then make up a poem or riddle. You can choose what aspect you want to do on a daily basis. We alternate it. Some days we do certain things, some days we do something else. And we use it with the Mrs. Wordsmith Storyteller's Word a Day, and then also any vocabulary that comes up organically. There is writing included in learning language arts through literature, but on their website they also recommend Wordsmith Apprentice as a companion to the programme. So I decided to get it this year. So this is for grades 4 through 6. There is also another one, I think it's 7 through 9 or 8 through 9, I'm not sure. But basically with this one, they are taking part in a newspaper. So they're going to be learning different writing styles for the newspaper. It also has some grammar in here. Add-on grammar, not a specific grammar curriculum. It's more to do with writing, but the author is actually a fiction writer, which I really love when writers write books for children, because I think they're more creative. I don't know, I just really like that aspect. So that's what we're using for writing. And then I also found this workbook, Just Right, Creativity and Craft in Writing, and we'll be picking elements out of this one as well. If you'd like a flip through of anything, please do let me know in the comments below, and I'll be happy to do that for you. And then we also have writing projects as part of Dragon Academy. For handwriting this year, I picked this Mammal Facts workbook. It's got a place for them to write and draw the fact that they have read, which I really like. And they're all facts about mammals, which is always fun. For reading skills, we are sticking with Harcourt Family Learning. This is the grade 6. Most of these are non-fiction, and we really enjoy those. And I did add this year a poetry and a fiction reading comprehension activity book as well. For spelling this year, in grade 5 we did a combination of Spelling You See and All About Spelling. We're continuing with that, and we're moving on to Asian Achievements in Spelling You See and All About Spelling. This is the teacher and the student pack. I really like the combination of the two. And this goes really well with our history as well this year, because you're learning all about different, as the name suggests, achievements in the ancient times, which goes along great with our history. We're also going to be doing, as I mentioned before, Dragon Academy this year, and part of language arts is included in Dragon Academy. So in particular, Dragon Academy is based on the Wings of Fire series, books 1 through 6. So she's going to be reading books 1 through 6 and answering questions of comprehension, learning about different figurative language, doing copy work, and what we call scrolls work, so some writing assignments as well. So we have the Dragon Grammar book to help us with our Dragon Grammar. Talent writing is copy work from the book, from the different books 1 through 6, so different samples from the chapters, specifically focusing on certain literature elements. So it could be figurative language, it could be great use of dialogue, and so on. So as part of her scrolls activity, so her language arts writing activity, she'll be doing 3 project-based activities throughout the year. as well as weekly activities using various Usborne books, which I'll show you in a minute. But as part of her writing project, she's going to be doing 3 projects. She's going to be making a picture book and retelling one of the events that happen in the books for a younger reader. She is going to be writing a creature magazine, and then she's also going to be writing a science fiction or fantasy story. And that is all scheduled out in our Dragon Academy schedule for her. I'll show you the books that we'll be using for Dragon Academy all at one time. It was just easier to do that, so stay tuned if you want to see the books we're using for Dragon Academy. For history this year, we're going to be doing Story of the World, Ancient Times, so we're cycling back through. So I have the book here, the audio, I have the activity book. And because this is our second time cycling through, I've added a few extra components. So we've got our history timeline notebook, and we've also got the CGP Ancient Egyptians study book and activity book. There'll also be a historical element to Dragon Academy, which I'll talk about in a minute. Okay, now for geography, we do have a mini unit in Dragon Academy on China, which I'll show you in a minute. But for the rest of the year, we'll be doing 2 things. So we'll be doing Collins Primary Geography book. This is all case study geography, which we really enjoy. The categories this year, it changes obviously for each level. We've got Planet Earth, so restless Earth, drinking water, local weather, planning issues, transport, conservation, and places we're visiting: England, Europe, South America, and Asia. And this year I actually did get the teacher book. I've never got the teacher book before, so I'm curious to see how different that will be. But basically it does have lesson plans, and it also has extra printables that you can use to go along with, so I'm excited to use that. And then we'll also be doing Junior Geography and Cultures from Guest Hollow. Now this is a literature-based curriculum, and it is also a buffet curriculum, so you have a ton of different cross-curricular and multiple resource activities. So you have videos, you have art, you have printables. There is so much that you can do with it. The reading list is extensive, but obviously as a buffet you can pick and choose what you want. So the books that I've picked to go along with are the DK People and Places, a Children's Encyclopedia, the Atlas Obscura, the Explorer's Guide, and I did purchase these either new or used because you use them multiple times throughout the curriculum, and our library is not good at all. Didn't have any of these ones, so it was just better to either buy used or new. So I also got the Geography from A to Z, a picture glossary, DK Wildlife of the World, Eyewitness Amazon, Where is the Tower of London, Norse Myths and Legends, The Frozen Worlds, The Big Book of the UK, Eyewitness Wonders of the World, Earth's Incredible Oceans, and Prisoners of Geography, Our World Explained in 12 Simple Maps. The other books to go along with our geography I purchased from her list was How to Draw Kawaii, Animals, People, Food and More, and Cooking Class Global Feast. So this has got all your different recipes in for the countries you're visiting. So those are the books that I decided to purchase. There are many more that she includes in her buffet, and as I said, there are lots of other things: activities, videos, music, so much. It's really an amazing curriculum, so I'm really excited for us to dive into it. Okay, now I'm going to show you all the books that we're going to be using with Dragon Academy. This does include our science as well as our art as well, and our IT. Okay, so the additional language arts books aside from Dragon Grammar were the Write Your Own Sci-Fi and Fantasy Storybook from Usborne and Write and Design Your Own Magazine book from Usborne. These are both for Dragon Academy language arts. For the Legends aspect, which is our Dragon history, we're going to be using DK Dragon World. And for our mini unit on China, we're going to be using All About China: Stories, Songs, Crafts and Games for Kids. That's by Tuttle. For our science, which is called Prey Center, due to the Dragon's Kitchen being called their Prey Center, where they eat, and quite a bit of our science is kitchen science and some of it is edible, so that's why I've called it the Prey Center, and also Elements. The books we're going to be using are Lift the Flap, Usborne Periodic Table, Rocks, Scholastic Rocks, Minerals and Gems, the Kitchen Science Cookbook, the Usborne Geography Encyclopedia, Kitchen Chemistry from Nomad Press, Cool Crystals, Rocking Reactions and Magical Mixtures, Geology Lab for Kids, Biodiversity by Nomad Press, Biomes by Nomad Press, Science Experiments You Can Eat, What's Chemistry All About, and the Scholastic Periodic Table. These are absolutely stunning books. For our Creature magazine, we have obviously the Usborne How to Make Your Own Magazine book that I just showed you a moment ago. We also have Griffins, Unicorns and Other Mythical Beasts. This is for knowledge gaining for our magazine, obviously. I also have Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and What's Where on Earth Animal Atlas. For IT, we'll be using Build Your Own Website for Beginners by Usborne and Coding for Beginners using Python. For art, we are using Dragon Art, How to Draw Fantastic Dragons and Fantasy Creatures, and also Drawing from Brenda Ellis, with so basically sketching with graphite pencils. This is the Art Core one. It's got text and video projects as well. So you get your discs here, but it does also have, you can also purchase an online option, but I do have the discs, and then it does cover some art appreciation as well as your sketching lessons. Okay, so our electives, the first one is French. For French, we're still using DK French for Everyone, and also this year we'll be adding Duolingo. Our next elective this year is Nature Study, and we are doing a National Parks of the UK study. So I have got the How to Teach Nature Journaling, a book from John Mears. This is the teacher book. It's not, you don't obviously use this with your students. This is a teacher book for you to read. We are using, as I said, the National Parks of the United Kingdom book. We're actually going to be visiting all of the national parks in our school year as part of our field trips, which I'm really excited about. So there are 15, as you can see, scattered throughout the United Kingdom. So we've got some in England, Scotland and Wales. This book just gives a brief explanation about them, you know, what the history of them, what's their activities you can do. And as I said, we're going to be going to visit them, which I'm really excited about this year. And to go along with, I got the nature notebook from School Nest, so we can keep record of everything we find, our diary of observations, and I also got the DK Encyclopedia of Nature. Our next elective is notebooking all about dogs, so I got the Dog Lovers Learning Journal for her. I also got the Atlas of Dogs to go with it, the National Geographic Kids Dog Breed Guide, Doodling for Dog People, and this book of the dog, which is all basically art prints with dogs featured in them, which is so fun. I really love this book. This will also cover her non-fiction writing as well, so we're gonna have lots of fun learning all about the different dog breeds. We have Logic as well as another mini elective, so I got her the Logic workbook for gritty kids. This looks really fun. And then the final elective is for Design and Technology, so she has got her Make Do cardboard construction kit, which she is absolutely loving, and I already need to get more screws because she's having so much fun making things out of cardboard. And then I also got her the Usborne book of paper engineering because she loves making things out of paper as well. And as part of our Dragon Academy, when we're making the picture book for children, there's an option to make it interactive, so that this is going to become really handy for that, because it shows you how to make pop-up books and things like that in this book. So I know that's going to be really useful for her when she's making her picture book for younger children. There it is, the 3D. I actually made a picture book for younger children in my last year of primary school too, so that's why it's such a fun project for her to do. The child I actually made for the book for lived close to us as well, and years later I'd see them and they'd be like, "Oh, you were the girl who made us the picture book." It was really cute. So I'm really excited to see which one she makes, and obviously for her to gift it to the child that she picks. Okay, so some fun extras I got to go along with for our year. So we got the watercolour with me in the jungle and in the ocean. So the ocean one will go with the Wings of Fire book 2 for tsunami, and technically speaking it's in the rainforest, but in the jungle we'll go with Glory's book, which is watercolour with me as well. Then I got polished gemstones, Rock, mineral and fossil kit, those are both for our geology unit, as are the geodes. I also got her the professional rock tumbler and the refill pack to go with. For art, we needed some watercolour pencils, some new pastels. I also need to get some watercolours still, some Ticonderoga pencils, and then these pigment liners, which are great when you're adding detail to the watercolour books. Science, I also got her the Science Mag Chemistry Lab and this crystal set. And some school nest notebooks. She's got the 6th grade notebook, science notebook, and a reading journal. Okay, now some of the books we're going to be reading together, read alouds, and also independent reads. I haven't assigned everything to a category yet, but I'll show you what I've got so far. So we have Why 1111 Answers to Everything. This is definitely going to be going in our morning basket, as are, it's a morning cart, and I alternate the books throughout the year. Animals Would You Rather. So that's got 200 fun and silly scenarios. It's just a fun warm-up activity. The National Geographic Kids Big Puzzles book and the Animal Quiz book. We have The Hobbit, the Jungle Book, puzzle book for dogs, again, morning time basket activity book. We have got The Cricket in Times Square, The Call of the Wild, Infopedia 2019, 2021. We have got Rebel, Animals at Risk, Stories of Survival. We've got the Illustrated Dictionary of Science, so this has got the physics, chemistry and biology all in one. We also got a Science Saurus, a student handbook. It's got all the different science types in there, so life science, earth science and so on. Dragonology, the complete book of dragons. Working with Monsters, a course in monstrology. Infopedia 2023, George Orwell Animal Farm, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Underwater World, the Big Quiz Book, the Kingfisher Science Encyclopedia, DK Human Body, a fact for every day of the year, that's going to be morning time basket, Rebel Dogs, Heroes, Heroic Tales of Trusty Hounds. We have Courageous Canines, The Incorrigible Children of Ashton Place, The Unseen Guest, which is book 3, Warriors, Fire and Ice, Warrior Cats, Into the Wild, The Incorrigible Children, Mystery Howling, that's book 1, Mysterious Howling even, The Rescuers, Marjorie Sharp, Treasure Island, Little Women, and The Wind in the Willows. So that's everything I've got currently for our readers / read alouds. This does not include our history readers or read alouds. If you watch my previous video for when we did Story of the World, I'll be using a lot of those books again, but instead of them being read alouds, a lot of them will be independent reads for her, because obviously she's older now. So yes, that's everything in my haul today. So if you've got any questions, leave them below. If you want any links for anything, then definitely let me know and I'll be happy to put them. But thanks for watching, take care, see you soon. Hi everyone and welcome to The Learning Ladders. Today I'm sharing with you my curriculum picks for the 2024-2025 homeschool year. My daughter is 11 and will be going into 7th grade. Okay, for math we're sticking with Saxon math. We have used this from the very beginning. We had a period of about 6 months where we tried a different curriculum, but other than that we have always been true to Saxon. I really do appreciate this curriculum. Is it the most bright and colourful? No, but it works, it does its job. So the textbook is absolutely humongous for the 8-7 year. So we've got the textbook, you have the solutions manual, and you also have your tests and worksheets. I did pick up this Kumon pre-algebra book in case we wanted to do any extra in the holidays or anything like that, just to go with. That is for grades 6 through 8. Our main language arts curriculum will be learning language arts through literature. This is the green book. This particular level is including grammar, diagramming, vocabulary, reading skills, poetry, short stories, Shakespeare research and higher order reasoning. It comes with the teacher book and the student book. It also has, for this particular level, 3 book studies. It's The Star of Light, The Mysterious Benedict Society, and then the Shakespeare play, Much Ado About Nothing. As with this year, we've decided to change up some of the book studies. So we will be doing the Shakespeare play and the Mysterious Benedict Society. I did actually buy the complete set because I think we'll probably really end up liking this one. It also came with this little guide, activity book guide with it as well. but we are doing some additional novel studies instead of using the Star of Light. I just thought it would work better for us. So our 3 additional novel studies we're going to be doing are The Hobbit, George Orwell Animal Farm, and Stuart Little. And the novel studies I decided to pick were 2 from Brave Writer for Stuart Little and The Hobbit, and 1 from Moving Beyond the Page for Animal Farm. I did also get the Gregor the Underland Chronicles box set, and I was looking around for a novel study in case we want to do it. I don't know if we will, but in case. And I found one from Hearth and Story. They also had The Giver as well, so I got both of them. I don't know if we'll do them. We'll see. We'll definitely do the other ones. These are additionals if we decide we want to, because I don't think you have to do a novel study with every single book that you read, but sometimes it does add certain things to it. This is a completely different style, though, than the other 2 from Moving Beyond the Page and Brave Writer. So again, I don't know, it's a new company. I've never used any of their products before, but I thought we'd have a look at it and see what we think. We did manage to get through 8 novel studies this year. Well, we will by the end of the year. 6 from Wings of Fire series and 2 from our curriculum, Learning Language Arts through Literature. So we can definitely fit them in theory, but it's whether or not we want to. And as I said, you don't have to do a novel study for every single book that you read, but they are there as a consideration. But I think we'll definitely be getting through these. Either she'll either read them independently or we'll do them as a read aloud together. But again, we may or may not do the novel studies with those 2. For grammar this year, I've purchased 2 different options, and I'm going to let my daughter try both and see which she prefers. So this is the Well Trained Mind program. Now this is a 4-year program, so if we decide to go with this one, we would stick with it for the next 4 years. And then obviously this is Fix It Grammar. We have used level 2 of Fix It Grammar previously, but they are both really good programs, and ultimately I want my daughter to decide which one she prefers, because as I said, I want us to stick with it for the next few years if possible. So with the Well Trained Mind, you get you have to purchase the grammar guide book. So this is your reference book for all things grammar. You also have your instructed core text, which you use for the full 4 years. So that's fantastic. You only have to buy the 1 book. This is for you, the teacher. Then they have a different colour book every year, or you can spread it out over 2 years. So you can use this book over 2 years if you need to. There's yellow, purple, green, blue, I think. Basically, that's their text. And then there is the answer key. With Fix It Grammar, you have the student and the teacher manual. Again, it is a little section that they need to find different things to mark and then to fix, and then they rewrite the passage corrected at the bottom. So as I said, we've used Fix It Grammar before. She did really enjoy it. We've never used the Well Trained Mind grammar before, so we're going to try both and see which she prefers, and that's the one we'll stick with. So for teacher-led spelling, I have got All About Spelling level 6, and I've also got Spelling Power. Now, All About Spelling is mastery, so you are supposed to do each level. So this is the level that we would be doing this year, which is level 6. However, I did get Spelling Power. Very different curriculum. This is, teaching you about the spelling rules and everything else, whereas this pretty much is a list-based system. It does have some spelling rules in it too. So I thought we'll use them in combination. And the good thing about this one is you can use it from age 8 to adult. So we could use this for the rest of our schooling if we needed to, should she need to. I do think spelling is really a lost art with spell check and everything else, so I do want my daughter to be able to spell well. However, All About Spelling only goes up to level 7, and then that's it. So I've got both. This for perhaps now, this year, or for the future if we need it. And the thing about the Spelling Power that I like is it only teaches them what they don't know already. So you do little pre-tests to determine what level to teach them on. Whereas I think lots of other spelling curriculums, it's just a list of words, and then you have to do them all, irrespective of whether you already know them. So I do really like that aspect of Spelling Power. But as I said, we have used All About Spelling from level 1 up, and I would like to finish the curriculum if we can. So I did get both of them this year. We started using spelling and word study this year, and we absolutely loved it. It's a fantastic curriculum, mainly for vocabulary, and it has Greek and Latin roots in here. It has lots of different ways to actually use the words, and I do really enjoy it. I think it's much more word study, and that's how we use it more than the spelling aspect. But I do think it's really, really a really great curriculum. So we decided to do it again this year. This is the last level, and she does this actually independently. So whereas the other spelling would obviously need to do together to a certain point. This one she will do completely by herself in the afternoon as part of her independent studies. Okay, for vocabulary this year, we're continuing to use my All the Words book. You can get this off Amazon. You can use it with any vocabulary resource that you have. Basically, you write the word, define it, tell a joke with it, draw it, use it in a sentence. Say if it's a Greek or Latin root, pick another word. And if you want to make a poem or riddle for it. We've used this for the past couple of years and really do enjoy it. We have been using the Mrs. Wordsmith words to go with the Storyteller's Word a Day. This is the second volume. There are 180 words in there, so we still do have a few left in there, so we'll continue until we finish this one. Then I did actually purchase this Collins A Word of Day, 365 words for curious minds. Once we finish that one, we can continue and use this in our notebook, plus any other words that we encounter during any of our subjects that we think would be useful to pop in there too. Okay, so for reading comprehension, we've got a couple of options. We have this one, which is comprehension to 14. So basically you get some kind of extract. So it could be a newspaper article. It could be in this case, a stage drama. It could be a fictional story or a crime story, or, different genres of writing. And then there are questions for them to complete. So what I think I'll do is over the summer, I'll go through and decide which ones I'd like her to do from the categories, because this does go up to 14, so we could use it over multiple years. And then we also have, so you really want to learn English too. And what I really like about this is it always starts off with this you can use as your full English if you wanted to, but I do really like learning language arts through literature. It always starts off with an extract of something that you have to read, and then it has questions afterwards. So for example, it has this extract about Sherlock Holmes, and then it will have exercise questions based on what you've just read. So what I think I might do is pick some of these throughout the year as well, so different genres. Again, this has got poetry in there, it's got different fiction, non-fiction aspects too. But as I said, you could use this for a lot of your language arts, and it does actually have writing prompts as well in it as well, writing workshops and things. So I'm again grammar and punctuation, so I might pick a couple of the prompts for writing if I feel like we need to or would enjoy it, as well as the reading comprehension. So that's what we've got in mind for reading comprehension. We will be doing cursive again this year. I just want her to have as nice handwriting as she can. So with that in mind, I did get her a couple of options. We like options, we like variety, we don't like just the one thing. We like to mix things up, and I do really like the Evermore daily handwriting practice. It's basically just a little extract a day for them to do, which is really useful. And also it does have information in there that's really interesting. So here are some of the things that they'll be learning throughout. She loves Charlotte's Web, and when I asked her what cursive workbook she'd like between a few different options, she picked Charlotte's Web. So we decided to get with this one. And then we've used several of IW's products before, but we've never used their cursive. And I like the fact that it's a handwriting course for all ages, because I think I could brush up on my cursive as much as she. And I thought, we'll get this one, and we can maybe do this one as a fun thing together. So I really had to make a decision about what I wanted to do for writing this year. That was one of the things that was holding me up posting this video, because I couldn't decide. I purchased IW Structure and Style 1B. I also have the Well Trained Mind writing program as well. I think they're both fantastic. The only thing that puts me off about doing the Well Trained Mind one is I read comments that said if you were doing their grammar, which is a possibility because I have purchased it, that they're both the grammar and the writing are very in depth, and it can be a bit too much if you do them in the same year. So that's what made me decide to go with IEW, just in case we decide we want to do their grammar, so that she's not overwhelmed, because they do, in their writing assignments, they are really in depth, as well as the grammar. It's more in depth program as well. As you can see, the textbook was massive. So I don't want to overload her with things. So we went with IW. We've used IW before. We used 1A. Their number system is completely bizarre in terms of levels and things, but this is the level that she's supposed to be in terms of grade level. And it's got this giant binder with the teacher guide in, and also you have your DVDs. I decided to go for the DVD option rather than the web option this year, the streaming option. But we do really like IW. We love the videos where the kids are all in the classroom and, you know, he's teaching them and everything. It's a really, really good program. He's very funny. He's very knowledgeable, very entertaining. I do really like it. So she does too. So we're going to go with IW 1B this year. So you do get all the student handouts, which you put into your folder, which I think the quality of their materials is fantastic. And then here is your teacher's manual. I have done the teaching structure and style video for teachers myself, and we have done the thematic units, which are fantastic. We love them. But there is just something about the video lessons that adds to it. I really do like that. But again, it was a hard choice because some of their thematic units, especially the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe ones, look so good. And I'm definitely tempted to do those in the future, perhaps. But we decided to go back to the, I guess, their original method, which is the structure and style for this year. We do really like the School Nest notebooks, and I got her the 7th grade one for this year. So it's dark grade on one, lined on the other, and I also got her the spelling notebook, which I thought would be useful for when we're doing spelling power. Okay, for science this year, we have decided to go with 2 different options. We are going with biology for the logic stage, which was from elemental science. Now, this does have some required books with it, so you are required to have the Kingfisher Science Encyclopedia, the Osborne Science Encyclopedia, the Illustrated Dictionary of Science. This has got physics, chemistry, and biology in this one. The Encyclopedia of Nature, and TK Eyewitness Human Body. Not the workbook, the actual human body book. For science, we are also using Guest Hollow's Junior Human Anatomy and Health curriculum. Now, this is a literature-based program, and there are a ton of books that you can either buy, get from your library, and she has a rating system of to how important they are to go with the curriculum, so I'll show you which ones I ended up getting. It Takes Guts, How Your Body Turns Food into Fuel. Mysterious Truth, the most interesting book you'll ever read about germs. Outbreak, Plagues That Changed History. The Gene Machines. Genetics, Breaking the Code of Your DNA. An American Plague, the true and terrifying story of the yellow fever epidemic. The Ultimate Girl's Body Book. The Skeleton Book. Enjoy Your Cells. Some Secrets Should Never Be Kept. This isn't part of the list, but I did add it to our collection. We've been collecting these DK Knowledge encyclopedias, and this is the Earth one. Fight Against Microbes. Food and Nutrition for Every Kid. Pooh, A History of the World from the Bottom Up. Basher Science Microbiology. The Good Germ Hotel. Again, this was not on the list, but it's one that I wanted to get this year. We'll be putting it in our morning time basket cart, which I'll show you the books for in a minute. How to Really Fool Yourself, Illusions for All Your Senses. Bones. This is not one on her list, but I decided to add it this year, so you really want to learn science. This is a big giant reference book that we can dip into for different topics. Back to her list. You Can't Use Your Brain If You Are a Jellyfish. Have a Nice DNA. Germ Zappers. Blood and Guts, A Working Guide to Your Own Insides. Brilliant Bodies, Inside and Out. This is something that I picked to go along with. Biology for Curious Kids. Again, something I picked to go with our studies. The Quest to Digest and the Circulatory Story. I also picked up Kay's Anatomy. This is something I chose. I thought she'd enjoy this as an independent read. The Museum of Odd Body Leftovers, A Tour of Your Useless Parts, Flaws and Other Weird Bits. Again, something I picked. I thought she'd enjoy to read as an independent read. Wow in the World, The How and Wow of the Human Body. Again, something I picked for independent science reading. 2 of the Operation Ouch books. Again, something I decided to pick for her for independent reading. So we've got Medical Milestones and Crazy Cures and Your Brilliant Body. Back to the recommended reads. We have Belly Busting, Worm Invasions, The Exciting Endocrine System, The Human Anatomy Colouring Book, and Muscles. As I said, this was a literature-based curriculum, so there were a lot of books to go with. I did get a lot of them used, which is fantastic. And then just some extra books that I want for us to use this year. So we've got the Knowledge Encyclopedia, Human Body, Timelines of Nature, Discover the Secret Stories of Our Ever-Changing Natural World. I'm going to put this one in our morning basket cart, but I thought I'd show you now because obviously it's science related. And I did get this Nature Timeline sticker book to go with. I thought that would be a fun activity to do as part of our morning time. Weird and Wonderful Nature, Tales of More Than 100 Unique Animals, Plants and Phenomena. She's already had a look through this one and loved it. She definitely wants to collect more from that series. We have got the Chris Packham's Nature Handbook. Again, just something that I thought would go along nicely. The DK Encyclopedia of Plants and Fungi to add to our collection, but also because I thought it would go well with the topics. How to Spaghettify Your Dog and Other Science Secrets of the Universe. I just bought her this for an independent science read. I thought she'd enjoy it. How to Be a Genius. This is one of the Beowulf required books. And then this is just something that I thought would go along well. That's Life, Looking for Living Things All Around You. So that's everything for science. Okay, so for history we are doing the medieval times. And I found these two great resources that I really liked. So this is from Oxford. This is Invasion, Plague and Murder, Britain, 1066 to 1558. And then I also found these history medieval realms throughout the years from Galore Park. Again, I really like them both. So what I'm planning to do over the summer is to go through them and make my own lesson plan so that we can utilise both resources in different ways. So for this one, it's very visual. And I really like the over to you sections and some of the expanded questions and things. And then for these ones, I really like the fact that it goes into much more detail than this one. I think this is quite a overlook, whereas this goes into greater detail for each of the periods, and it's just a really great resource. So this has additional questions and exercises, and also essay questions as well. So I'm going to go through them all over the summer and make my own lesson plans to go with both of the curriculums so that we can incorporate them. So we're not going to do them both independently of each other. I'm going to make my own lesson plans so that we can utilise both. Okay, for geography this year we are using Jog 1 from Oxford. This is the text and then the student workbook. And then I did get this How to Draw Maps and Charts just as a fun added extra. For computers, I decided to go with Oxford, and we got Oxford Computing 7. This is the student book. And then the teacher book actually covers years 7 through 9, so I just had to get this one, which is helpful. I did also, for my main subjects, get these CGP books for each topic, just so I can make sure that we're covering everything. This is not just for 1 year, this is for the whole 3 years. So this is a great resource just so I can make sure that we're covering everything that we need to. So this is what I mean. I got for each subject, as I said, this is for 3 years, not just 1. So I got the science, the history, the maths, and I'll be using this history one to help me when I'm making my lesson plans with the 2 other history curriculums, or curricula: mathematics, English, spelling, punctuation and grammar, geography and computing. So these are a guide for me to make sure that we're covering everything we need to. Okay, so for art this year, we decided to do 2 more of the Brenda Ellis units. We've been doing one this year, which was sketching. So next year we have painting with watercolour and painting with watercolour pencils. These were the required resources. So for the watercolours, she gave you several different options of pencils, and I decided to go for the Goldfarber Aqua, or Goldfaber Aqua, however you pronounce it. And again, for the watercolour, she gave you some essential requirements. You could choose several different ones, and I decided to go for the Winsor & Newton Cotman watercolour Sketchers pocket set. We also do really enjoy art, so we got a few different additional activities that we can do throughout the year. So we really liked the 365 days themes of books. This one is their Art in Nature. They have different ones. We both got one each. This year and previous years we've been doing the watercolour with me ones, and we always get one each so we can do it together. It's a fun activity to sit down and do together, something that you can hold on to as they get older, where you still get to do some learning together. So both got as one of those 365 days of art in nature. She loves doing comic books. She does them all the time. I actually created products on my Amazon store for comic book templates because I was constantly buying them. So she, as I said, loves comic books. So I got her this Art for Kids cartooning. I thought that would be really fun for her to work through. I also got her this How to Draw All the Animals for Kids. We could do this as a warm-up for the day or something along those lines, or she can just dip into it throughout the year. And then I just got the Usborne Art Introduction book. So I just got this used and I thought it would be a good one to add. Okay, moving on to electives. So we are doing an illustration elective this year, or an illustrator elective. She, as I said, loves making her own stories up and loves making her own comic books. So I thought it would be really fun to do an illustrator unit in case she ever decides to go that way, picture book illustrator or something along those lines, comic book illustrator even. So I got her several books and then an activity book that she can use. So we've got the Encyclopedia of Illustration Techniques. And this is something she can use for over the years, not just for this year. I also got her Illustrating Children's Books, Creating Pictures for Publication. How to be an illustrator. The illustration workshop. So this is the actual workbook where she gets to practice different skills. Again, I envisage this as something we'll do over several years, not just in year 7. The Complete Guide to Drawing and Illustration, a practical and inspirational course for artists of all abilities. That's my cat mewing. She desperately wants to come in. And then I just got her a mixed media Oh Hoo Hoo notebook. Another elective we're doing is the Basics of Critical Thinking. This is from the Critical Thinking Company. And I got her the grades 4 through 9 book. We're also going to be doing a sewing elective. So I got her Sewing School 21 Sewing Projects Kids Will Love to Make. It has all the patterns in the back, which is really helpful. And then I also got her this 30 Fun Projects to Hand and Machine Sew. We are also doing a fun bread unit study. This is from Heritage Homeschool, or Heritage Schoolhouse I should say. We have been doing their chicken unit study this year. I'm really enjoying it. So I decided to get their bread unit. It also comes with these recipe cards. I'm still printing it because I needed to change my maintenance time on my printer. But basically it has all these little recipe cards as well, making different breads from all around the world. There's a passport that goes with it for all the different countries. It looks a really fun unit. And some new cookbooks to add to our collection. So the Devilishly Delicious one, which is a Disney Villains, and also the Usborne Christmas Baking for Children. We are doing French again this year, and I got the CGP study guide and workbook. I do like the fact it also has audio samples on as well, so you get to hear the vocabulary. My daughter also loves animals and possibly maybe going into a veterinary career, possibly in the future. So I got this pets unit from Gather Round to do as an elective, and then we've had these resources and we read them a few years ago, but I thought we'd go through them again. So Be the Vet, Tales from a Young Vet, this veterinary anatomy colouring book, and then I Want to Be a Veterinarian, just to go through. She loves the Thinking Tree books, and we always get one of these every year, so she has a mixture of different types of writing. So I'll mix the two between LUW and the Thinking Tree journal, and this is Mythological Creatures and Legendary Animals. Our final elective this year is scrapbooking. So we've done this previously and we absolutely loved it, and we're actually going to be starting it over the summer. We've recently moved and there's so many fun things to do in our area, so we'll be scrapbooking throughout the summer and continuing on throughout the year. So I got a bunch of different resources, washi tape, stickers, different types of a craft paper that we can use with our scrapbooks. I'll leave the link to my haul where I showed it a bit more in detail, but we'll definitely be having lots of fun with our scrapbooking this year. I didn't show you this before. This is Genetics and DNA Lab. That's a required game for the Beowulf science curriculum. Okay, so some books we'll be adding to our morning cart this year. So we've got Evolution. This looks like a really fun one. The end pages are absolutely gorgeous. Reading through that throughout the year. Geography for Beginners from Usborne. There's also a history one coming out, but it's not coming out until October, so we'll add that to our morning cart when it arrives. A word a day, again, as I said, we'll be utilising this throughout the year. This is 100 Years of Poetry for Children. I've also got another poetry book on the way. We're going to be concentrating on different poets throughout the year. Everyday Amazing, fantastic facts for every day of the year. We always have something like this. We had the National Geographic one this year, which we really liked. Everything Under the Sun, a curious question for every day of the year. So we don't read every single one of them every day. We'll dip into them throughout the year. but the ones that are per day, we try to as much as we can. A big book of mysteries, uncover the truth about over 100 real life mysteries. Again, this is a fun one to add to our morning cart. An animal a day, 365 animals to take you through the year. This is a stunning book as well. A year of nature poems. Big ideas for curious minds. And the fallacy detective. Some additional supplies we got this year. So we got the Sharpie creative markers. They are like a paint effect, so she's going to be having fun with them, and I'm also going to use them in my planner as well. We got some of these dog magnetic bookmarks, again for rewards for good job done, and things like that. Some brushes for art. I got these Papermate Flare scented pens. I'll probably give her those on the first day of school. Some acrylic paint, some regular watercolour pencils, so we can save the fancy ones for our curriculum. This watercolour painting set and pad, and then some of these glitter pads, different pages in which you can use in her scrapbook or just to have fun with throughout the year. Some card, we always need those, always need sketchbooks. Some additional sketchbooks because we always go through these throughout the year, and paper as well. Okay, and then finally I'm going to show you some of the other books we're considering for either read alouds or independent reading. So we've got Emmy and the Incredible Shrinking Rat, A Nest for Celeste, the Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. This is the Mina Lima version. I absolutely love these books. Illustration Company, they just do such a fantastic job of making them interactive, and they're fantastic. If I could get every single book illustrated by them, I would. Okay, so we've got the Last Dragon Chronicles, again either read aloud or independent. We have got the Keepers of the Lost City series, the Endling series. I showed all these in a previous haul. We have got the School of Good and Evil book set. Oh, I did purchase this Collins, I should have shown you that earlier actually, in the resources section, English Dictionary and Thesaurus box set for this year. We got the Tower at the End of Time by Amy Sparks series, Warrior Cats, and 3 different series of the Warrior Cats, plus a bunch of other things that we've got on our shelves or that she picks up herself that she'd like to read. We always end up finding an amazing series every year. Not this year, the year before, it was the Wings of Fire series, which we absolutely devoured and read the whole thing throughout the year. We then did it again as part of my unit study that I created for the Wings of Fire series, books 1 through 6. And then this year we have read the Incorrigible series. We've just finished it. Fantastic book series if you haven't read it. This is the one I'm talking about, the Incorrigible Children of Ashton Place. This is what I read this year. We've got, I think, about 2 or 3 pages left right at the very end, and we finished the whole series. Loved it so much. It's such a sophisticated book for a children's middle grade. The story is so well written. You get so much out of it as an adult yourself, so definitely recommend this series if you're looking for anything to read this year. Wings of Fire, as I said, one of my all-time favourite series, but this is a very good close second, and I think this is actually much more sophisticated in its writing than Wings of Fire, so you will as an adult get a lot out of this too. Highly recommend this. It's about a young lady who is a governess to 3 children that are found in the woods. It's a very unusual story. It's a mystery story. There's so much going on behind the scenes, but really do recommend that. But yes, that's everything in my haul today. I'll leave links to videos in the past that I've made in my description box of other levels and other years of homeschool. We've homeschooled from pre-K4 up to now 7th, so lots of videos there that you can check back on if you've got younger kids. And yep, that's everything. So if you've got any questions, leave them for me below. Otherwise, I'll see you in our next video. If you'd like a flip through of anything, let me know. I will be doing some flip throughs anyway, but if you've got any recommendations or requests for anything that I've shown you that you'd like to see more of, let me know. And I'll see you in our next video. Take care. Bye for now. Everyone, and welcome to the Learning Ladder. Today I'm sharing with you what we are using for 8th grade. My daughter is 12 and we're going into 8th grade in September. I'm also currently pregnant with baby number 2. Okay, so for maths we are using Saxon still, and we are using Algebra 1. This is the textbook. It also comes with the homeschool packet, which has the answers for the practice lessons and also for the tests. And then in here is the tests. We'll also be going through Usborne Managing Your Money and Usborne Money for Beginners as well at some point during the year. Okay, for language arts, we are using Learning Language Arts through Literature. This is the grey level. I have split into 3 books, so it's not this skinny. My coils will only fit 150 pages, so it comes with teacher and student book. I've also got my All the Words book. You can get this on Amazon, and this is just for any new vocabulary that we can put in here as we come across it. For writing, I decided to go with Wordsmith. This is grades through 6 through 9, and it's creative writing, so it comes with teacher and student guide. For literature this year, we are using History of Science by Build Your Library. I'll look something of that in then. But we're only using the literature portion out of it, so we'll be picking from the readers and read aloud suggestions for our literature. There are also some language arts components in my Warriors by Erin Hunter unit study, which we'll come to as we get to our unit study section of the video. Okay, so for science this year, we are doing chemistry and astronomy. So for chemistry, we are doing The Elements. This is by Ellen McHenry. And this is Ingredients of the Universe. We are also doing Dissect Your Dinner, which is a continuation of food chemistry rather than just regular chemistry. And this is again by Ellen McHenry. One of the books I really love to go along with chemistry is the periodic table, the visual guide from Scholastic. We've had this when we used it in Dragon Academy, and I absolutely love this book, so I just thought I'd show it to you because it's one of our favourites for chemistry. Astronomy is part of Warriors, our unit study, so we'll get to that section of science in a bit. For history, we are doing Story of the World. This is volume 4, The Modern Age. I do also have the activity book to go along with, and this is where we'll be getting a lot of our literature from, plus what we already have. And then I did get this book. It's not in here recommended or anything, I just saw it and I thought it looked really good. So this is The Century for Young People. That's what it looks like in terms of visually. And here's our table of contents. For geography this year, we are doing a unit study that I created, and then we've also got our curriculum as well. So my unit study is based on human, physical and environmental geography. I actually couldn't find anything I super liked, so I decided to make my own. We also do a continent study as well, and then we get to make some yummy food. So the books that I've picked for my unit study are the Usborne Geography Encyclopedia, Cooking Class Global Feast, the DK Wildlife of the World book, What the World Eats, Material World, and Hungry Planet. And then when we do our continent part of my unit study, we will do an additional focus specifically on North America, and I've got the Simply Charlotte Mason guide or visits to North America, which actually does utilise some of the books we already have, which is handy. So it uses Material World and Hungry Planet, but it's more specifically focused on North America. Okay, so my daughter loves the Warrior book series from Erin Hunter, and she asked me to make a unit study for her to go along with it, so I did. So we have got different subjects under the unit study. So we've got language arts, we have got science, and some art as well. So some of the things we're going to be doing: healer studies. So if you've read the series, you'll know medicine cats is quite a important thing in there. The cats protect them and everything else. The medicine cats heal them. So we've got healer studies, which will encompass the Encyclopedia of Herbal Medicine, where you learn about the different herbs, because they actually do use herbs in the series that are real. So we'll be doing lots of research about all the different types of herbs and remedies that they use in the series, and also going through the cat encyclopedia for our cat anatomy study. This is not binded because I'm using a binder for some of the loose leaf papers. We'll also be doing clan studies, where we learn about all the different clans and cats within those clans. We'll be doing Storyteller, which is our language arts bit, which I'll get to in a second, and we'll be doing Stars and Beyond, which is our astronomy. So for our language arts, we're going to be doing poetry and also playwriting. So I've got this Emily Dickinson poetry book, which we're going to be going through all her poems, and then we'll also be going through the Usborne Write Your Own Poems book. And then we've also got this Old Parsons book of Practical Cats, which is all different poems, which are really, really good with their cat themes. So here is our table of contents. As I said, we'll also be going through script writing. So we've got the Usborne Write Your Own Scripts. And for art, we are going to do Draw 50 Cats. We had the horses one previously when we used a Beautiful Feet Books unit, and we really enjoyed this particular style book. So I've got the cat version, and then I've just got a notebook for her and a comic book for her. As part of the art section as well, we're incorporating some of our illustration in there because one of her electives is illustration, and the assignment that she'll have as part of her Warriors is to redesign the covers using Procreate. And I have actually got her a Procreate course. She's self-taught at the moment with Procreate, but she is really good at it. But I did actually get her a graphic designer Procreate course, so she can obviously pick up any additional skills that you know, she doesn't know about, or that will help her develop, because she's thinking right now that she wants to go into a career in illustration of children's books. So for our science portion of Warriors, we are going to be doing Stars and Beyond, which is obviously astronomy. I've just got a few, we're using lots of different resources, but I've just got a few things out to show you. So we've got the astronomy and space cards, the 100 things to spot in the night sky, we've got 13 planets. We used this one in our old science unit that we had from elemental science, and really like this book. We've also got Exploring Constellations. The reason we're doing astronomy is because StarClan is a huge thing in Warrior series, so it makes sense. And also we haven't done astronomy for a while, so I think she'll enjoy it, a refresh. And then I've also got the Welcome to the Museum books. I've got the DK Science Encyclopedia for space. So yeah, we've just got lots of different space books from previous years that we've kept. And then I also got this planetarium activity book. Doing a unit study on Scottish legends. So this is going to cover history, language arts, art, and a bit of science. So the books we're using are the Illustrated Treasury of Scottish Mythical Creatures, the Illustrated Treasury of Scottish Castle Legends, and the Illustrated Treasury of Scottish Folk and Fairy Tales. So continuing on for art, we've also got the Brenda Ellis painting with watercolours. This is text and video art instruction. There are 36 projects in it. We did the watercolour pencils this year, and she really enjoyed it. So it comes with the DVDs, and basically every couple of lessons you'll get a video to watch. And then you also do art history as well as part of the lessons. As I said, we're continuing with our illustration. So I've got several different resources that we purchased last year that we're still going through and using, and we'll be continuing to do that, as well as her Procreate illustration course. So she's got illustrating children's books, creating pictures for publication. I haven't brought them all in, we've got several different ones. Just brought a few in to show you. We have got how to be a children's book illustrator, and this goes through different people's experiences with illustrating books, their style and everything else. We have got the complete guide to drawing and illustration, a practical and inspiration course for artists of all abilities. For IT, we'll be doing some different assignments as part of Warriors on the computer. We'll also still be doing our typing, and she'll be writing up her papers and using the different Word packages, so PowerPoint, Excel and everything along those lines, organically in different subjects. And we'll still be continuing with French. I haven't narrowed it down yet completely to what I want for French. This year we have got the KS3 book, which we can continue with for French, but I was also looking around if there's anything else out there. So if you have any recommendations for French, definitely let me know. But that's everything for our 8th grade year. So if you've got any questions, leave them below. If you want to flip through anything, let me know. Otherwise, I will see you in our next video. Take care. Bye for now.